Our story kicks off in 2076, the year the game stopped being a game and crashed straight into reality. Out of nowhere, swarms of monsters, deadly dungeons, and all sorts of impossible horrors spilled over into the human world. These terrifying creatures slaughtered people without mercy, dragging humanity to the edge of extinction and forging an entirely new world in the process. But right alongside civilization's collapse, something else appeared. God-given talents that handed humanity a sliver of hope for survival. People started awakening hidden powers within themselves and took on the title of hunters, fighting to reclaim their homeland from the clutches of monsters. And from that point on, a fragile order settled over the world. From then on, raw strength became the thing people worshipped, and survival trumped every law. So hunters had no choice but to keep getting stronger and solidifying their positions. Chasing power and fortune, hunters plunged into dungeons to slay bosses, grab treasure, and level up, kicking off an entirely new era known as the Age of Hunters. Not everyone managed to become a standout hunter, though. Take, for instance, our guy, a young man by the name of Su Yang. The kid had his heart set on landing a prestigious profession so he could join a guild and make a name for himself as a hunter. But fate handed him the most basic class of all: warrior. Warriors had always struggled in close combat and taken heavy losses, and no matter how much time and effort they poured into training, their results never stacked up against other professions, making warrior the bottom-tier class nobody wanted. And naturally, anyone stuck with such an ordinary profession got looked down on by pretty much everyone in society. Su Yang was not the type to just swallow insults, so he decided to clap back at his tormentor, Wang Fei, who had awakened as a magician. Things escalated fast between the two boys, nearly turning into a full-on brawl, because Su Yang wanted to prove to Wang Fei and everyone else that warriors might not be flashy, but they had more than enough raw physical strength to make a point. Fists never actually flew, though, because right at that moment, they spotted members of a raiding team from the Spirit Hunters Guild, the strongest guild in the Eastern City, climbing the steps. The Vice Guild leader among them was Zhao Ming, a level 95 storm archer. The second Wang Fei laid eyes on him, he rushed over to beg for a spot in the guild, gushing about how he had always admired their exploits. He got shut down immediately. They told him the person handling recruits was downstairs, and it had nothing to do with them. Still, once Zhao Ming learned that the kid possessed the rare gift of an ice mage, he went ahead and asked for a card for entry anyway. Seeing that, a handful of other guys tried the same move, Su Yang included, but all they got in return was a flat instruction to wait. Su Yang felt the sting of disappointment, because the harsh reality was that only strength mattered in this world, and the profession you got basically dictated your entire future. So for someone like him, the script was already written. Meanwhile, he caught the other guys chatting about how the hunters were planning to raid the Black Dragon's lair today. The Black Dragon's lair is the biggest S-tier dungeon in City C, a sprawling nightmare packed with countless small monsters and elite powerhouses. Dying inside a dungeon is not permanent, of course. A hunter just bleeds level and experience until the whole reserve bottoms out at 0. Nobody had ever managed to take down the dragon itself, the dungeon boss named Athos, and yet guilds kept throwing themselves at each other over it, especially given the risk of losing rare and expensive gear. The Spirit Hunters Guild was stacked with hunters at skill level 4 and above who had never botched a raid, so most people were betting they would finally put Athos in the ground today. Then, out of the blue, Su Yang got a bizarre notification that looked like a system window. It said a perfect soul carrier had been detected, and something called the incomplete 8085 system would be connecting shortly. Our guy had zero clue what any of that meant or what was happening, and before he could process it, another system message popped up telling him the boss's incomplete system was now bound to him. The real jaw-dropper, though, was the system asking if he wanted to activate this role. And in that moment, the young man realized the system was offering to turn him into the boss. Normally, raiders assemble a team of at least 4 and at most 24, though 100-player raids are not unheard of. By wiping them all out, Su Yang could vacuum up a mountain of experience and rocket to the highest level, transforming the worthless warrior into something absurdly powerful. Su Yang decided to shelve all the what-ifs and what-could-go-wrongs, put his trust in the system, and accept the challenge. And our boy's jaw practically hit the floor when he realized the system had turned him into Athos, the level 99 dungeon boss himself. Not only did he now sit on a fat 5 million HP, he also picked up several talents and skills to go with it. The dragon was genuinely monstrous, immune to 80% of both physical and magical damage. And thanks to a passive called Dragon Suppression, every creature below its level had all attributes slashed by 20%. On top of that, he had the skill Explosion, dealing physical damage equal to 300% of the strength attribute, and Dragon's Roar, which could stun every creature with a spirit level below his within a 300-meter radius for a solid 5 seconds. And as if that were not enough, he also possessed Dragon's Eye, a skill that let him see through space across the entire territory. Su Yang finally grasped that with this kind of firepower, he could crush players and pocket their experience for himself, something he could not have dreamed of in his previous life. While he was still getting his bearings, he accidentally triggered Dragon's Roar, which gave his subordinates a good scare. And on top of that, even at this level of power, Athos was still young, meaning he could grow even stronger. Besides the subordinates, there was also an elf locked inside the dragon's lair, kidnapped and thrown into a cage. Su Yang was caught off guard when he first laid eyes on a living elf. But what really rocked him was the sudden shift in the surrounding space. The young man quickly figured out the cause. The Spirit Hunters Guild had arrived, radiating their signature aura of invulnerability as always. That was enough to make him a little nervous. What if this time they actually managed to bring the dragon down? Because no matter how powerful Athos is, hunters are not idiots either. Determined not to lose everything he had just been handed, he decided to play it smart and used Dragon's Eye first to scope out the situation. Through it, he spotted the approaching raid team, which included Li Dan, a level 98 Sacred Shield Master, and Qian Yuan, a level 96 Paladin Healer. Alongside them was Lei Shan, a level 99 Master Destroyer, and of course, Zhao Ming. These guys were the guild's elite squad, and absolutely formidable. Every single one of them had reached the 4th transformation. Today, the team was 100% certain they would clear the dungeon, and most importantly, put Athos down for good. Su Yang was not about to sit idle either. He started throwing obstacles in their path, sending his subordinates to jump the unexpected guests. With the monsters running as high as level 99, the whole dungeon clearing process got a lot harder in a hurry. Even so, no matter what enemy stepped in front of them, the guild members cut through it like it was nothing. But that was just the appetizer, and Su Yang, realizing one wave of monsters would not cut it, decided to throw a few more at them. The guild members were visibly rattled and started second-guessing whether they could actually handle the onslaught. But Lei Shan stepped up to rally them, declaring that a guild like theirs would never lose to a bunch of monsters. His speech lit a fire under the rest of the team, and they all locked in, understanding that failure today was simply not an option. Su Yang, meanwhile, noticed something odd. It looked like they were trying to pull a fast one on him and were not heading directly toward his lair. Using his skills, he realized the hunters were making a beeline for the Dragon Slayer's tomb, where the quest item Dragon Slayer's Heart was hidden, an artifact that lets the holder ignore all dragon talents. There was absolutely no way he was going to let that happen, so he left his lair and decided to take on the hunters himself, a move that sent shockwaves through the dungeon, because the dragon had never left its spot before. Sure, Su Yang could have kept harassing them by lobbing wave after wave of minions in their path, but he was not about to let them grab an item that could seriously tilt the odds against him. Meanwhile, the team was busy hunting for the tomb, but things were going south. Their material and weapon consumption had blown past their reserves, though Lei Shan remained convinced they were on the right track. His confidence came from having previously traded his universe ring for a guidebook from the Heavenly Pavilion, and he had complete faith in their intel. Besides, they were absolutely sure the dragon would never abandon its lair, which meant they figured they were in a relatively safe zone. Chen Yuan chimed in that he also trusted Lei Shan and was looking forward to wrapping up the Elven Maiden's Easter egg quest so he could snag the elf herself along with a pass to the Elven Palace. Then, without warning, the boys noticed something off, as if something was watching them from above. At first, they brushed it off as just some small dragons patrolling the area, but when they realized it was Athos himself hovering right in front of them, their jaws collectively dropped. The smartest move would have been to run, since without the Dragon Slayer's heart, fighting Athos was borderline suicidal. But Leishan ordered nobody to retreat. Leishan told everyone to get into position, reminding them they were the Spirit Hunters Guild, the strongest of them all, and that if they wanted money, gear, respect, and women, they needed to drop this dragon. Even staring down Athos and his 5 million HP, the guys still had the guts to challenge him. The gap in power between them was like a canyon, and it did not take long at all to see just how outclassed they were. But even so, not a single one of them retreated, and they decided to throw everything they had at him together. Despite the entire team unloading their most devastating attacks on the dragon, they only managed to shave off a measly 10,000 HP. Their combined assault barely registered. To Athos, it felt more like getting swarmed by a cloud of mosquitoes. In the end, all the Spirit Hunters' confidence and fighting spirit could not bridge the gap, and they went down hard. Leishan was spent, but he still dragged himself up and begged the others to get on their feet. All for nothing. The moment he stood, the dragon swatted him again and stamped a decisive period on the whole battle. After that, Su Yang felt experience rain down on him like a waterfall. He climbed level after level and had already hit 20, and this was only the beginning. On top of that, he scooped up a pile of high-level equipment that had belonged to the guild members. Warriors cannot use every type of gear, of course, but the extras could always be thrown on the auction house for a tidy sum. To crown it all off, Su Yang also got his hands on the Broken Boundless Gem, a special item that removes the level cap when slotted into equipment. Among the haul was also the Fiery Two-Handed Sword, a platinum-grade fire giant's weapon that had seen hundreds of enemies fall and came loaded with a serious list of features. Su Yang was over the moon. He could not have even imagined owning stuff like this before, and now it was all real. The system notified him that his dual tasking window was closing, and he could return immediately, though he had not expected the system to zap him straight back home. Still, armed with his new stats, he would be able to reinvent himself as a completely different kind of hunter, not just some forgettable warrior. First thing Su Yang did was dump 100 points into strength and another 100 into soul, and the leap between his old level 1 self and his current level 20 was nothing short of staggering. Since it was already deep into the night, there was nowhere to go anyway, which meant just one thing. Starting tomorrow, our guy had a mountain of urgent business ahead. When the raiding team members dragged themselves back to the guild, it was a genuine shock. Nobody expected them back this fast, and there was even a congratulatory banner hanging up to celebrate their victory. But when the others actually saw the state the squad returned in, the celebration died on the spot. Leishan was fuming, convinced they had been set up by the Heavenly Pavilion, who had sold him a bargain bin strategy that turned out to be garbage. He also swore he would not rest until the Heavenly Pavilion got a taste of exactly what he went through during that dragon fight. Meanwhile, Su Yang headed over to Nanshan Orphanage and placed a small order for gifts there. His arrival was a genuine surprise for everyone, and the children were thrilled to see him. What they really wanted to know, though, was where Su Yang had suddenly gotten enough money to afford such gifts. And our guy casually told them he had just earned a bit of cash recently. He obviously could not tell anyone what had actually happened or explain how 60 million suddenly appeared on his card, so a little white lie had to do. At the same time, the whole city was buzzing about how the Spirit Hunters Guild had actually lost to Athos, and what their relationship with the Heavenly Pavilion would look like going forward. The Heavenly Pavilion was the top rating strategy organization in the world, which is why everyone paid such close attention, meaning Su Yang was bound to cross paths with them eventually. Meanwhile, at the temple, Su Yang ran into Wang Fei, and their exchange was anything but friendly. Wang Fei was still holding a grudge and itching to teach him a lesson for what he had said to him the day before. But before he could even finish winding up his long-winded threat, Su Yang planted a fist right in his face. After a hit like that, Wang Fei was left clinging to a pathetic 5% of his health. His lackeys were stunned speechless and had zero interest in figuring out how the guy had dropped Wang Fei in a single punch. They just bolted. Meanwhile, the temple guide walked up to the young man and asked if he had any questions. Su Yang told her he wanted to change his profession, and the guide asked him to follow her. The girl was taken aback when she got a good look at Su Yang. On the surface, he seemed like a total newbie, but the aura he gave off was that of a seasoned level 20 professional. She figured his strength must be inherited, and yet she had never encountered anything quite like it. When they reached the divine statue of transformation, the guide explained that the sculpture itself determines a hunter's profession and level, then issues a quest whose reward matches what the hunter needs. She also mentioned that the quests come in 4 difficulty levels, and based on his performance, she recommended he take a 3-star task. Su Yang did not quite follow her logic, so he asked why he could not just grab a 4-star quest instead. The guide admitted her words might sound blunt, but a 4-star task was way beyond a young man whose profession was tied to the weakest warrior class. After that, the young man activated the statue and kicked off the profession change process. And he noticed that beyond the 4-star quest, there was a 5-star option that, upon completion, would grant access to some sort of temple privileges. The guide explained that the 5-star quest did exist, but it was brutally hard. Nobody in the entire country had dared to attempt it for a full year, and only the abbot knew what the privileges actually were. She also pointed out that in the current era, a country's strength is measured by the strength of its people, and to protect promising professionals who maintain level 20, they are warned against biting off more than they can chew. The 5-star quest was pure hell on paper. You had to slaughter hordes of monsters, then solo kill a boss, and the whole thing had to be done completely alone. The guide tried one more time to talk the young man into a 3-star quest, insisting that even 4 stars would be too much for him. And the look on her face was absolutely priceless when the notification popped up, showing that the young man had accepted the 5-star quest. Su Yang told her not to worry about a thing. He would be back before the timer ran out. And besides, he was dying to find out about those privileges. The girl could barely process what had just happened and wanted to report it to the abbot immediately. Meanwhile, Argai headed to the teleportation center to carry out his mission, but an energy fluctuation caused the center's gates to open a few minutes late. He was not the only one there. Shu Yan, a B-class member of the Ghost Rain Guild, had also shown up at the teleportation center. Tagging along with Shu Yan was Gu Xiaoqian, a classmate of Su Yang's. Zhao Qian got a little flustered when she spotted Su Yang, and Shu Yan, noticing her reaction, immediately started grilling her about who the guy was. Both of them were also seriously confused when they watched Su Yang step through a portal full of level 20 monsters, despite looking like a complete rookie. Meanwhile, Su Yang had already touched down in the Moon Jungle, a zone recommended only for hunters level 20 and above. Before the young man could even take in the scenery, one of the local residents, an azure wolf, lunged at him. With his new skills and gear though, wolves like these were practically puppies to him. On top of that, he had poured a lot of effort and money into upgrading his sword, so he was itching to test the results. He also tossed Zhao Ming's bow up on the auction house, and if someone snagged it, the young man would not have to stress about expenses for a long time. His clock was ticking though, so he decided to mow through the wolves as fast as humanly possible. To speed things up, he whipped out the Monster Summoning Stone, a handy item that calls in monsters of various classes. 5 minutes later, multiple packs of azure wolves had swarmed around Su Yang, and that was exactly what he wanted. To wipe them all in one go, Su Yang pulled out a level 70 single-use scroll called Baptism of Flames. The moment he activated it, a chunk of the azure wolves dropped dead on the spot. Music to the young man's ears. He had plenty more scrolls where that came from, which meant the quest would wrap up even faster and smoother. Su Yang was not the only hunter roaming the Moon Jungle, and when the others learned that somebody had used a monster summoning stone, they wanted to teach the greedy newcomer a lesson. That plan evaporated the instant a colossal fiery explosion erupted in front of them, looking like a volcano had just woken up from a nap. Meanwhile, Su Yang was closing in on quest completion. He had already knocked out the first 2 conditions by killing 100 azure wolves and 100 mad wolves. The final requirement was to take down a boss-level alpha wolf, a fight that normally calls for a minimum squad of 3. As it happened, a trio of guys had gathered near the boss's den. Zhang, a level 22 mage, Li San, a level 21 defender, and Zhao Wu, a level 21 jungle archer. They were about to engage the boss when they noticed someone else heading the same direction. They figured this worked in their favor. While the boss was busy chewing on Su Yang, they would swoop in and loot everything from its lair. Meanwhile, the alpha wolf was already enraged by the mass slaughter of its pack, which had pumped its stats up by 30%. Despite the boss looking terrifyingly strong, the trio still wanted to try their luck and steal from its lair. Their jaws hit the ground, however, when they watched the young man obliterate the alpha wolf in a single exchange, a boss that is supposed to require at least 3 people to take down. Su Yang also picked up the alpha wolf crystal core from the kill, an item containing all the boss's magical power that can also be used to enhance silver weapons. Meanwhile, Zhang sauntered up and offered to take the crystal core off his hands if he did not need it. Su Yang promptly leveled his sword at him, making it clear he had overheard their little plan to use the core as bait. Then the young man walked away, leaving the trio standing there, thoroughly impressed and slightly shaken. Back at the temple, Su Yang blew everyone's minds yet again. Nobody had ever completed a 5-star quest before. Ever. And he had knocked it out in just a few hours, despite being given 3 full days. Su Yang asked to hear about the privileges he had earned from the temple, and the guide led the way. The girl had already tipped off the abbot about a gifted young man who could be an asset to the temple. And she had also taken a liking to Su Yang. The moment the young man stepped up to the statue, the quest verification kicked in, and something strange began happening to him. Su Yang felt as though some massive energy was pouring into his body and filling him up. He also received the Class Promotion Aura, a special reward for completing promotion quests, with the aura's color and bonuses scaling to the quest's difficulty. A white aura comes from a 1-star clear with a 2% bonus, and a green aura from 2 stars with a 4% bonus. Blue is awarded for 3 stars and purple for 4, with the bonus climbing by 2% per tier. Clearing a 5-star quest grants an orange aura and a whopping 25% bonus. Meanwhile, our guy unlocked a brand new profession, Warrior Mage, a special hybrid class combining unmatched close combat skills, powerful magic, and serious endurance. On top of that, he instantly shot up to level 34 and received a Warrior Mage spellbook as a reward. He also picked up the epic level skill Magic Blade, which transforms weapons to deal full magical damage, with the output scaling off his soul stats. Su Yang was thrilled to now wield rare and powerful skills, and even better, he could level them up. But that was not all, because completing a 5-star quest also entitled him to the temple's special privileges. The temple's abbot, Bai Ling herself, stepped in to lay out what he had earned. Bai Ling suggested Su Yang relocate to the special guest room, and he was happy to agree. The young man was impressed watching Bai Ling use spatial transfer magic, though given that she was the abbot, it was not exactly shocking. Bai Ling humbly noted that she was not all that powerful. She had merely redirected the statue's energy, which was more than could be said for the young man, since nobody else had managed to clear such a quest in the past decade. The abbot outlined his new privileges, a monthly allowance of 10 million and an 80% discount at the temple store. Beyond the allowance and discount, Su Yang now had a standing invitation to join any A-rank guild of his choosing. Bai Ling clarified that joining was optional, but it would bring extra experience, buffs, and reliable team protection. Su Yang weighed the idea of joining a guild. If stronger players ever came gunning for him, a guild would be a solid safety net, and it would be the first step toward becoming king of the region. At the moment, 2 A-rank guilds existed, and Bai Ling initially suggested he consider the Spirit Hunters. The second guild was Phantom Cloud, the Spirit Hunters' main rival. Su Yang decided Phantom Cloud was the better pick, and Bai Ling arranged his membership on the spot. There was one small detail, though. Bai Ling mentioned that Phantom Cloud was an all-female guild. The Phantom Cloud Guild itself was based in Tianling City, and that is where Su Yang headed next. The guild leader was Lin Yu, a level 85 hunter. Alongside her, the guild was also led by Lin Yun, a level 99 hunter. Meanwhile, Shu Yan showed up at the guild to introduce its newest member, Xiao Qian. Lin Yun let out a surprised exclamation. A guy had actually joined their guild. She also noted that the young man came through the temple and had cleared a 5-star quest, making him a special guest with the freedom to pick any guild he wanted. Lin Yun pointed out that for exactly that reason, she could not reject his application, so she would have to meet with Su Yang regardless. Xiao Qian perked up when she heard his name and mentioned she had a friend by the same name. But since he had only awakened the day before, she figured it was just a coincidence. Just then, Murong Shui walked in, a level 95 hunter, and reported that the Spirit Hunters had been crushed in the Black Dragon dungeon. Rong Shui added that something seemed off with Jiao Ming's Stormcaller bow, And since there was only one bidder in all of Tianling, she had driven the price up so high that the buyer had to spend a fortune. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hunters Guild members were marching on the Heavenly Pavilion, demanding explanations. The leader of the Heavenly Pavilion strategic group, and a level 110 5-star bloodthirsty warrior, was Zhuo Tai, who flatly denied every one of Lei Shan's accusations. Lei Shan made it clear he was not questioning their professionalism, but the strategy he had traded his ring for had turned out to be a con. Lu Qi, a level 103 hunter, known as a 5-star shadow assassin, called them a pack of idiots and said the blame was entirely on them. Zhuo Tai told everyone to quiet down and stated that the Heavenly Pavilion had always delivered quality work, so he would dispatch a research team to scout the dungeon and build a fresh strategy. He also announced that tomorrow, 4 of them would take Lei Shan along on a reconnaissance run into the dungeon. One of the 4 being Zhang Kexin, a 5-star healer at level 108. Joining them would be Zhuang Jin, a 5-star level 104 defender, and of course, Lu Si. But then, without warning, someone dripping with dark magic barged into the pavilion's meeting room. That someone turned out to be Qin Lun, a 5-star level 150 necromancer from the Heavenly Pavilion Guild, who had come to tell Zhuo Tai he should have been informed about any trip to the Black Dragon Fortress. Zhuo Tai explained that only his research group would be going, but Chen Lun waved off the apology and declared he would be joining them tomorrow. Chen Lun had his own agenda. He wanted to beef up his undead army and, as a bonus, add a black dragon to his personal collection. Lei Shan was both surprised and pleased that several top-tier professionals from the pavilion were volunteering for the dragon's lair, because once inside, they would see for themselves just how terrible that strategy had been. Meanwhile, Su Yang was sprawled in bed, enjoying some well-earned rest, casually scrolling through the guild chat where every single message was about, you guessed it, him. On top of that, the auction notifications kept pinging non-stop, turning the bidding war for the Call of the Storm bow into a full-blown arms race. The original price of the bow had shot up by a staggering 40%, and the young man sold it without hesitation. Since Su Yang held outstanding member status in the Alliance, he was exempt from all auction house fees and even got a 5% bonus on the final sale price. The next morning, Su Yang woke up to a system notification. 5 members of an A-rank guild's exploration team had entered a B-rank dungeon. Our guy wasted no time and immediately synced up with the Black Dragon's body, ready to tackle a fresh challenge. Slipping back into dragon form, he noticed all the previously killed elite monsters had respawned. No surprise there, since all kingdoms regenerate, except for the secret ones rated star level or higher. What he still could not figure out was why the elf was in the lair and how she had been kidnapped, since Athos is supposed to operate strictly within the lair's programmed rules. But now was not the time for detective work. A research team of level 5 professionals was heading straight for it. Their combat power was significantly higher than the last bunch, but as long as they did not reach the Dragon Slayer's heart, Su Yang had nothing to sweat about. To make sure they never got close, Su Yang dispatched several monsters to intercept them. The moment the group saw the swarm of monsters charging at them, they were caught off guard. But they were professionals, and they snapped into ready positions fast. They noted with some surprise that the monster count was way higher than last time. But even so, it did not seem like a deal-breaker. After all, these were not some run-of-the-mill hunters. They were seasoned experts, and cutting through a few dozen monsters, even elite ones, was practically a warm-up exercise for them. Su Yang realized he would need to get personally involved this time, so he decided to make his move without delay. The elf could not make sense of the dragon's sudden shift in behavior. When it had captured her, it acted completely differently. Meanwhile, the team finally cleared out all the monsters, and Chen Lun remarked that it looked like Lei Shan's raid had failed because of his own incompetence, since these monsters were not even a real threat. Lei Shan fired back that maybe their guild did not look like much to someone of his caliber, but the whole disaster came down to the strategy. Chen Lun coldly suggested he stop arguing unless he wanted to become the newest addition to his undead collection. Lei Shan was a bit rattled by the sudden menace in the air, and Zhuo Tai stepped in, asking Chen Lun to drop the intimidation act and keep moving. Then, out of nowhere, a massive shadow fell over the group, which could only mean one thing. The Black Dragon had arrived. Zhuo Tai was stunned, because the boss is not supposed to leave its chamber. Doing so would mean breaking the rules, which should be impossible. But debating whether it was possible or not was a luxury they could not afford right now, because Athos was standing right in front of them. Nobody in the squad froze, though. They instantly grouped up and went on the offensive, landing a solid chunk of damage right out of the gate. Even so, without the Dragon Slayer's heart, they simply could not deal enough damage to matter, no matter how strong they were. The dragon tried to pick off the ranged fighters, but his attacks could not reach them. Liu Ce attempted a sneak strike to land maximum damage, but he only got one hit in before the dragon swatted him back, nearly killing him outright. Immediately after, Athos unleashed Breath of Extermination, aiming to wipe the whole group in one go. By some miracle, the team survived by throwing up a barrier just in time. But the burning question on everyone's mind was why the boss was not playing by the rules. Chen Lun, meanwhile, decided the rest of them were dead weight and chose to go solo. Calling on his necromancer powers, Chen Lun summoned the bone dragon Malthus, turning the fight into a dragon versus dragon showdown. Su Yang was genuinely impressed to see a necromancer in action, since it was an insanely rare profession. And rumor had it that high-level necromancers could even summon dead bosses. Still, he could not afford to let his guard down. This was not some ordinary hunter he was fighting, but a summoned dragon whose power rivaled his own. Terrifying as Malthus looked, though, the bone dragon was still a tier below Athos in raw strength. That said, Malthus came with its own bag of tricks, including a skill called Corpse Cloud. Su Yang answered the attack with his own Breath of Extermination. When the two monstrously powerful energies slammed into each other, the resulting explosion felt like it might tear the entire lair apart. Once the dust settled, Su Yang was mildly confused. Malthus was nowhere to be seen, and he briefly thought he had finished the bone dragon off that easily. Then something clamped onto his leg, and that something turned out to be Malthus, very much still alive. Malthus followed up with a brutal barrage of attacks, hammering Athos's health down to 81%. Su Yang managed to rip free from Malthus's grip and take to the sky, realizing in that moment that unlike him, Malthus could not fly. Despite being a dragon in name, Malthus lacked the ability to get airborne, though he could still lob attacks from the ground. No matter how hard Malthus tried, his ranged shots could not reach Su Yang up in the air. So Su Yang switched targets entirely, ignoring Malthus and diving straight for Chen Lun instead. And Chen Lun, reading the play, ordered his dragon to shield him. The whole thing was a feint though, a trick to make Malthus drop his guard, so Su Yang could land a devastating surprise blow. Not only did Su Yang connect with Malthus, but the bone dragon's crashing body slammed right into Chen Lun, pinning him to the ground. At that moment, the rest of the group rushed in and managed to pull Chen Lun out and patch him up just in time. Chen Lun asked Zhou Tai where Liu Ce was and why he had not returned yet. Zhou Tai replied that he should be showing up any minute. That put Su Yang on alert. Liu Ce operated from the shadows and was most likely making a play for the Dragon Slayer's heart right now. Right on cue, Liu Ce reappeared, and the others were already waiting with anticipation for him to hand over the Dragon Slayer's heart so they could finish Athos off. Except it was not Liu Ce at all. It was one of Athos's subordinate monsters, who had grabbed the heart first and brought it straight to its master. This sent a shockwave through the group. Nobody could comprehend how the Dragon Slayer's heart had ended up anywhere other than Liu Ce's hands. But the moment Su Yang touched the heart, reality warped. A system notification appeared announcing that, due to unforeseen circumstances, the dungeon level had been upgraded from Diamond to Star. Meanwhile, things were getting weird in the outside world too. A sudden earthquake rocked the area. The temple was alarmed by the tremors, and Bai Ling sensed a massive aura radiating from some hidden realm, though she could not fathom how it was affecting the physical world. Then she spotted a brilliant beam of light in the distance, and it told her one thing: something big was on its way. At the same time, the group inside the dungeon was completely lost. Nobody understood what had happened or why the dungeon had suddenly jumped to star level. The dragon had changed too. It was far more powerful now, and an absolutely terrifying aura poured off it. The reason was simple. Su Yang had pushed Athos to level 100, boosting every stat and unlocking a brand new star-level skill called Fiery Tongue, Purifying Hell Prison. This skill conjured a hellish prison of impossibly powerful black flame, that incinerated anyone who resisted, dealing a staggering 1,000% magic damage. And Su Yang got to personally decide whether to obliterate a hunter's soul or spare it. He also received a buff for securing the key item Dragon Slayer's Heart, which restored the dungeon's previous difficulty set. The early growth stage label still puzzled him. But regardless, the entire situation had flipped in his favor. Meanwhile, the real Liu Ce finally returned and reported that he had not found any heart. But the second he noticed the Dragon Slayer's heart sitting right there in the dragon's possession, he decided to try and swipe it. Liu Ce was confident in his speed and precision, even as Jortai shouted at him to stand down. It did not matter. Su Yang stopped him with a single clap of his hand, and Liu Ce dropped dead. Zhuotai could not process what was happening, because ordinarily, a star-level Hidden Realm boss requires a squad of 10 to 20 people to bring down, and they were only a handful. With that, Zhuotai called for a full retreat, ordering everyone to fall back and admitting they were hopelessly outmatched. Running was the wisest possible call, but Su Yang had no intention of letting a single one of them walk out. Before the group could even put distance between themselves and the dragon, Athos was already in front of them, blocking the exit. He unleashed Breath of Annihilation, and the damage was so catastrophic that the hunters were ready to start writing their wills. Their strength and mana were nearly drained dry, so any follow-up attack from the dragon meant only one thing: game over. Zhuotai ordered everyone to stash their valuables in the Endless Ring to keep them from being lost permanently, because survival was clearly off the table. Qianlun disagreed. He flatly refused to give up and declared he would kill the boss no matter what it cost. He then activated Cloud Legion, a skill that summons every dead creature on the battlefield into an undead army, with its duration scaling off the caster's remaining mana. In moments, Qianlun's entire zombie horde charged the Black Dragon, and the Necromancer was convinced victory was finally within reach. But for Su Yang, freshly powered up to level 100 with new skills and raw power to spare, wiping them out was almost embarrassingly easy. Qianlun's supposedly formidable army was scattered and destroyed in the blink of an eye. Qianlun conceded defeat, but made it very clear this was not the last they would see of him. He would be back. Su Yang was not particularly moved by the threat and decided it was the perfect time to try out his shiny new skill. What followed was a wall of brilliant flame that engulfed and scorched the body of everyone caught inside it. After a while, the hunters noticed something deeply wrong. Their health had hit 0, but the rebirth process never kicked in, and Qianlun felt his physical body beginning to decompose. This was not a glitch. After activating his skill, the Black Dragon had chosen to erase Qianlun completely. When the dust settled, Su Yang had banked roughly 10 million experience from wiping out some of the strongest hunters around. Qianlun was gone for good. Every trace of his existence vanished from the Heavenly Pavilion's records. This sent genuine terror through the survivors, because they could not understand why the dragon had obliterated Qianlun but let them live. Meanwhile, Su Yang was back home unwinding after the marathon battle, parked on the couch with a soda in hand. He flipped through his inventory at the same time, admiring the fresh loot he had managed to collect. His favorite piece was the star-level dagger Shadow Bloodthirst, which boasted absolutely insane stats. The young man could not help but grin at his luck. Last time he had only pulled diamond-level gear, and now he was hauling in star-level items. On top of that, he had climbed to level 40, which meant it was time for the second transformation. The system also confirmed that Qianlun would never be reborn again, and added that Su Yang had made the right call, because if the master dies while inhabiting the boss, both the boss and the master die permanently. The young man was also curious about what happened to the Black Dragon while he was at the helm. Since star-level bosses are classified as true spiritual beings with their own consciousness, the system explained that bosses under its control have their consciousness directly overridden, regardless of level, and when the host is absent, the boss reverts to its default behavior rules and patterns. As a bonus, if the host kills the current boss at its first level, the system automatically upgrades him to the next boss, a higher level with stronger abilities. With the dragon's heart now in hand, Su Yang intended to slay the dragon, because he also possessed the blood soul of a heroic spirit, an artifact belonging to a legendary dragon slayer whose power far exceeded that of a 5th-level professional. And so Su Yang's next target was crystal clear: kill the Black Dragon, and become a hero of that caliber. The young man set off for the temple to undergo his next transformation, where Bai Ling was already waiting. Su Yang was surprised to see her and asked how she had known he was on his way. Bai Ling explained that the Transfiguration statue had just emitted a guiding light, a signal that an important temple figure was approaching. And in the entire Eastern Spirit City, there was exactly one person who fit that description. The temple visit was not about sightseeing, though. Su Yang was here to tackle another 5-star quest and go through the second transformation. Bai Ling remarked that Su Yang could truly be called a brave soul, since not everyone had the nerve to take on a 5-star quest. She also handed him the silver-tier dungeon map he had requested, mentioning that it included information on bronze and gold-tier dungeons as well. Before he left, Bai Ling cautioned him to stay alert. There had been an incident in a dungeon recently. The difficulty had spiked, and several professionals had vanished. She also noted that low-level wilderness areas had become dangerously overcrowded lately, with the intense competition frequently sparking bloody conflicts. At first, Su Yang shrugged off the warnings about low-level dungeons, until he slammed face-first into the problem himself. After hitting up roughly 8 dungeons in a row, every single one had already been claimed by someone else. Su Yang tried hunting for alternatives, but it was pointless. Everything was taken. Then he spotted a familiar face. Xiao Qian was there. And standing across from her was Wang Fei, running his mouth about something. The young man decided he was not leaving this dungeon empty-handed. And since they already knew each other, he figured negotiations should go pretty smoothly. Wang Fei's goons insisted the dungeon was theirs because their leader had spotted it first, though they generously offered to let Xiao Qian tag along, as a servant. At that point, He Lan, a 3rd transformation level 61 swordmaster who was with Xiao Qian, drew her blade and told them to watch their mouths. On the other side, Li Zhen, a level 60 3rd transformation martial artist from the Hunchback Mountain Pavilion Guild, fired back and told He Lan to watch herself. A tense standoff kicked off between them. Harsh words flew, and it looked like things were about to get physical. He Lan, however, knew exactly where she stood and understood that picking a fight right now would end badly for them. That is when Su Yang strolled up and casually announced that if Li Zhen's philosophy was bigger fists make the rules, then he was happy to go first. His sudden appearance threw everyone off, and most had no idea who he was, just some random kid with an attitude problem. Li Zhen asked if the young man grasped the situation he was walking into, and reminded him that he was currently threatening a 3rd transformation hunter. Su Yang completely ignored him and said hello to Xiao Qian instead. He Lan, learning the young man was Xiao Qian's classmate and therefore at the same transformation level, could not figure out where he got the confidence to mouth off to Li Zhen. Meanwhile, Su Yang told He Lan he was here to complete the 2nd transformation quest, which required silver-level dungeons. His words shocked everyone, but Wang Fei figured he was just bluffing, and challenged him to reveal his personal info so they could all see his level. Su Yang, upon learning Wang Fei was sitting at level 10, decided to serve him a dose of death punishment, a skill that hits every hunter below level 10. He dropped Wang Fei instantly, and the nasty part about this skill is that it knocks the target's level down by 2, and any hunter below level 2 loses the ability to resurrect entirely. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, nobody able to process what had just happened. Nobody was about to let the young man walk away unchallenged either, so Li Zhen launched himself at Su Yang fist first. No matter how strong Li Zhen was though, going toe-to-toe with Su Yang was a losing proposition. Su Yang even offered He Lan an invitation to join the fun if she felt like it. That remark sent He Lan's temper through the roof. She was not about to let some kid get away with provoking 2 3rd transformation hunters simultaneously. In the end, Li Zhen and He Lan decided to team up and teach the young man a combined lesson. But Li Zhen could not land a single blow. Su Yang's agility let him dodge every attack with ease. Not only did our guy weave through every strike, including Li Zhen's ultimate move, he also countered with his own hit. He Lan tried to capitalize on the opening by attacking from behind, thinking the timing was perfect. But it made no difference. Li Zhen completely lost his composure as rage took the wheel. His bark was louder than his bite though. Taking him down was no real challenge for Su Yang. Seeing how powerful the young man actually was, He Lan wisely decided to back off. Su Yang told her he had no interest in fighting her. They were guildmates after all, and it would just be awkward. Neither Helan nor Xiaoqin could believe that the person standing in front of them was the very same Su Yang who had just joined their guild. With that, Su Yang stepped into the dungeon, asking them to pass along a message to the guild leader. This dungeon was now exclusively his. It was a dungeon called the Cave of Pain, crawling with level 35 goblins. Monsters like these were practically target practice for the young man, and clearing them out was effortless. As he worked his way through, he ran into not just goblin archers, but also goblin butchers. And one of the butchers tried to set up an ambush, nearly catching him in a trap. In earlier fights, the young man had relied heavily on raw ability to overpower his enemies, but against a tougher opponent, he would need to lean on his skills. This was also the perfect chance to test drive his new Demon Blade skill on live targets. He did not have to wait long. The goblins tried a sneak attack from behind, and in a flash, Su Yang activated Demon Blade Shield, deflecting their strikes. He finished them off with the same skill, switching to hammer mode this time. The archers took shots at him from behind too, but the young man answered with Demon Blade Crossbow and picked them all off cleanly. On his march to the boss room, Su Yang carved through goblins one after another, though the experience they gave was a pittance compared to what he earned inside the dragon's body. Eventually, he reached the dungeon boss, a massive level 40 ice tiger. Intimidating as the boss was, it never stood a chance against the young man. Su Yang put the tiger down, collected a solid chunk of experience, and officially cleared the dungeon. One silver dungeon was not enough though. He needed to hit another one. Walking out, he found Helan and Xiaoqin lurking near the entrance, but the girls swore they were just passing by. Helan herself was stunned that the young man had soloed the entire dungeon in under 5 minutes. A while later, the young man tracked down a second dungeon, where the boss was a blood-boiling orc. And after taking it down, Su Yang completed the 5-star quest. Even better, because he had aced the 5-star barrier quest flawlessly, a hidden mission unlocked. The first phase of this secret quest required finding a lost, rusty key, and the reward was a 5% boost to all attributes, plus a legendary skill book for warrior mages. Since secret missions only pop up after clearing 5-star quests, and the rewards are seriously valuable, Su Yang was not about to pass it up. According to the description, the young man needed to travel to a wild area on the outskirts of Tianling City, where a terrifying beast was guarding something. Su Yang figured this was a great opportunity to break in his new weapon, but using a weapon of that grade required not only a full set of limitless gems, but also a Grandmaster blacksmith to craft them. Conveniently, Tianling had a branch of the Heavenly Pavilion, which sold not just dungeon strategies, but all sorts of vital information. And that is where the young man was heading. The Heavenly Pavilion was also a member of Alliance X, so Su Yang was curious to see how they would react when he flashed his black Alliance X membership card. Arriving at the Alliance X location, the young man was struck by the sheer number of people lining up to buy strategies, a testament to the strategy group's reputation. The crowd was massive, everyone eager to grab a strategy and hit the dungeons as soon as possible. Among the hunters, Su Yang also spotted Zhuotai and Liu Ci and was mildly surprised. He had not expected their paths to cross again so soon. While Zhuotai maintained his usual composure and tried to manage the scene, Liu Ci made no effort to hide his simmering frustration after his recent defeat. Meanwhile, Liu Ci kicked a tree stump in anger, sending it flying straight at Su Yang, who caught it one-handed and told him to act like a civilized person. Liu Ci did not appreciate the attitude one bit and wanted to remind Su Yang of the gap between a beginner and a professional hunter. Things nearly escalated into a fight, but Zhuotai stepped in and told Liu Ci to think about his reputation before doing something reckless. The young man turned to Zhuotai and asked whether the famous Heavenly Pavilion really treated all its customers this poorly. Zhuotai apologized and explained that they were a high-level strategy group and simply did not sell strategies for dungeons at his tier. Su Yang had the perfect comeback for that. He pulled out his black Alliance X membership card to show them he was far more than just some newbie. Liu Ci had no idea what the card was, and casually slapped it out of the young man's hands, calling it ridiculous. At that exact moment, the chief manager approached and the card landed right at his feet. The chief manager of the first city, Yunfin City, was Jia Yue, a level 120 hunter. He was visibly annoyed by Liu Ce's behavior and gave him a thorough dressing down, brother or not. Zhe Yue then walked up to Su Yang and personally apologized for every inconvenience his subordinates had caused. He also noted that despite his young age, the kid already carried a Black Alliance X membership card and asked whether he had cleared the 5-star transformation quest and received the temple's special privileges. Once he confirmed that was indeed the case, Jia Ye ordered Zhuo Tai and Liu Ce to treat the young man with the respect he deserved. With that, Zhao Yue departed with Liu Ce in tow to brief him on the next dungeon, while Zhuo Tai asked the young man how he could be of service. Su Yang said he needed the location of a master-level blacksmith in Tianling City and wanted to know about available precious stones. Zhuo Tai told him that information and gemstones were easy enough to arrange, though the price tag would be steep. But once Su Yang showed him his balance, the money conversation ended right there. With that settled, the young man received a map pinpointing old master-level blacksmith Gu Yan's forge, tucked away in a rather unassuming spot. While he was there, Su Yang also overheard some other hunters talking about how the research group was gearing up for yet another run at the Black Dragon's lair. Su Yang was impressed by the research team's relentless fighting spirit. Even after Chen Lun's death, they were still charging right back in to explore the lair. Moving on, the young man made his way to the forge to find the master craftsman Gu Yan. When he walked in, he saw Gu Yan, along with 2 women, Mu Rongshui, a level 95 hunter, and An Yu, a level 92 hunter, both from the Yu Yun Guild. The young man confirmed which guild the girls belonged to, then casually called them sisters and asked if they were here to get equipment crafted too. An Yu practically lit up at his arrival and bounced over to him, pelting him with questions about his love life. Rongshui reined her in and suggested to Su Yang that it might be a bit early for someone at his level to be visiting a place like this, recommending a regular blacksmith shop on Commercial Street instead. Su Yang decided that explaining himself was a waste of time. Better to just pull out his gear and let it do the talking, so nobody would question whether he belonged here. Gu Yan's eyes went wide the moment he saw the weapon the young man was carrying, remarking that he had not seen one like that in ages. Su Yang handed the blade over, and Gu Yan declared with absolute conviction that he would pour his life's work into it and would not let him down. Once Gu Yan began his work, a brilliant glow surrounded him, the signature visual effect of enhancing star-level weapons, leaving everyone in the room transfixed. After several grueling hours of meticulous craftsmanship, Gu Yan finally finished, and the result was breathtaking. Gu Yan mentioned that he had invested enormous effort into this weapon, and under normal circumstances, the price tag would be a cool billion. But today, he felt a rare surge of inspiration, so he would waive the fee entirely. The young man was pleasantly caught off guard, and insisted he had never planned on getting a freebie. Money was no issue, but finding a blacksmith of this caliber was the real challenge. In the end, Su Yang handed Gu Yan a billion anyway, promising he would be a regular customer. And the blacksmith happily accepted, saying he looked forward to the next visit. An Yu, meanwhile, was not even trying to hide her admiration for the young man and openly admitted she had completely fallen for him, while Rongshui stood there bewildered, wondering whether Su Yang was actually an S-rank hunter. After wrapping up at the forge, Su Yang headed for the outskirts of Tianling City, where the Wild Spirit mountain range awaited, a zone recommended for hunters level 40 and above. He came here to tackle the second quest needed for the second transformation, and with his current power, he could comfortably hold his own against a 4th transformation master. Fully armed and ready, the young man set off to knock out quest number 2. Inside, he clashed with level 45 bats, along with some despised level 44 soldiers. Su Yang also downed an elixir that boosted all his attributes by 100, though the trade-off was a 60% faster mana drain. The monsters never stood a chance. Using just the basic warrior skill Double Strike, amplified by his star-level weapon, he tore through them effortlessly. Besides, the young man was not in the mood for a leisurely cave tour, so he opted to blow everything sky high and bulldoze through the entire area in one shot. Given that this was the terrifying beast cave, and factoring in the quest parameters, the young man estimated the beast inside would be at least level 50, which made him curious about how quickly he could clear the place. Pushing deeper into the cave, the young man stumbled upon an interesting chamber where the main boss was waiting. It was a level 55 mutated beast that devoured an unknown piece of flesh from the undead race, but its health, skills, and stats were all hidden, which put the young man on edge. Su Yang recognized he would need a higher-tier clairvoyant skill book down the road, but first things first, the boss had to die. Not wanting to underestimate his opponent, the young man went for a one-shot kill, ambushing the monster and slapping the ghost mark on it, a debuff that amplifies damage by 300% if the attack lands undetected. He could not finish the boss in one strike, though. All the first hit did was make the monster even angrier. However, no matter how scary the boss seemed, Su Yang was still a head stronger. And as if in an instant, Su Yang managed to defeat the mutated beast and obtained a couple of interesting items from it. One of these items was an ancient key, from the description of which the young man understood that it was necessary to open a certain unknown door. The second item turned out to be an unknown, rotting piece of flesh. Once powerful, but now its power had dissipated, and it had become a symbol of decay, the origin of which could not be determined. Su Yang noted that the quest description mentioned a key, but he didn't understand what kind of piece of flesh it was, but from the description, it was clear that its previous owner was incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, the young man decided to put all new subjects aside for now and return to the task of the second transformation. The young man successfully completed a 5-star quest again, and all of his attributes increased by 25%, in addition to receiving an exclusive passive skill, Double Spirit Enhancement, which increases his spirit and strength attributes by 10%. Now, all of his attributes have surpassed 400, and his spirit attribute is approaching 600. In addition, he has received the legendary skill Blade of Double Annihilation, which combines the blade with the weapon to carry out a powerful attack that deals 200% damage from the strength and spirit attributes. Meanwhile, Bai Ling approached him and congratulated him on completing his second 5-star transformation, and also told him that he would now receive 1.5 million monthly and would also receive a discount of up to 30% in the X Alliance. Bai Ling also asked him what he would do next, to which the young man replied that he would take a short break for now, as he had become a little tired over the past few days. However, he didn't plan to lie on the bed all day, but wanted to visit the Heavenly Pavilion and buy some things to prepare for slaying the dragon. Meanwhile, Jia Ye gathered Zhuotai and Liu Ce to tell them about the next expedition to the dragon's lair. This time, about 30 hunters will join the research team. Moreover, headquarters has already prepared countermeasures and equipped them with life rings that will activate the boy's resurrection. Jia Yue also noted that he relied on them, and if he had a little more time, he would gladly spend it with them to stretch his decrepit bone. However, their conversation was interrupted by a girl who suddenly burst in and said that it was not their turn to attack the dragon's lair. It was Miss Luo Ling a level 130 Beastmaster and also the daughter of the owner of the Heavenly Pavilion. Jia Yue immediately bowed his head to her and apologized, saying that they didn't know about her plans to visit them, so they greeted her in such an inappropriate manner. Ling noted that she had not informed anyone of her intention to visit in order to prevent news from leaking, and from now on, she forbids anyone from entering the Black Dragon Fortress without her permission. To which Jia Yue asked her if someone had allowed her to do this, and the girl took his question as an attempt to challenge her father. However, Jia Yue apologized and said that he was just curious, after which Ling left and ordered that all known information about the Black Dragon, as well as a restroom, be prepared for her. Liu Ce was still stunned by the appearance of Lin as this was the first time he saw the daughter of the pavilion owner, as well as the World Beast Association. The World Animal Association, in turn, was the largest association specializing in collecting exotic animals, and thanks to her unprecedented talent, the girl joined it at a very young age. And today, Lin has come to defeat the Black Dragon. And if everything goes well, she will become the best Beastmaster on the entire continent. The first thing Jia Ye ordered was to bring Ling the Dragon Training Manual, but Zhuotai and Liu Ce discovered that someone had already bought it, and that someone turned out to be Su Yang. Jia Yue noted that this seemed like a simple coincidence, as the young man had no way of knowing about the lady's arrival, and yet he was curious as to why Su Yang needed guidance. Zhuotai suggested asking him to return the book, but Jia Yue said that would only create a stir, so they needed to find other sources of information. Meanwhile, Su Yang was already studying the manual and was quite satisfied with his new purchase. for the contents of the book justified its cost of 5.1 million gold. After some time, he finally found the page with the black dragon and was immediately surprised, because nowhere was there mentioned the dragon's talent in the form of reducing damage by 80%. Given the professionalism of the Heavenly Pavilion, Su Yang began to wonder if the research team had been unable to discern the further characteristics of the Black Dragon, and that they did not know all the information. The manual stated that during the research, a dragon was discovered in the northwest region of Luoshui City, Anbei City District, which was in the juvenile stage, which corresponds to the Diamond Period. A dragon in its adolescent stage, which corresponds to the period of the Shining Moon, was discovered in the central area of Yi City, Linjiang City District, in Longmai Mountain. And the last unconquered kingdom was located in the southeastern region of the city of Yongfeng, in the city's Tianling District. The well-known lair of the Black Dragon, which was in its adult stage, which corresponds to the period of the scorching sun. Upon closer inspection, the young man discovered that the Black Dragon, while in its juvenile stage, had accidentally consumed an unknown piece of flesh, which led to its ascension. This gave Su Yan the idea that he could use the previously obtained unknown flesh for his own purposes to become even stronger. And then, even the fifth transformation hunters would not be his rivals. At the same time, the system notified the young man that by killing the dragon, he would be able to get it as a pet, which surprised and pleased him at the same time. Meanwhile, a new message came into the guild chat, where the other members were discussing a secret diamond-level kingdom located in the forest, and the young man was thinking about joining them. As soon as Su Yan wrote something in the guild chat, the others immediately began to vigorously discuss it. However, it wasn't just the Phantom Cloud Guild that was planning to head into the forest, but also the guys from the Spirit Hunters Guild. More precisely, they wanted to go into the dungeon in order to kill the members of the Phantom Cloud Guild there, claiming that this way they could even the score. The secret kingdom was called the Giant Primeval Forest, and the recommended level to enter was 90. Quite a few people gathered around, despite the fact that this dungeon was similar in level to the Black Dragon's lair, and its difficulty was also high. Moreover, this was not just a dungeon, but a trial secret realm, a special task carried out by the temple, and it opens only once a year, and only guilds above rank A and with the fifth transformation have the opportunity to participate in it. The guild that entered the top 3 would receive very valuable rewards and resources. In addition, this was also a great chance to show off. And as the only A-rank guilds in Tianling, Phantom Cloud and Spirit Hunters intended to crush each other. Initially, the Spirit Hunters were an order of magnitude stronger, but after their defeat in the Black Dragon's lair, a drop in levels, and the loss of equipment, they found themselves at a disadvantage. However, as soon as they arrived, Lei Shan immediately ordered the others to leave, saying that he and Phantom Cloud would handle everything themselves. Su Yang had no intention of leaving, and one of the Spirit Hunters didn't like this. However, he decided not to bother with him and to clearly demonstrate the difference in strength so that the others would understand that it was better not to mess with him again. Not only was he able to knock him down by simply grabbing his hand, but he also sent him on a long journey, throwing him so hard that he destroyed more than one tree with his body. Lei Shan was disturbed by what he saw, and asked Su Yang who he was and why he harmed that guy. The young man replied that the guy wanted to harm him, and Lei Shan decided to turn a blind eye to this, believing Su Yang's words. Zhao Ming asked the leader why he ignored what happened, to which Lei Shan explained that the guy was one step away from the fourth transformation, and considering how easily Su Yang defeated him, it would be better for them not to get involved in trouble. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys arrived, and Lin Yuyun demanded that Lei Shan explain what he was planning. Lei Shan suggested that they go to the dungeon first and then discuss everything, but Lin Yuyun called him ridiculous, reminding him that their previous group outing had once led to everyone's death. Lin Yuyun asked him if he had come here specifically to hinder them, since they had failed to deal with the lair themselves, causing them to lose all their equipment and levels. Her words deeply hurt Lei Shan, and he declared that if that happened, they would never be able to enter the secret realm. In response to his words, Rongshui attacked him and demanded that he stop all this chatter, to which Lei Shan suggested that they decide everything before they entered the dungeon. Su Yang also decided not to stand aside and asked Lei Shan who he was to so confidently declare that they would not enter the dungeon today. Meanwhile, with them were also Su Yan, a level 94 demonic wind master, and Ji Muzi, a level 92 bard. Su Yang apologized to Lin Yuyun for not having shown up at the guild yet. Lin Yuyun was surprised by how capable Su Yang was, as at such a young age he could already be assessed as an S rank. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming attacked Su Yang, starting their feud. The young man decided not to ignore the sudden attack, and responded to Zhao Ming in kind. Lei Shan also wanted to intervene, but Su Yang asked him if they had come here just to create unnecessary trouble for them. The young man noted that in that case, he would have to teach them a lesson, and these words greatly surprised the others. However, upon seeing him take out the scrolls, Lei Shan immediately ordered the others to immediately activate defensive magic. However, all of this was useless, because now Su Yang possessed truly destructive power. Lei Shan couldn't believe his own eyes, and he couldn't even resist the youth's strength. As a result, the spirit hunters suffered another defeat and were once again left empty-handed. The members of Phantom Cloud were also surprised and couldn't believe that such a strong guy had joined their guild. Thanks to this, Jimuzi managed to draw Su Yang, and Lin Yuyun realized that he had used the scrolls to destroy the protective formation, and then used his own abilities. The girls were extremely impressed with the young man, and already considered him the most powerful member of the guild. After this, the guys finally went to explore the dungeon. The first monster they encountered was a level 89 two-headed velociraptor. However, dealing with such a monster was as easy as pie for the holy knight Lin Yuyun. In addition to the two-headed velociraptor, the boys also encountered a giant bear, an elite level 95 monster. Su Yang decided to keep up with Lin Yuyun and entered the battle by attacking the giant bear. The young man dealt over 100,000 damage to the monster in an instant, and defeated it as if it were a low-ranking mob. Thanks to the teamwork of Su Yan and Lin Yuyun, the first batch of monsters were cleared without any difficulty. After some time, the guys reached the dungeon boss, the failed hybrid giant, level 98 with 4.5 million health. Despite the boss's terrifying appearance, Su Yang assured everyone that they would defeat him today. Meanwhile, Zhao Tai reported to Jia Yue that, according to a tip-off, the Spirit Hunter and Phantom Cloud guilds had recently clashed in a battle in the giant deep forest. Jia Yue was not surprised to learn that the Spirit Hunters had fallen. For the more people despair, the more they commit rash acts. At this time, the Phantom Cloud Guild defeated the dungeon boss, and the finishing blow was delivered by Lin Yuyun. In addition, the guys completed the trial in the secret realm. Lin Yuyun thanked Su Yang for the opportunity to deal the finishing blow, and in doing so, raised her level to 100. The young man became a real hero in the eyes of the others, and almost every girl wanted to ask him at least something. While most were trying to make friends with Su Yang, the rest were already examining the rewards they had received from the boss. Lin Yuyun suggested that Su Yang also take some reward, but the young man refused, saying that he already had everything. An Yu, meanwhile, suggested that everyone celebrate the victory over the boss and invited Su Yang to join. Su Yang wanted to go with the others, but at that moment, the system alerted him of an intrusion into the lair, after which the young man immediately connected to the system and only apologized to the girls that he would not be able to have dinner with them. As soon as Su Yang returned to his dragon form, he decided to see who had invaded this time. He was surprised to see only one person, but his appearance was frightening, and it seemed that he was not quite human. It turned out to be not a human, but a representative of the elven race. Alcarai Lawrence, a court mage of the 140th level. His strength was significantly different from that of ordinary hunters. He didn't care who was in front of him, a priest, a demonic dog, or a bloody warrior. He killed them without hesitation. Lawrence himself felt only hatred towards them, and if it weren't for the princess, he would never have entered the lair. Su Yang was surprised when Alcarai mentioned the princess, and wondered if he was talking about the elf girl locked in the cage next to him. He tried to find out something from her by waking her up and asking if she was an elven princess. The elf was extremely surprised that the dragon could speak, and did not understand why he was asking her about it. Had he really just kidnapped her? Since she remained silent, Su Yang decided to scare her a little. And after that, the elf spoke, introducing herself as Lilith Savareya, the sixth daughter of Queen Savareya. Su Yang remembered that the countries of the elves, dragons, and giants were in the SSS class space, and among the three clans, only the elves were friendly with humans, and the ruler of the elves was called Savaraya, a very powerful elf. He also showed her that right now, one of her fellow tribesmen was trying to save her. However, Lilith was confused, not understanding why he had come to save her. Lilith stated that she would rather sit in a cage for the rest of her life than be saved by Alcaray, saying that he and his family were the true scum of society and that she would never forget their actions. She told Su-Yan that Alcaray was a real monster who had tried to get close to her from the very beginning in order to take advantage of her trust. But she came to her senses in time. In addition, the Lawrence family is one of the most powerful in the Elven land, and even the queen finds it difficult to resist their influence, and Lilith is the least favored of the heirs. Su-Yang warned Lilith that he was going to give her to Alcaray, noting that he was of little interest in what was happening there, because otherwise he himself could find himself on the brink of life and death. However, Lilith asked him not to do this, promising to tell him everything she knew. Lilith revealed that members of the Lawrence family are born with powerful spiritual powers and have an excellent predisposition to magic. But they have a serious weakness. Their bodies are very fragile. Even if their spiritual strength is equal to 5 to 6 transformations, their physical strength barely reaches 1 transformation. For this reason, the Lawrence family had long covered their bodies with a powerful barrier of mana. Lilith had lost all hope of salvation and was already preparing to accept her fate. Su-Yang thought about consuming the unknown piece of rotten meat to advance to the next stage and become even stronger. However, even after absorption, the dragon will move into a new period, providing only external protection. It cannot be called complete. Meanwhile, Su-Yang was wondering if he could use his weapon. Lilith wanted to ask for her release, but turning around, she saw that the dragon had suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, Su-Yang's suspicions were confirmed. He was indeed able to use his equipment in dragon form. Thanks to the Shadow Kill and Shadow Body equipment, his stats have increased significantly, and the attributes of the equipment, weapons, and his own skills have also been transferred to the dragon. Alcaray was looking forward to meeting Athos so that he could rescue the princess and marry her as soon as possible. He didn't care whether she survived or not. But suddenly, when Alcaray didn't expect it, a black dragon appeared above him. With just one blow, he had badly damaged Alcaray, leaving him with only 6% health. In the blink of an eye, Alcaray was defeated and incinerated by the black dragon. By killing Alcaray, Su-Yang obtained the first forbidden curse, Thunder's Delusion, a spell that activates the movement of heaven and earth, capable of inflicting devastating damage on all enemies. Moreover, he obtained the legendary attribute Twilight Wolf Summoning Stone, which, once used, summons 2 6th-rank wolves to fight by the owner's side. In addition, he received another legendary attribute, Spell Scroll Immortal's Blessing, which allows him to resist attacks from 6th-tier enemies, as well as several pieces of Alcaray equipment. Meanwhile, Lilith was restless. She was worried about the dragon, thinking what would happen if he lost. However, as soon as she thought about the dragon, it suddenly appeared right in front of her and slightly frightened her. Su-Yang told Lilith that after his surprise attack, Alcaray was burned to the ground, so she could rest easy. This worried Lilith even more, because Alcaray had incredibly powerful defenses. But even so, the dragon was able to kill him. Meanwhile, Su-Yang asked her why she didn't have powerful abilities like the other members of the elf royal families. Lilith told him that since she carried the curse placed on the elves by the Giant King, it not only blocked her powers, but also significantly shortened her lifespan. This is because in every generation of elves, there is someone who will bear this curse. And this time, she was the victim, so no one in the royal family takes her seriously. Su-Yang was surprised by how hard Lilith's life was, and one could even say that he slightly changed her fate by deciding to let her go. He said that now Lilith is free, at least she is not in a cage, and in addition, she can live in his lair for now. Lilith didn't quite understand what had happened and why the dragon had suddenly become kinder, and she wanted him to explain everything to her. However, immediately after this, Su-Yang left the dragon's body and it fell asleep. Returning home, the young man was incredibly surprised because during his absence, he had received more than 99 messages. All of these messages were from guild members, and choosing not to reply to everyone, Su-Yang only wrote to Lin Yu-Yun and apologized for leaving so quickly. Lin Yu-Yun replied that it was okay, as everyone had urgent matters to attend to, but she hoped that they would definitely spend time together next time. She also sent him a photo of their celebration, and Su-Yang was a little surprised by how lively it was, and that it seemed like he would be able to get along with Lin Yu-yun more easily than the others. The next day, Su Yang went to the temple again for a quest, where he also met Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian noted that she had heard about how she and Lin Yu-yun had gone to the diamond-level secret realm. After Su Yang replied that it was true and he had reached level 60 yesterday, Xiao Qian felt uneasy. She thought that they were now from different worlds and would stop communicating. However, Su Yang praised her, saying that reaching level 20 was also very difficult and that there was potential in her profession, and he believed that she had a bright future. These words truly ignited a spark of hope and confidence within Xiao Qian, that she could achieve great things. After some time, Su Yang finally received a new 5-star quest where he had to kill the demon spirit cannibal, an incredibly strong platinum level 60 boss. Bai Ling also warned the young man to be careful, as there was talk of the appearance of the Red Moon. She told him that the Red Moon was a special phenomenon in which the monsters of the secret realm became extremely wild and dangerous. And in the dilapidated mansion, the largest number of monsters succumbed to its influence. Bai Ling noted that there is no specific pattern to the occurrence of a red moon, and it only becomes clear in the early morning. Su Yang thanked Bai Ling for her concern, but he did not take her warning seriously because he was confident in his own strength. The quest took place in the secret kingdom of the half-ruined mansion, a level 60 mansion that once belonged to a gardener. According to legend, the nobleman was driven mad by a curse and, going mad, killed everyone who lived in the mansion in one night. Bai Ling's fears were not in vain. The blood moon had indeed risen. The guard wanted to warn that a particularly dangerous phenomenon had begun, but before he could do anything, someone had already entered, despite the red moon. That someone was Su Yang, whom the guard didn't notice because he was very drunk. The young man fought with the ghost boys, and at first glance they seemed quite weak to him. But there was one but. Due to the influence of the red moon, monsters suddenly went mad and their levels were raised. The monsters were significantly different from their former selves. They became faster, stronger, and much more dangerous. Suddenly, the demon blade activated on its own, as if a defense against attacks had been activated. The system then informed the young man that 10 points had been taken away from his 100 points. And when his points reached 0, the system would go into a frenzy. Su Yang didn't quite understand what this meant, but one thing was clear. He had underestimated the effect of the red moon, and didn't even think that the monster's attack power and defense would be doubled. Now the young man needs to be much more serious and remain vigilant, so as not to fall into the clutches of monsters. After some time, Su Yang defeated a few more monsters and his points dropped to 60, and his mana reserve was about 20%. Su Yang was surprised at how difficult this quest was, because he hadn't even gotten close to the boss yet, and he had already lost a lot of strength. Moreover, suddenly another level 82 elite monster, a giant corpse, appeared in front of him. Initially, the young man wanted to use only his skills, but seeing the threat in front of him, he decided to play his trump cards. He summoned the very same wolves he had received after killing Alkarai, and they instantly dealt with the monster. Fortunately, the spirits have no problem recognizing their master. Otherwise, Su Yang would have had a hard time, considering both wolves were level 125. After some time, Su Yang finally found the room with the boss and was in anticipation of what awaited him there. As soon as the young man opened the door, he was quite surprised, because some kind of scene was playing out in front of him, and in the center of this very scene was the Red Moon Erosion, a cannibal, a level 90 boss of the immortal species. However, no matter how strong the boss was, for Su Yang's moonwolves, he was just easy prey. Su Yang dealt the final blow, and for killing the cannibal, he received about 100,000 experience points, as well as platinum rake equipment, the Ring of Will-o'-the-Wisp, the Crystal Core, and the Cannibal's Indignation. The Crystal Core was an item that contained a large amount of mana, which could be used in conjunction with pills or to enhance attributes, increasing them by as much as 80 points. Platinum gear was indeed a good reward, but until the young man reached level 80, he could not equip it. Meanwhile, a group was already standing next to the portal to the mansion, in which Lin was also present. Juotai was with her, and none of the boys knew who had gotten inside the mansion, and who had the courage to do so. Lin didn't understand why nothing was happening, because the power of the dilapidated mansion, under the influence of the Red Moon, had reached the diamond level, and even she had to be careful, not to mention the others. But suddenly, the portal began to open, and everyone froze in anticipation of who would come out of it. Everyone thought that some incredibly powerful hunter would appear, but when they saw Su Yang, they were quite shocked. The young man was also surprised to see them and began to think that they had managed to discover his true body after all. Su Yang's appearance truly shocked Juotai and Liu Te because they certainly didn't expect to see him here. Su Yang first asked them why they were here, noting that the Secret Kingdom did not need so many people, and in response received a similar question. The first thing the guard did was flare up, saying that if the young man had died inside the Secret Kingdom, it was scary to imagine what punishment would have awaited him. However, Lin intervened and ordered the guard to leave, and she asked Su Yang if he had really managed to cope on his own. After Su Yang confidently declared that he had done it himself, Ling acknowledged his abilities and demanded the crystal he had obtained from the boss, offering to name the price. In response, Su Yang just laughed and asked her who she was to demand something so brazenly. The young man had no idea that right in front of him was the youngest genius of the association and the daughter of the owner of the Heavenly Pavilion. One of Lin servants was about to teach the young man a lesson, but she quickly stopped her. Su Yang realized that he was in a very difficult situation and had just made it even worse. Ling summoned her level 90 falcon and said that if the young man could withstand it for 3 minutes, she would pretend that nothing had happened. This was quite unexpected, causing Su Yang to be a little confused and unable to concentrate immediately. Lu Ti noted that the guy was definitely finished now, but Jutai was confident that he could handle the falcon, since clearing out the Secret Kingdom during the peak of the Red Moon was a much more difficult task. The falcon was quite agile, and Su Yang had no choice but to show off his power. The first thing he did was to play along with the falcon so that it would attack him, and it would look like he had lost. However, at that very moment, he pierced the spirit with his blade and killed him. This also surprised Lin because she didn't think that the young man would dare to kill her spirit. Ling was angry, and a monstrous aura of power emanated from her. The girl was about to teach Su Yang a lesson, but Jotai stopped her in time, saying that the young man had a special status, being an important person in the temple, as well as a member of the X-Alliance. Ling was surprised that Su Yang had the same status and was also an important person. Moreover, he also took on 5-star missions. Moreover, she herself had a hard time during the first 3 transformations, and even needed the help of the Heavenly Pavilion, while Su Yang went through it all alone. This hurt and angered Lin but she did not want to stay here any longer and told everyone to return. The young man planned to go and kill the Earth Dragon that was in the Stone Abyss, and finally complete the 5-star quest for the 3rd transformation. Meanwhile, Lin and the others arrived at the place where the dragon was located. The girl was eager to defeat the monster, since Su Yang had outsmarted her back then in the mansion, but she didn't want to let that happen again. However, not everything was as smooth as she thought. And then she was informed that someone else had also come here, and that someone turned out to be none other than Su Yang, who had come to kill the dragon. As soon as Lin saw him again, she was beside herself with rage. Su Yang asked her what brought her to this low-level wild boss area and whether she was itching to torture newcomers. Jotai told the young man that Ling was preparing to subjugate the Black Flame Wing, and that she only needed this Earth Dragon for practice, and asked him not to interfere. But the young man declared that this dragon was his goal. Ling said that, in that case, let him do as he saw fit, and warned him that once she subjugated the Black Flame Wing, even the temple would not be able to protect him. In the end, the young man only told her not to boast about what she had not yet done, and entered the portal. In fact, Ling's statement that she wanted to subjugate the Black Dragon made Su Yang wary, because with her strength and the support of the research team, she could really do it. However, his main goal now is the Earth Dragon. The Rocky Abyss Earth Dragon was a level 61 wild boss, and although the youth couldn't use the Moonwolves and Demon Blade, he wanted to finish it off with a star-level weapon. Su Yang dealt him a lot of damage, and the dragon immediately woke up. Moreover, despite its size, the dragon was quite agile and could even have harmed the young man if he had not dodged. But be that as it may, Su Yang was now at a fairly high level, and defeating such a boss alone was not difficult for him. As a result, after just a couple of attacks, he left the boss with only half health. However, everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance, and as soon as the boss had half his health left, he immediately entered a state of rage. Now, Su Yang had problems because the dragon still wouldn't stop, and he didn't know how to stop it himself. While running around the area, the young man came across a small clue in the form of a granite wall and decided to lure the boss there. The dragon crashed into the wall, which stunned him and increased the damage dealt by as much as 20%. On the other side of the portal, the rest of the guys were still waiting for him. They were interested to know if he could handle the dragon. And as soon as the system reported that Su Yang had single-handedly defeated the Rocky Abyss Earth Dragon in just 20 minutes and 18 seconds, thereby taking first place in the rankings, everyone was shocked. Meanwhile, Su Yang was already leaving the portal, and everyone was in anticipation of what kind of person he would appear from there. Seeing that the young man was wearing the armor of the Rocky Abyss Earth Dragon, the guys were surprised, and the armor looked quite funny on Su Yang. Liu Te didn't even try to hide his emotions, which didn't surprise Su Yang. The young man forgot to empty his inventory and didn't notice how it suddenly became full. And as luck would have it, the dragon's armor had good characteristics, but looked ridiculous. Meanwhile, Lin said that she acknowledged his small abilities, but she saw no reason to be proud, because he was just an Earth Dragon, which was far from her goal. In response, Su Yang declared that he would subjugate the Earth Dragon much sooner than she did, which angered her even more. However, full of confidence, he told Ling to remember his name, because he was not only a VIP in the temple, but also the one who would subjugate the Black Dragon. Su Yang himself planned to go on a secret quest. According to legend, in the deepest part of the Sleeping Mountains lies an underground prison that no one dares to approach, where once stood the secret laboratory of a great magician who researched the power and glory that comes from blood. Su Yang said goodbye to Ling, wished her good luck, and headed to Sleeping Mountain. Ling was angered by the young man's insolent behavior and ordered Zhuo Tai and Liu Te to keep an eye on him and to inform her immediately as soon as he was ready for the next stage of his career advancement. Meanwhile, the young man was finally able to hide the armor and now did not look so ridiculous. The armor itself is incredibly strong for its rank, and it should last the young man until his 4th transformation. And if it didn't look so ugly, everything would be much better. However, Su Yang headed to the Sleeping Mountains where the eternal fog reigns, and it is even said that countless living beings are buried here, and some researchers once went here to find out the truth about it. But as a result, no one ever saw them again. And the recommended level for walking in these mountains started at 70. The fog was so thick that the young man could hardly make out his surroundings, and it was also quite gloomy, cold, and quiet, just like in a cemetery. Su Yang decided to look at the map to see where this dungeon was, and when he saw how far away it was, he was stunned. Moreover, he also shouldn't let his guard down, because there were monsters secretly hiding in the fog, waiting for the right moment to attack. The young man sensed the presence of the monster and was about to strike him down, when suddenly, someone did it instead of him. That someone was Zhao Yan, a level 75 Thunder Sword Master, and seeing that a youth with such a low level had gone to the Sleeping Mountains, she was quite surprised. Su Yang thanked her for her help and said that he came here to complete a mission, which surprised Zhao Yan, who asked what quest could be completed in the Sleeping Mountains at level 60. Zhao Yan told him that she had also come here to collect materials for the 4th transformation quest and invited him to join her. However, the young man said that his assignment did not involve team play, so he was forced to refuse. In reality, Su Yang simply wanted to use his abilities without any problems and to prevent anyone else from seeing his true power. Moreover, he wanted to head to the dungeon as quickly as possible, so he summoned the Moon Wolves using their high-speed dash. The young man was surprised when he saw the red light emanating from the soul-summoning stone, and began to think that the object was under the influence of the red moon, which he wanted to ask about later at the temple. Perhaps it was a time bomb. After a short time, he reached the door of the dungeon and went inside. Su Yan didn't like it inside from the very beginning, because the smell in the dungeon wasn't the most favorable. There were a lot of human corpses around, and it looked like they had died instantly and something had sucked the blood out of them. But be that as it may, the young man came here not to see what happened to the dead, but to find the one who did all this. Walking a little further, the young man saw a level 75 boss, a dead mage possessed by a zombie. Previously, he was a mad mage who once sought the glory of blood, but for some special reason, he inevitably died. However, even after death, his evil intentions did not dissipate, which is why he kills anyone who breaks into his place. However, even though the monster was quite terrifying and powerful, it posed no threat to Su Yang. In the end, the young man easily defeated him and received the Mad Magician's Experiment notebook from the monster. After reading his notes, Su Yang realized that he was simply a crazy mage who wanted to become incredibly strong and was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Su Yang also received the Blood Blessing Ritual as a reward, a special ritual described in a mystical book that allows a person to gain power from blood and restore the glory of their family. To use the ritual, you must stand in the Blood Blessing spell circle, drink the blood of a powerful creature, and begin the ritual. This led Su Yang to think that the madman most likely died because he used the blood of ordinary people, while the youth had the blood of an earth dragon with him. However, when it comes to powerful beings, there is hardly anyone who can compare to the wing of the black flame, Athos, which gave the young man a bold thought. So the young man decided to contact the system and ask if he could connect to the boss when there were no strangers in his lair. And fortunately for him, it was possible. Su Yang decided not to hesitate and immediately began connecting to the dragon's body. Meanwhile, Lilith continued to sit in the lair, waiting for the dragon to help her get out. But he continued to sleep. But as soon as Lilith thought about this, the dragon immediately woke up, which slightly frightened her. However, it didn't end there. Lilith was shocked when she saw how the dragon pierced its own belly with his own hands. Su Yang did this to check what kind of blood was flowing inside the dragon, and was pleasantly surprised to learn that it was golden blood. Immediately after this, Su Yang left the dragon's body, and it fell asleep again, without answering Lilith's questions. Returning back, the young man was glad that there were no intruders nearby. But even if there had been, the Moonwolves would have dealt with them in an instant. Having prepared himself, Su Yang stood in the spell circle, and then, following the quest description, he needed to drink the life force and blood of a powerful creature. Throwing all doubts aside, the young man immediately drank the blood of the black dragon. After that, something strange started to happen. Su Yan's body seemed to scream in pain, and everything inside was turning inside out. It was an indescribable feeling, as if the body was immersed in lava, causing everything to melt. The blood clung to him, as if trying to absorb him, merging into one. The wolves suspected something was wrong, but the young man assured them that everything was fine, and that it was just part of the ritual that he needed to endure in order to become stronger. After some time, the weaving of the so-called cocoon was completed, and Su Yang was covered in blood. In an instant, the cocoon of blood began to crumble, and the young man seemed to be reborn. Su Yang felt as if he had been completely reborn, and could now match the strength of a 5-level strongman. After completing the ritual, all of Su Yan's stats increased by 50%, and he also gained a new skill, True Black Fire, the destructive power of black flames wielded by Athos, allowing him to instantly burn everything in his path. As the boss, Su Yang didn't feel anything special, but now everything seemed to have turned upside down. Meanwhile, he decided to immediately test his new skill, but he went a little overboard with the force. As a result, Su Yang destroyed the dungeon and, along with it, buried the secret of the blood blessing ritual, and now it cannot be used again. The young man was about to head back to the temple to undergo the transformation, but suddenly, he heard a voice asking for help. It was the voice of Zhao Yan, who was suddenly attacked by a group of ill-wishers. While wandering around the mountain, she came across Chen Jin, Zhao Si, Wang Xiao and Lei Pu, and their levels were above 90. Zhao Yan asked them if they weren't afraid that the Temple Guild would punish them for what they did. However, Lei Pu declared that they didn't care about the laws because they had been wandering through the wilds for almost a month, and now a fat prey, a beauty at that, had fallen into their hands, and they couldn't miss such a chance. Zhao Yan understood what they were getting at and was not willing to endure such humiliation, preferring to kill herself. But suddenly, someone cut off Lei Pu's hand, and he didn't even have time to react or understand who it was. And it was none other than Su Yang who heard the voice of Zhao Yan, who had also heard about a certain bandit gang attacking solo hunters. However, the bandits did not consider him a threat and wanted to get rid of him immediately. Despite the fact that Zhao Yan told Su Yang to leave, since they were not his rivals, the young man insisted on his own and wanted to teach the impudent people a lesson. Previously, the young man would have needed to use the legendary artifact to fight 4 hunters of the 4th transformation. But now, everything was different. Now, even level 90 hunters weren't a problem for him. At least, not those. As a result, the young man instantly defeated 4 hunters with the 4th transformation and saved Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan was surprised by Su Yang's strength, and after thanking him, she promised to keep everything she saw a secret. The girl was even more surprised when she learned that the young man's name was Su Yang. Zhao Yan told Su Yang that Yu Yun had been out with the girls yesterday, and An Yu had gotten so drunk that she had started telling everyone about his exploits. Su Yang was surprised by how talkative An Yu actually was, but he still wished Zhao Yan good luck while heading into the city himself. After returning to the city, Su Yang went to the temple to complete the transformation stage. The young man not only increased his transformation level, but also his profession level, and now he is a mysterious warrior mage. Moreover, he has unlocked a new level cap of up to 80, and he also has 7.2 million additional experience reserves. Su Yang gained the skill Legendary Level All Spell Destruction, which allows him to neutralize magical attacks and deal double damage in response, as well as the epic skill Armor of Magic. In addition, he received the skill book he had been longing for. The young man had become so strong that now, given his current stats, his physical attack damage increased by 248%, and his magical attack damage by 159%, and he could easily crush an Earth Dragon right now. Bai Ling also congratulated the young man on becoming even stronger again, but she looked upset. She told Su Yan that the temple in the eastern city only provided services up to the 3rd transformation, and now, in order to further develop, he needed to go to the city of heaven, which made her sad. But suddenly, the statue began to glow in a special way, and something strange began to happen. The statue's beam pierced Bai Ling's body, as if it was a blessing from a divine statue. What was happening reminded Su Yang of that very scene of the blood blessing ritual. Only one was sinister and mysterious, and the other holy and bright. After completing the blessing ritual, Bai Ling became a priestess of the Temple of 5 Transformations, and was immediately sent to serve in the City of Heaven. Now, with renewed strength and as a priestess of the City of Heaven Temple, Bai Ling will stay with Su Yang, continuing to watch him become the strongest. At the same time, the rest of the hunters rebelled because they also wanted to take the transformation quest, but they could not enter the room where the statue was located. However, after some time, Su Yang came out from there holding Bai Ling in his arms, which raised many questions from the others. One of the hunters began to threaten the young man, saying that if he did not tell what had happened between them, he would pay dearly for it. However, as soon as he sensed Su Yang's terrifying aura, he immediately retreated. Meanwhile, Su Yang was approached by the former temple guide, now a new priestess after Bai Ling was sent to the City of Heaven. The girl was very upset that she would hardly be able to meet him and Bai Ling again. But Su Yang replied that this was not so, because he would definitely return. For her, this was the most joyful news, and also a hope that she still had a chance to get to know the young man better. Meanwhile, Su Yang carried Bai Ling to the temple in the City of Heaven, as she was still unconscious. There he met a former temple priest who assured him that everything would be fine, and as soon as Bai Ling woke up, she would replace him in the City of Heaven. And since Su Yan's base would now be in the City of Heaven, he began to think about buying a house there and also resolving issues with his grandparents. After which, he sent them a letter and told them where he was and what he was doing now. And in addition, he sent them some money. The young man himself was already inspecting his new cottage with a beautiful view of the sea, which cost him almost 10 million. Moreover, since such a large house is very difficult to maintain, the young man acquired several maids who had to take care of the house on a daily basis. For the first time in a long time, the young man understood what it was like to relax when you had a lot of money. This kind of life truly made Su Yan happy, and he enjoyed every moment, because before he could not even imagine that he would live like this. Meanwhile, Bai Ling finally woke up and did not immediately understand where she was. There was a priest next to her at that time who told her everything, and also noted that the divine statue had not given prophecies for many years, and this time the appearance of the spirit seemed to be connected with a new hero, and asked her what she thought of the young man. Bai Ling said that he is like a heroic man who always performs miracles, and he not only has exceptional courage and strength, but also a kind and steadfast heart. so she is confident that he will bring new light to this world. The old priest confided in Bai Ling, saying that she was a good judge of character, so he could confidently entrust the city of heaven to her. But he was worried that the red moon had not dissipated for many days. This meant only one thing: that very event that Bai Ling forgot to warn Su Yang about. Immediately after that, Bai Ling ran to find Su Yang to tell him about the red moon's invasion. Meanwhile, the young man was about to go to bed when he suddenly heard someone screaming. Running out into the street, he saw one of the maids pointing her finger at the sky in horror, saying that there was a monster there. And it wasn't a hallucination or anything like that. The system immediately notified the young man that a rare event, Red Moon Invasion, had been activated, and now he needed to defeat the invading monsters. Moreover, the first monster he encountered was the Giant Axe Hands monster, a boss from the Demon Clan whose level was unknown. But the strangeness didn't end there. Suddenly, Su Yang noticed Ling appear, declaring that he was the target of the event that night. Ling told him to leave, saying that this time she would be the one to eliminate the Red Moon's invasion. The young man didn't understand what was going on and asked Ling to explain what the Red Moon invasion was. But she replied that she didn't have to tell him and that it would be better to ask someone else. Then Lin released her spirit to fight the monsters. After that, a battle began between the monster and the spirit, and it seemed like they were about to destroy everything around them, which did not make Su Yang happy at all. Meanwhile, Bai Ling finally found Su Yang and ran to him to tell him everything. Bai Ling told him that after the Red Moon appeared, monsters from an unknown space called the Scarlet Withering would emerge for a certain period of time. Monsters invade the areas where the heroes are located in order to kill them, and only they can destroy these monsters. This is what the Red Moon invasion is. Furthermore, heroes killed by the Crimson Withering cannot be resurrected. And according to stories from the temple so far, all such invasions have occurred after the hero has achieved the third transformation. However, as a third transformation, this event was too crazy. And Bai Ling noted that perhaps Ling wanted to get the Red Moon Crystal to be her equal. Su Yang realized that the monsters that were originally at the third transformation level had suddenly risen to the fifth, which was absolutely impossible under normal circumstances, unless their level changed dynamically. Meanwhile, Lin was unable to resist the monster and was in a very disadvantageous position. The young man decided not to stand aside and also join the battle, declaring that he could deal with the monster alone. After that, Su Yang released his energy and prepared to deal a crushing blow to the boss. However, the boss was also no slouch and skillfully fought off all of the young man's annoying attacks. However, it didn't help, and the young man was able to deliver a powerful blow, leaving him with about 40% health. Lin couldn't believe what she saw. The young man was able to reduce the boss's health to less than half with just one blow. Su Yang's guess that the monster's strength changed depending on the current target was also confirmed. And right now, he was fighting against a boss that was only in its third transformation. This in turn meant only one thing. Now for the young man, it was just a monster and not a demonic boss. However, just 2 or 3 blows were not enough. And after the last blow, the boss went into a rage. But even in his rage, it did not help him defeat the young man, because his strength was many times greater than his. Bai Ling was amazed at how quickly Su Yang was able to defeat the boss without even blinking an eye. Ling was also happy for him, but not from the bottom of her heart. And she also became curious about what kind of person this Su Yang really was. However, she planned to deal with this later, and immediately after the death of the boss, she left, only saying at the end that next time she would show him what she was capable of. Meanwhile, Su Yang took out the Red Moon Crystal and asked Bai Ling what was unique about it. However, before Bai Ling could say anything, something strange happened, as if the crystal had activated on its own. Following this, the young man fell to his knees and could not move. His body seemed not to obey him. Su Yang lost consciousness and woke up on the bed next to Bai Ling, which made him very confused and scared. But she explained to him that she had only performed the purification ritual. Bai Ling told him that, according to Article 992 of the Temple Rules, when a hero fights a Scarlet Wither, he will be infected by its scarlet power, and accumulating too much of this power could cause him to turn into a Scarlet Wither himself. Therefore, after the battle with the Scarlet Withering, the priest is obliged to free the hero from its influence. However, such a ritual requires close contact between two people, but there is no other choice. Moreover, this also has consequences for the priest. However, the priest's body is special, and with the help of the divine statue, is able to independently cleanse itself from the infection of the scarlet power. But this requires at least a day or two. Su Yang pointed out that she should not take such a risk under any circumstances, because if something happened to her because of him, it would be on his conscience. This made Bai Ling quite embarrassed, and in the meantime, she decided to change the topic of conversation and tell the young man about the privileges of the third level of the 5-star transformation. Starting with the third transformation, the hero becomes a VIP member of the temple and can enjoy some privileges, such as an increased monthly allowance of 1 billion instead of 50 million. In addition, the discount on the purchase of goods increases from 30% to 50%, available with the Alliance X Black card, and what's more, the young man gains the right to join an S-Class guild. But that's not all. The most important thing is opening access to the Red Moon Crystal Core exchange point, opened by the temple, where you can exchange Red Moon Crystal cores for various items. Moreover, he can exchange the cores for various forbidden spells and artifacts, and to see the items available for exchange, one only needs to place one's hand on the divine statue. Su Yang decided not to waste time and immediately look at what items were available for him to exchange. Opening the exchange point, the young man saw that he had access to the First Order spell for 300 cores, the Second Order spell for 900 cores, and the semi-artifact longsword, Song of Day and Water, for a whopping 4,000 cores. In addition, another half-artifact, the spellbook Heart of the Ocean, was available for 4,000 cores. And finally, a full-fledged artifact, the Eternally Golden Spear, for a whopping 10,000 cores. Su Yang was surprised not only by the items put up for exchange, but also by their prices, because even the lowest item was worth around 300, while he only had 3 such cores. Meanwhile, Bai Ling was forced to return to the temple and warned Su Yang that an important foreign guest would be arriving in the City of Heaven today. At the same time, a portal appeared in the center of Longsha, from which the same foreign guest emerged. This guest turned out to be Minzi Jinshi, a level 128 Beastmaster from the Flower Realm, and also the daughter of the Minzi family. Elder Li Lao, the consul for external relations of Longsha, himself came out to meet such an important person. Li Lao hinted to one of Jinshi's servants, Wuze, that she should think twice about her decision regarding her intention to tame the most merciless black dragon. To this, Wuzi replied that if Ling didn't succeed, it didn't mean that Jinshi wouldn't succeed. Meanwhile, Jinshi intervened, asking if they had really become friends just by meeting for the first time. Li Lao himself was surprised at how naive the daughter of the Minza family really was, and how completely different she was from her father. However, Li Lao told Jinshi that the Black Dragon's lair was outside the City of Heaven, in the City of Eternal Winds, and the teleportation point was right in front of them. Afterwards, Li Lao wished them good luck, saying that, unfortunately, he would not be able to accompany them due to government duties. Hearing Jinshi's boys whispering behind her back about how strange Li Lao and the people from Longxia were, the girl told them to stop such talk and show respect. Ling who came to look at her from the outside, could not miss such a visit either. But what worried her most was Su Yang. Zhuotai reported to Luo Lin that they had conducted a small investigation, during which they found out that Su Yang had again become several times stronger, but he had no support. Even in the guild, he had only gone into the dungeon once. After learning how amazing Su Yang had become, Ling became even more angry and was sure that he was hiding something. Meanwhile, Jinshi went into the portal and, before entering, looked at Ling and waved her hand. This surprised Ling and Zhuotai because they used items to hide. And even so, Jinshi was able to see them. Meanwhile, Ling said that she had changed her mind and told Zhuotai to immediately gather all the people and meet at the entrance of the Black Dragon's lair in half an hour to prepare to seize the secret kingdom. Meanwhile, Su Yang continued to enjoy his carefree days surrounded by maids. However, upon receiving a system alert about an intrusion into the lair, he immediately connected to the boss, and his sudden disappearance greatly frightened the maids. This time, it was the S-Rank Guild Exploration Team, whose leader was Lin Returning to the dragon's body, the first thing Su Yang saw was 2 elite monsters he had never seen before. and they confidently declared that they would deal with the invaders themselves. Meanwhile, Lilith explained to him that on the day he suddenly went berserk and started harming himself, the two licked his blood and thus mutated. However, only they were able to successfully mutate, while the rest turned into a useless bunch of monsters. Su Yang was quite surprised by this situation and ordered the two mutated ones to head towards the invaders and, if possible, detain them or eliminate them. At the same time, Lilith looked dissatisfied, but did not reveal the reason for this. This was because the hero squad was incredibly powerful this time, and they might be able to defeat the Black Dragon, which was what was bothering Lilith. Meanwhile, Lin Er and the others continued to kill the monsters one after another, breaking through to the dragon. After some time, those same two elite mutated monsters appeared before them. But even so, Lin Er ordered no one to retreat. Even though the monsters were significantly different from the previous ones, Lin Er was confident in her strength and believed that today was the day they would slay the dragon. As a result, with the combined efforts of the two, the monsters were defeated instantly, just like low-ranking mobs. Lin Er also decided to try to tame the fallen monster and make it part of her army. The monster tried to resist Lin Er's pressure, but it was to no avail. As a result, one of the monsters succumbed to the girl's charms, becoming her servant. Su Yang was not happy with this outcome and decided to resort to extreme measures and eat that piece of flesh. Even though the taste was a little peculiar, he had no other choice, or he would lose. Immediately after this, his body began to change, and a beam from the sky pierced him, as if endowing him with an unknown power. Now it was not just the dungeon boss, Black Flame Wing, Black Dragon Athos, but Athos had risen to the level of the Shining Moon, becoming the level 150 boss. Black Flame Wing, Black Dragon Athos. This sudden change caused great shock and surprise among the heroes, and they did not understand what to do next. Seeing that the dragon had mutated and was now about to strike them, the heroes immediately began to erect a shield. However, despite the fact that they were high-ranking heroes, they were no match for a level 150 boss, and with one attack, he managed to kill 10 people, leaving 6 more on the brink of death. But this time, the heroes were prepared, and Jotai decided to use the Emerald Circle of Life, which restores full health after death but can only be used once. After this, he restored the health of the remaining heroes and told them to prepare for battle. Then all the heroes attacked the dragon again at once, inflicting a colossal amount of damage on him. But even so, the dragon stood confidently on its own 2 feet. To him, their attacks were more like mosquito bites, so he decided to swat them away. Ling Er couldn't believe what was happening, and that her group had lost so easily to the dragon. Meanwhile, Zhuotai told Ling Er to leave here as quickly as possible, while they delayed him. For, against a monster of the Shining Moon level, they had no chance or even a hint of success. Lin Er didn't want to admit it, but Zhuotai was right, and she decided to listen to him. However, Zhuotai and the others were unable to stop the dragon, as it instantly incinerated them with its flames. Moreover, Ling Er was unable to escape either, because as soon as Su Yang dealt with the others, he headed towards her. Ling Er thought that she would be able to escape and return safely, find a next-level dragon and tame it. But in the end, she ended up in the clutches of a black dragon. The dragon wanted to swallow her, saying that she would pay with her own life for her stupidity and naivety. However, he was unable to eat it, because Ling Er was so frightened that she began to sob uncontrollably. Su Yang noted that he understood her desire to win, but he could not let her go, so he gave her a quick death. Meanwhile, Su Yan's experience was around 32 million, and his level had risen from 72 to 79. Meanwhile, with Ling Er, he received the ring Whisper of Dong of the Shining Moon level. The ring had no restrictions and endowed the wearer with a number of effects and enhancements. In addition, he received a first-tier spell scroll, Wind God's Fury, a scroll that would tear to shreds anyone who dared challenge him. Lilith was also glad that the dragon had defeated the invaders again, and was waiting for the moment when she would finally receive the promised true freedom. Su Yang, meanwhile, left the dragon body and returned to his house, frightening the maids with his sudden appearance. Besides, if before he just lay down on the bed and rested, now he had people who could take care of him. Meanwhile, the heroes were angry because they lost to the dragon again, and the dungeon level suddenly changed. Zhuotai told everyone to stop complaining and asked if any of them had seen Ling Er. Meanwhile, Lin Er hid from other people's eyes and was upset because all her work had gone down the drain. It was difficult for the girl to accept defeat because she was ready to tame the black dragon. But in the end, she lost and hardly had the right to continue to be called a brilliant master of beasts. Seeing Zhou Tai, Ling Er became frightened and ordered him to go back and tell Jia Yue everything. Zhou Tai tried to console her, saying that no one expected such an outcome, and that the dragon had suddenly leveled up, and that losing to a boss of such a level was not at all shameful, and also suggested that she choose another target to tame. This made Ling Er think that neither Zhenxi nor Su Yang would be able to defeat the Black Dragon of the Shining Moon. So if she managed to tame the other dragons before them, she would remain the first genius beastmaster in Longsha. After all, besides the Black Dragon, in Longsha there is also a red and even a silver dragon. Of them, the red one is a little weaker, the silver one is stronger, but they are both star level. And if Ling Er can tame the silver one, she will be the first one to do so. After this, Lin Er came out to the other heroes and declared that all lost items would be compensated and told everyone not to despair. However, it didn't end there, because suddenly, Zhenxi, the one Ling Er wanted to see the least, came to them. Zhenxi tried to befriend her, while Ling Er decided to simply leave, not wanting to get closer. Wuzi laughed, saying that Ling Er probably failed at taming the dragon, for which she was immediately hit on the head by Zhenxi, who told her not to gloat. Meanwhile, Zhenxi also asked to open the dungeon so she could go and tame the dragon. But when Wuzi saw that the dungeon level was a Shining Moon level, she was shocked, as it was previously said that this was a star-level dungeon. They immediately reported this to Li Lao and demanded an explanation, to which he suggested that they rest in the City of Heaven and discuss everything later. Li Lao himself didn't understand why the dungeon had risen from the diamond level to the Shining Moon, because this had never happened before. The next day, Su Yang went to the portal to the dragon's lair to challenge him. After all, despite the fact that even the strongest heroes couldn't defeat the boss, the young man was confident that he could handle it. Entering the dungeon, he was slightly surprised, because for the first time, he saw it from the hero's side and not from the height of the dragon's fortress. The first thing Su Yang did was demonstrate his strength, an energy reminiscent of the aura of Athos emanating from him, which surprised the local monsters. The young man decided to focus on the dragon, and to keep the smaller monsters from interfering, he summoned the moon wolves and ordered them to deal with them. Su Yang himself decided to possess the boss and start the battle while in his body. When he appeared before the moon wolves, they were frightened, not knowing what to do since they were unlikely to defeat the dragon. What amazed them even more was that the dragon suddenly pierced its own body. One day, the young man realized that the dragon's damage reduction talent did not work on him, and that if his health was significantly reduced, it could affect critical equipment. Meanwhile, he ordered the black dragon to stay put, suppress the health regeneration, and ordered the other monsters not to move. After this, Su Yang left the dragon body and returned to human form. He then attacked the dragon, confident that he could finally defeat it. However, everything turned out to be not so simple, and after 2 hours of hard fighting, the boss's health dropped to only 19%. It was a long battle, but the young man was not going to give up and wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. Suddenly, Lilith woke up from a scream that resembled the roar of a black dragon. Moreover, the monsters from the dungeon began to disappear, as if dissolving, and the dragon's aura disappeared along with them. This marked the end of the black dragon Athos, who fell at the hands of Su Yan. The young man couldn't believe it was all over, because he had received over 1 billion experience points for killing the dragon. His level had risen from 79 to 80, and he still had 53 million experience points left in reserve. In addition, he received an incredibly powerful black dragon weapon, which instilled fear in everyone with its very appearance. It was a unique dragonbone greatsword, Athos the Devourer, which had a number of properties, unique features, and no limitations. Su Yang immediately decided to test it, and with just one swing, he destroyed a significant part of the dungeon. In addition, for completing the quest to destroy the dragon, he received its heart, which increases spirit by 50%, strength by 100%, and allows him to ignore the racial abilities of dragons, increasing damage to them by 500%. Moreover, now the black dragon Athos will fight on the side of the young man. You just have to summon him. Thus, Su Yang gained not only incredible strength, but also a powerful ally. Immediately after that, he went to the top of the dragon fortress to meet Lilith. He extended his hands to her, saying that he had come to save her, which left Lilith confused. She couldn't believe that someone had managed to subdue the black dragon, because she considered it impossible. The elf believed that black dragons were the strongest and most cruel, and even death could not force them to submit. In the past, the strongest elves tried to tame the black dragon but failed, whereas the young man before her succeeded. Lilith wasn't entirely sure that the young man could be trusted, and yet she had no other choice. This ended the black dragon's lair dungeon. Athos fell, and the kidnapped elf Lilith was freed. Meanwhile, in the wasteland beyond the Black Dragon's secret realm, a group of hunters fought. And seeing that the boss himself appeared right in front of them, the guys were shocked and immediately started running. Meanwhile, Su Yan suggested that Lilith go to the city authorities' residence so that they could help her return to the land of the elves. But she refused. Lilith asked if she could go with him, but she did not reveal the reason, not wanting to reveal that she had vowed to marry the savior. The elf also wanted to know how he managed to subdue the black dragon, but the young man avoided answering, calling it a secret. However, he decided not to rush back to the city, but instead to disturb the hunters and local residents a little. Hearing the roar of the black dragon, the boys became alarmed and went to the lair, thinking that it was trying to escape. Seeing the dungeon boss come out, Jiao Yue and Wei Ming were shocked. Wei Ming asked if the young man had actually tamed the dragon, as it was beyond the realm of possibility. Su Yang didn't hesitate to demonstrate the dragon's roar and how it obeyed his orders. Wei Ming was even more surprised to see the elf princess, who could only be saved by defeating the dragon, and with an extremely low probability. He was stunned and did not understand how strong the young man was, since he was able to do what no one else had ever been able to do. He wanted to come closer, but he tripped over a stone, and it looked as if he bowed his head before it. Su Yang extended his hand to him and at the same time received a notification from the system about the new boss of the next stage. Wei Ming even thought that the young man was the head of the Global Beast Conqueror Association and apologized, introducing himself as the mayor of Heaven City. Su Yang didn't quite understand what was going on when Jinshi intervened in the conversation. She also greeted the young man, introducing herself as a beast conqueror from the Land of Flowers, and asked about his experience. However, the young man replied that he was not a beast slayer, which surprised everyone present even more. He added that he had his own secrets that he was not going to share, and asked Wei Ming to warn the city's residents. Wei Ming was pleasantly surprised that the young man thought about the safety of ordinary people even after taming the dragon. Meanwhile, Jinshi asked if she could tell her teacher about all this, but he did not immediately understand what was going on. Wei Ming explained that Zhenxi was a member of the Global Beast Conqueror Alliance, and her teacher was one of the 9 leaders. The young man was surprised, but did not want to meet the leader of the association yet, and flew away on the dragon. As soon as he arrived in the city, Lin noticed him and couldn't hold back her tears of envy. But she wasn't going to give up. Wei Ming, meanwhile, announced that the black dragon's lair had been cleared. The dragon had been tamed, and there was no need to fear it. The first thing Su Yang did was go home, and as soon as one of the maids saw the dragon, she was shocked. The young man was glad that, despite her origins, Lilith turned out to be modest and sweet, without a princess complex. Finally, after returning home, he immediately moved on to the new boss. It was the Demon Abyss boss, the divine-level original sin lord. The young man was surprised because he didn't know what a divine level was, since according to the system above the 5th transformation, each one is equal to 50 levels. There are also 6th, 7th, and 8th transformations, called the Starlight, Shining Moon, and Scorching Sun levels, which together form the legendary stage. Only by passing the so-called Test of God can one attain the status of a demigod, and then, by overcoming the long path to God, reach the divine level. Su Yang was excited to see how strong his boss would become, and decided not to waste any time. Having connected to the boss, the young man immediately understood the difference between him and the Black Dragon, because his stats were several times higher, and he also had resistance to physical, fire, water damage, and the elements of darkness and light. In addition, he possessed a number of special talents, such as immortality and the ability to resurrect any demons in the abyss. The Demon Abyss is not an ordinary dungeon in a secret realm, but a huge astral rift similar to the Elven or Dragon Kingdom. But unlike them, it is connected to the human world like a secret dungeon. Moreover, each country has a portal to enter the demon abyss, and starting from level 1, you can fight endlessly, gaining experience and rewards for killing demons. But at the same time, the difficulty of the abyss is extremely high, and the average level of demons at the first level is 40. And the human record for exploring the abyss is 386 levels. Su Yang was a little shocked that this record was set by the combined SSS rank guilds Circle of Mages and Night Sanctuary, and he didn't understand how he would move on to the next boss if even they couldn't do it. Looking more closely, he noticed 4 thrones nearby, only one of which glowed in a special way, while the other 3 did not. The young man decided that this was the right moment to use his talent for resurrecting demons. So he resurrected the boss of the 7 deadly sins of the Scorching Sun level, Gluttony, named Beelzebub. Su Yang was a little disappointed that the demon was only at the level of the Scorching Sun, because he had hoped for at least the strength of a demigod. However, everything turned out to be not so simple, because Beelzebub had a special talent of eternal hunger, devouring everything non-demonic, becoming stronger and could reach the divine level. Suddenly, the young man heard a knock at the door and ordered Beelzebub to return to the throne and await further orders. Beelzebub felt himself chosen because lust and greed were dead, and the ruler resurrected him because he wanted to prove his loyalty. Su Yang, meanwhile, severed the connection with the boss and returned to his human body again. At that moment, one of the maids came to him and said that Wei Ming wanted to talk to him personally. Su Yang didn't understand why Wei Ming had come, but he explained that the young man's feat had caused a real sensation among the beast tamers. This is because black dragons are the strongest and most brutal species, and their domestication was a real breakthrough in the history of animal control. At the same time, many beast conquerors doubted this, as they had not seen everything in person. So the Beast Conquerors Association announced that one of the leaders had already arrived in Longsha to meet with the talent. Moreover, he was supposed to arrive no later than 10 minutes later, which surprised Su Yang. Meanwhile, Luo Dashi, one of the 10 leaders of the Global Beast Conquerors Association, arrived at the teleport center of the City of Heaven. Ling was surprised to see Luo Dashi, and he was also amazed and said that he had heard about her attempt to tame the black dragon. The girl admitted that this was indeed the case, but her strength was insufficient and the title of Lunxia's first talent no longer belonged to her. Luo Dashi advised her not to get hung up on titles, because the most important thing is what she is truly strong in. Ling said that there was a secret realm called the Dragon Spirit, and recently the association found a special shrine in it that was connected to the Dragon Kingdom. However, the conditions for entry are extremely strict, and to do so, you must have your own huge dragon. And there is only one person in the world who has succeeded in doing so. That person is Vela from the Eagle Federation. Since then, many hunters have started trying to tame dragons, and Ling too. According to researchers, the stronger the dragon in the secret realm, the higher the chance of receiving blessings and rewards, which is why Ling wanted to tame the black dragon. However, Ling was not going to give up, and now wanted to tame the silver dragon, because despite its weakness, it surpassed the red one in potential. Luo Dashi advised her not to rush, since the secret kingdom of the silver dragon had already been secured for her family, and suggested that she go with him to meet that mysterious hunter. But Ling didn't want to see Su Yang after he tamed the dragon, and made up an excuse to leave. Meanwhile, Luo Dashi went to Su Yang to personally see his outstanding talent. But a small incident occurred. The black dragon reacted aggressively to the phoenix Luo Dashi, frightening the bird and causing it to fly away. However, Luo Dashi managed to calm the phoenix and returned back to Su Yang and Wei Ming. He noted that true hunters are born with talent, and despite his young age, the young man managed to subdue the black dragon. He was pleasantly surprised by Su Yang's success and said that he should not be modest, because he became the first person in the world to tame a black dragon. Lu Dashi wanted to invite him to join the association, but Su Yang replied that perhaps he shouldn't join since he wasn't a beast subjugator. Lu Dashi almost lost consciousness from what he heard, not believing that the black dragon had not been tamed by a beast conqueror. He didn't know what to do, so he turned to his colleagues for advice and told them the whole situation. The chairperson of the association from Northern Siberia, Carolina, suggested inviting the young man as an honorary participant. and the others supported her. Luo Dashi extended an offer to the young man to join the association as an honorary member with certain privileges, and in exchange, they would like to receive lessons from him on how to tame a giant dragon. Su Yang couldn't refuse, as the privileges of an SSS-ranked guild were quite tempting. Although he said he wasn't sure if his lessons would be useful. Luo Dashi remarked that there was nothing wrong with that, since even Velia had given them lessons that had been of no use, and they still wanted to hear the young man's personal experience. From the moment monster hunting became a reality, and statues of job changes appeared all over the world, the Temple of Job Changes was founded, which, by decision of the World Council, was allocated a site in the center of the world. Thus, the Holy City came into being, the headquarters of the Temple of Change of Profession, and its supreme leader was the sacred Great Priest, who never left the city. The priest's origins, status, and power remain unknown, as do those of the Holy High Priestess Euphemie Vega, who appeared only once, 10 years ago. The head of the SSS-ranked guild, Circle of Mages, Orgus Stone, the strongest mage in the world who completed the God's Trial of 9 transformations and reached the level of a demigod, one day decided to challenge her. But even at level 300, Orgus was unable to penetrate her protective light shield, after which no one dared to doubt the temple's power. At this time, the statue informed Euphemie that an abnormal phenomenon had occurred in the abyss. The previously killed king of the original sin gluttony, Beelzebub, had reappeared, and the reason was unknown. Euphemie decided to see with her own eyes what was happening in the abyss and asked the statue for a blessing. Using the Eye of Insight ability, which allows her to see any place in the world, regardless of distance and time, she peered into the abyss. As expected, the inside of the abyss was dark and ominous, which is not surprising for such a place. Euphemie discovered the throne room of the 7 original Sin Kings, and according to records, the maximum depth of the abyss was 386 levels. For every 100 levels, one of the Kings of Sin appeared. At the 100th, Beelzebub. At the 200th, Asmodeus. At level 300, there should have been Mammon, Greed, and all of them were thought to be destroyed. But for some unknown reason, Beelzebub was resurrected. Euphemie wondered how this was possible, whether the source of this was a magical power that even the Eye of Insight couldn't detect. Using even more force, Euphemie was finally able to determine who was behind all of this, and was shocked to learn that it was a human. But that was not all. Suddenly, she felt the presence of someone behind her, and this someone told her to get out. It was Pride, Lucifer, a divine-level boss. Although Euphemie possessed great power, she was unable to resist Lucifer and therefore decided to retreat. Lucifer herself was eagerly awaiting her meeting with the ruler. Euphemie couldn't believe what was happening and didn't expect that there could be such powerful beings among the original Sin Kings. But what struck her most was that there was a man behind this. Who was he? If even the king of original sin served him. Soon, a global announcement was issued that the world boss, the Lord of Original Sin, had appeared in the deepest part of the demon abyss. Killing him will reward you with a unique, limited divine weapon from the Confrontation of Sin series. This series of weapons is considered essential for the battle against the Overlord, and the chance of receiving a trophy increases depending on the profession level. Additionally, killing the world boss will unlock a new expansion, Ascension to Divine Status. The expansion will also add a 10th transformation, the Divine level. After the announcement, Luo Dashi went to meet with the chairman, wished Su Yang good luck, and said that they would be in touch again. At this time, Bailing noted with concern that anomalies were starting to occur in the world one after another. However, Su Yang assured her that everything would be fine, as he would definitely take care of everything, so she had nothing to worry about. Moreover, the largest SSS-ranked guilds will definitely begin to act in the near future. And given the previous events, reaching the Overlord will be a matter of time, and before that, Su Yan needs to be fully prepared. By killing the original Sin Kings, you can obtain the unique limited edition artifact Sin Resistance. And although Su Yang's Devourer is also unique and limited, it still lags far behind. Meanwhile, he wondered if he could obtain the Sin Confrontation series of weapons by killing the demons inside the Lord's body. The weapons of the Sin Confrontation series have unique, limited, and divine wombs, and their power is beyond the realm of possibility. That's why the young man wanted the demons who obeyed the Lord to sacrifice themselves. And besides, he would be able to resurrect them later, although the recovery would take a long time. The young man also thought about the fact that, at the moment, the strongest hunters in the world have only reached the level of demigods, and the next expansion is called Ascent to Divinity, and is connected with the assassination of the Lord of Original Sin. Su Yang was curious to see if he could kill the Overlord alone and thus become the first to attain divinity, because, after all, he was the real cheater in this world. However, for now, the young man decided to put such thoughts aside and instead complete another 5-star quest for the 4th transformation. Meanwhile, some guild leaders were summoned to the temple to discuss further actions, and among them was Orgus, the leader of the Circle of Mages Guild, a 9th transformation holder with the Elemental Destroyer profession. Besides him, Carolina, the chairperson of the Global Association of Beast Conquerors and the holder of the 9th transformation, was also present. Tang Zhan, a 9th transformation hunter and the head of the Eternal Battlefield Guild, also couldn't miss the meeting. The 4th and last leader to arrive was Bo Ke, the leader of the Knights Temple Guild and a 9th transformation master. The appearance of the SSS rank guild leaders surprised everyone, as seeing the strongest hunters is a rare occurrence. However, not only the heads of guilds, but also heads of state were present at the meeting, which caused even greater surprise. Meanwhile, Euphemie also arrived and thanked everyone who responded to the call of the temple and came to the meeting. She explained to everyone that the reason for such a sudden meeting was that the once defeated sin of gluttony, Beelzebub, had been resurrected, and most likely this was due to the appearance of the world boss, the Lord of Original Sin. Euphemia noted that, as the deity statue stated, only by killing the original Sin Kings and obtaining the Sin Confrontation series weapon would it be possible to destroy the Overlord. And to increase the chance of getting a weapon of this series, the boss must be killed by a high-level hunter, and everyone present at the meeting is precisely the elite of the modern world. Euphemie asked all the hunters to unite and defeat the absolute evil, and the current record for completing the Demon Abyss is 386 levels, during which time the 3 sins, gluttony, lust, and greed, were killed. Furthermore, it's reasonable to assume that there are another 100 levels to complete before meeting the next king of the 7 original sins, meaning there are 314 levels to complete before reaching the boss at the end. Meanwhile, the priestess asked Orgus and Tang Zhan, both level 372, how many levels they thought they could clear in the abyss. Orgus replied that he was already quite old and would be able to complete a maximum of 3 levels, no more. Tang Zhan noted that the deeper you descend into the abyss, the greater the difference in strength between levels, and even by joining forces, they would not be able to overcome much. Euphemie wasn't too happy with these answers, because it meant that to reach level 700, hunters would need to level up another 100, which would take a very long time. Bo Ke noted that killing a sin would give enough experience to raise the average party level by several points, and if the kings could be re-resurrected, they would significantly shorten the time. Meanwhile, he also touched on the issue of how the artifacts from the Confrontation of Sins series that the boss can drop will be distributed, which caused tension between chapters. Bo Ke said that there was no point in wasting time on conflicts and mistrust, because the weapon of sins was the key to defeating the ruler, and one of the most important items for ascending to deity. After this, the leaders began to argue about who would receive which weapon, as well as discuss the risks, since the boss only drops an artifact with a certain probability. However, Euphemie didn't like the fact that the guild leaders suddenly started to suspect each other and consider each other potential enemies, so she ordered everyone to be quiet. The priestess explained that this was a matter of ascension to divinity, so the temple would not be left out, and that their enemy now was the Lord and his demons, so she asked everyone to wait until the expedition was formed, after which the results would be announced. Afterwards, Tang Zhan asked to speak, and said that if the guild became one to challenge the abyss, it might cause disputes on the one hand and lead to a shortage of hands on the other. So he proposed that each country unite and form their own abyss fighting team to take turns fighting the kings, a proposal that was supported by the other guild leaders. As for the weaker countries, Tang Zhan stated that this was not a problem they should solve in order to defeat the sins, because ultimately, everything depended on individual, guild, or national strength. Euphemia also supported Tang Zhan's proposal, and after that, a vote was held, with 80% of votes being in favor. The priestess noted that given the complexity of the abyss, countries without 9th transformation specialist would not be eligible for the challenge, and those remaining would be chosen randomly, with the results announced after the meeting. However, this was only the first agenda, and Carolina will talk about the second. Carolina noted that the emergence of the secret kingdom dragon spirit made it possible to enter the kingdom of dragons, home to powerful creatures that offer a wealth of experience. Corellin's proposal was to travel to the Dragon Kingdom and gain as much experience as possible, but only someone who had subdued a dragon could enter the kingdom. Carolina confirmed this and added that until recently, only Velia had been able to subdue the dragon. But now, a young man from Longxia had appeared, subdued the black dragon, and joined the association as an honored guest. Boca was slightly surprised, because the young man had subdued the black dragon, which meant he was worthy of becoming a full member of the association, and perhaps even its head. So he asked Carolina why she had only accepted him as a guest. Carolina explained that it wasn't that simple, because the young man wasn't actually a beast slayer. His profession was that of a warrior mage. What they heard shocked the others, because even for a beast conqueror, taming a dragon is an extremely difficult task. And here, a warrior mage did it. Orgus stated that this was impossible, since he himself had tried to force the giant dragons to obey, but without success. To this, Carolina asked him if he really thought that since he couldn't do it, others wouldn't either. After this, Carolina and Orgus exchanged a few insults, and it almost came to blows. And Boca tried to stop them, saying that everyone was looking at them now. The rest of the room also heatedly discussed what had happened, as everyone had tried to tame a dragon at least once, but to no avail. Euphemy was also beginning to lose hope, and wondered if the young man would be able to do what even 8th and 9th transformation hunters couldn't. Carolina told Euphemia that she could check the information about the young man through the association's membership list. Looking at the young man's characteristics, Euphemy was surprised as he was only in his 3rd transformation. Carolina noted that they also planned to invite the young man to a lecture at the association to share his experiences. Moreover, Corellin, as a beast tamer, didn't care that the secret kingdom might not be within the association's specialization, because she wanted all people to tame at least one beast. Orgus, meanwhile, said that he himself would go to Lunsha to meet the young man. But this aroused the suspicions of the others that he was planning something. Meanwhile, Su Yang was reading the description of a new quest. This time, he had to kill the Ice Witch of the Frozen City in a diamond-level dungeon. Even though it wasn't recommended to go through the dungeon alone, the young man didn't care, because now even the level of Starlight wasn't an obstacle for him. After some time, Su Yang reached the Frozen City, where there were also other hunters who had failed to defeat the witch. Meanwhile, a young man on a black dragon appeared in front of them, which greatly frightened those gathered. They were surprised, and at the same time happy, because they had the opportunity to see that very talented young man. Besides the witch, the dungeon was also inhabited by large snow monsters of level 92, and along with them, small snow monsters of level 89. However, at the sight of the giant dragon, they all began to tremble and beg for mercy. This was only to Su Yang's advantage, so he decided not to waste time and immediately headed towards the witch, ordering the dragon to take a shortcut. Soon the witch became angry because a stranger had invaded her chambers and, what's more, had destroyed her palace. However, neither her strength nor her anger helped, and in the end, she was incinerated by the dragon in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyun and Rong Shui also wanted to take the test, but the guys advised them to leave, because there was already a brave man there who would surely pass. When the boys spoke of the brave man, they meant the very man who had managed to tame the black dragon, although they did not know his name. Rong Shui pointed out that, in that case, they should try next time, but Anyu asked her not to rush, saying that she wanted to see who had tamed the dragon. Meanwhile, Tangzan and Orgus also came to meet the young man. After some time, Su Yang left the dungeon and pleasantly surprised everyone with his appearance. Lin Yuyun, Rong Shui, and Anyu were incredibly surprised to learn that the one who tamed the black dragon was Su Yang. Su Yang was also surprised to see them, and Lin Yuyun told him that they had come to help Rong Shui with the materials, but it looked like they would have to wait for the next witch. However, the young man asked not to rush and took out the Heart of Ice from his inventory, a material dropped by the boss. Rong Shui refused to accept such a gift, saying that it would be better for the young man to keep the item for himself, and she would wait for the next boss. However, Su Yang insisted that she take the Heart of Ice, and in the end, Rongshui agreed. Meanwhile, Orgus approached the Black Dragon and said that he just wanted to touch him. This greatly surprised the young man because he did not understand who this old man was and why the dragon allowed him to do this without resistance. Orgus, meanwhile, assured them that he did not intend to cause harm and moved them to a more secluded place. Su Yang realized that since they had moved, Orgus wanted to talk in person and ask their names. Orgus and Tang Zan stated their names and introduced themselves as guild leaders, which greatly surprised Su Yang. The young man didn't understand why such people were looking for him, a newcomer who had just completed the 4th transformation quest. Su Yang asked if they had come to talk to him about his experience in taming the dragon. Orgus didn't even try to hide his intentions, saying that he had been looking forward to it. However, Tang Zan asked Orgus to remove the magical power so as not to frighten the young man without reason. Tang Zan said that they learned about him from Carolina and actually came to exchange information. Orgus noted that if the young man shared his experience of taming a dragon with him, he would receive a couple of scrolls of forbidden spells as a reward. For Su Yan, this offer was quite profitable because the scrolls were his main trump card. Moreover, he won't be able to deceive Tang Zan and Orgus because they are the best hunters in the world. So he decided to raise the stakes a little. Su Yang said that scrolls were good, but they were disposable. So he asked why he wasn't offered a forbidden magic skill book. Orgus asked why he needed her, since he was a warrior, and could he really break the rules of professions and use magic like a mage? Tang Zan said that there was nothing strange about this, because the warrior profession has 2 paths, and one of them is a warrior mage. Orgus then decided not to hesitate and was ready to give the young man a 2nd-level skill book of forbidden spells, lightning destruction technique. He also warned that such spells required high mental strength, and the young man might have to wait a long time to achieve the desired transformation. Su Yang replied that he knew about it and was going to save the book for the future. After this, Orgus erected a small soundproof barrier so that no one could overhear their conversation. A few minutes later, the young man finished his story, after which Orgus immediately went to look for the giant dragon to try to tame it. Tang Zan admitted that he had doubted it at first, but now he realized that the young man really knew the Black Dragon dungeon like the back of his hand and had talent. Before leaving, Tang Zan gave him a 2nd-tier warrior skill book, Ultimate Destructive Strike. The young man had previously heard that Tang Zan was a 9th transformation master, the Tyrant of the Extreme Path, but he didn't expect him to be so generous in his gratitude for the information. Tang Zan noted that, since the young man had tamed the dragon, he would soon receive a notification about access to the secret realm of the dragon spirit, which was only open to dragon owners. Meanwhile, he added that after the incident with the world boss, experience and drop rates in the abyss were increased, and an official decision was made to form a team of talented guys to train in the abyss. Tang Zan noted that Su Yang was just one of those, as all of his transformation quests were 5-star, meaning he was definitely worthy of participating. To this, the young man asked why they chose the Abyss, because if the goal is training, then the location doesn't matter, and experience and drops are not the most important thing. Tang Zan told the youth that his point was correct, and since he had completed the 3rd 5-star transformation, he had most likely already survived the Red Moon invasion. He also explained to Su Yang that although several hundred years had passed since the Age of Hunters began, it was still unclear what the Red Moon was, and even the temple did not give a clear answer. As a result, all they know is that with each new 5-star transformation, the chance of encountering an invasion increases, and those killed by the Scarlet Withering die forever. Tang Zan suspected that the Red Moon's goal was to eliminate the most talented hunters, so they couldn't sit still, and since the monsters in the Abyss were most similar to the Scarlet Withering, they decided to go there. Su Yang then wondered if the temple really had a purpose, since they opened a shop where rare items could be exchanged for Red Moon crystals. However, all he knew now was that he needed to become stronger. So he returned to the temple and completed the transformation. The young man once again enhanced his stats and also received a legendary level active skill, Spirit of the Warrior Mage, which allows him to generate a fighting spirit equal to 50% of his stats. However, no matter how loud it sounded, Su Yang knew that it was not enough, and this made him a little upset, which Bai Ling noticed. But be that as it may, He tried to keep a cheerful face and insist that he was fine, telling others not to worry. Furthermore, Su Yang decided to implement that very plan and connect it to the boss system. The first thing he decided to do was to resurrect the sin of wrath, Samael. Samael was glad that the Lord resurrected him, but his joy quickly passed when he said that, in the name of the king, he would grant him death. Samael did not understand what was happening and why the Lord decided to kill him, because he was quite strong and had unique abilities. However, he did not want to die, so he promised to prove his loyalty and do whatever it took. Su Yang explained that he had reasons for granting death and ordered him to return to the extreme darkness, promising to ensure a majestic return. The Lord's words gave rise to optimism in Samael. He thanked him for his trust and said that he was ready to die before the next call. After that, Su Yang took out the Lord's sword and killed Samael. Meanwhile, Beelzebub sensed Samael's death and was perplexed as to why the ruler personally granted him death. For killing Samael, Su Yang received 13.4 billion experience, and his level instantly rose from 85 to 100, and the surplus of 7 billion went into reserve. Moreover, he also received rare items, such as Samael's flesh and blood, which increases health by 10 million, and Samael's broken heart, which gives 10,000 strength. In addition, he received the demonic horn of Samael, a powerful forging material, and the demonic spring of Samael, which grants immunity to destruction by demonic power up to level 400. Su Yang was stunned by these items because his current strength was only 2,127, and his health was 53,175, and by using them, he would increase his parameters by 1,000 times. With such a huge amount of health, even without activating the boss form, he can already be considered a full-fledged boss, and this is without taking into account other artifacts. With such strength, Su Yang would be able to easily defeat even the strongest black dragon, and this made him happy. He wanted to use the demonic horn of Samael as a material, but there was a problem. He needed a demigod-level blacksmith, and he hadn't met one yet. While thinking about how to use the Samael demonic source, the young man recalled Tongzhan's words about the monsters from the abyss being similar to the Scarlet Withering. Su Yang thought, if encountering the Scarlet Withering could lead to infection by the Red Plague, then fighting the demons could lead to being corroded by the demon's power. This raised the question, if the abyss is similar to the Red Moon, perhaps there is also a being similar to the Lord of Original Sin hiding behind the light door of invasion. Moreover, hunters who died in the abyss can be resurrected, while those killed by the Crimson Withering cannot, which suggests that there might be someone stronger than the Overlord. However, he decided to put these thoughts aside, because now his goal was to kill the ruler. Meanwhile, he received a new drop, a semi-divine artifact, Armor of the King of Wrath, which increases stats and has a passive skill, Thirst for Destruction, which increases attributes by 1% for every 1,000 kills. In addition, the artifact had an active skill, Tormented Wrath, which took away 70% of health in order to double attributes for 10 minutes. But this was not what Su Yang wanted. Of course, the young man was glad that he received an artifact with such unusual abilities, but he still wanted to get the weapon. Su Yang was about to disconnect from the boss when the system suddenly notified him of the presence of an unconfirmed special drop. The young man was curious to see what was there, and it turned out to be an artifact from the Confrontation of Sin series, Wrathful Punishment, a demigod-level weapon with monstrous characteristics. This, in turn, could not help but please Su Yang, because this weapon is the key to killing the Overlord, and even the strongest hunters, such as Tangzhan and Orgus, are too weak against it. Su Yang was incredibly happy with this outcome, but suddenly, one of the sins returned to its throne, which surprised him a little. It was the sin of pride, Lucifer, which was significantly different from other sins. While the other sins craved murder and blood to prove their power, Lucifer was characterized by masochism and similar tendencies. Su Yang didn't really understand what Lucifer meant, but as long as he was in the body of the Overlord, he had to play his role with dignity. After this, Lucifer reported to the ruler that yesterday people tried to look into the bottom of the abyss, and she assumed that it was the Great Priest. This slightly surprised Su Yang, because even hunters like Tangzhan and Orgus were taking things step by step, while Euphemia chose to act directly, which only proved her strength. This made Su-Yan think, and in the meantime, he thanked Lucifer and told her to return to her seat. The young man did not expect that such powerful people were hiding in the temple, so it was not surprising that their power had remained for so long, although so far it had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Orgus went to the nest of the giant silver dragon and tried to tame it using Su-Yang's method, but to no avail. In one day, Orgus had already visited 3 dragon dungeons, and there were almost no such dungeons left, so he was thinking about heading to the Longsha dungeons. But suddenly, a system notification appeared that the first weapon from the Confrontation of Sin series had been received. Upon seeing this notification, Orgus became furious and wanted to immediately find out who dared to break the rules established by the temple. Orgus could not believe that someone could defeat the king in just one day, and wanted to punish the one who broke the laws of the temple. At the same time, in the Flower Kingdom, in the town of Kyoto, they were also surprised that someone had already obtained the weapon of the King of Original Sin. The shogun of the Flower Kingdom was Tokugawa Senno, who discussed the topic of dragon taming with the head of the Minji family, Junichiro. But as soon as the system's announcement appeared, the conversation suddenly changed, and Sino became curious about who dared to do this. Sino decided not to waste time and wanted to go to the Holy City to hear an explanation of what was happening. Meanwhile, the temple was also shocked by this news. But Euphemy did not close the temple, but ordered the barrier to be sealed and the passage to be opened. The news truly surprised her because since the beginning of the Age of Hunters, the temple had helped to pacify conflicts and maintain order, and such betrayals had not happened for a long time. Gathered around the round table, everyone wanted to hear an explanation directly from Euphemy. Sino stated that at today's meeting, they were obliged to catch the thief and force him to return the artifact, asking the priestess to ensure justice. Euphemy announced that someone had broken the temple's rules, killed the King of Original Sin, and stolen the artifact, calling it a challenge to both other countries and the temple itself. The priestess added that if this sinner agreed to admit his mistake and return the artifact, then the merciful God would give him a chance for redemption, and she, as the third sacred priestess, swears in the name of the statue to abandon the persecution. However, in response to this, Euphemy heard only deathly silence. This made Euphemy extremely angry, and she decided to not hesitate to use force to find out who was lying and who was the real thief. Now, if anyone present lies, the sacred light above him will disappear, but no light will go out. At this moment, Tangzan asked if there was anyone who had not passed the temple's inspection, hinting at Euphemia herself. Euphemia admitted that she made a mistake by not adding herself to the list of suspects. But be that as it may, her light was so bright that only a fool would suspect her of lying. This only gave rise to new questions and confusion, because if no one present was lying, then it means that someone else killed the king. Carolina noted that not all countries' elite military forces were present here right now, and as far as she knew, several demigod-level fighters had not shown up, which made her suspicious of them. To this, Euphemy replied that her spell not only detects lies, but also that even if the subject had not participated in the murder of the king, but merely passed information to the killer, it would be considered treason. As a result, they were never able to find out who actually broke the temple rules and killed the king. After this, Euphemy stated that this event was indeed very strange, but since it happened, they could only move on, and since Gluttony had been killed, they needed to look for the next king on the 200th floor of the abyss. Meanwhile, she asked Sino if the Flower Kingdom would be able to continue participating in the subsequent battles. He replied that, of course they would like to continue, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient, as the original Sin Kings at levels above 100 were already beyond their capabilities. Euphemy noted that in such a case, according to the order of the draw, the Eagle Federation would replace the Flower Kingdom to continue the expedition into the abyss, and also promise Senno compensation from the temple. Moreover, the priestess announced that, from today onwards, the entrances to the abyss in various countries would be guarded by the Holy City's troops to ensure control of entry and exit, preventing the recurrence of such incidents. Su Yang himself was surprised when the system announced that the first weapon from the Sin Confrontation series had been obtained, and he was also glad that his name was not mentioned in the message. The young man understood that this incident would certainly attract the attention of influential people, which meant that he needed to be extremely careful and under no circumstances let others know that he possessed the weapon of the King of Sin. Moreover, the transition to the new transformation will also have to be postponed. Otherwise, others will have doubts about how he raised his level so quickly. Meanwhile, he wondered if there was any suitable place to level up his experience, where he could spend a little time to clear himself of unnecessary suspicion. Without thinking twice, the young man decided that the most suitable option would be to become a dragon hunter and destroy all existing dragons. However, he had no information about the current dragon dungeons, so he turned to Bai Ling for help. Bai Ling told him that the Silver Dragon Dungeon was located in the Southwest District, Nine River City, and the Red Dragon Dungeon was located in the Northern District, Anling City, and both dungeons were at the star level. Meanwhile, she warned him that, at the moment, the first 50 people had already signed up for the Silver Dragon Dungeon from the Heavenly Pavilion. Su Yang didn't find this strange, because he had assumed that Ling even after failing to defeat the Black Dragon, would still continue to try to subjugate the dragon. However, due to the fact that the young man was a VIP client of the temple, he could afford to reserve a dungeon, and only 5th transformation hunters could take a place in line before him. Of course, such impudence could affect the relationship between Su Yang and the Heavenly Pavilion, but the young man didn't care. After all, no matter how strong the guys from the Heavenly Pavilion were, the young man had several aces up his sleeve that would make him a winner ahead of schedule. Now the young man had a question. How can he swallow 2 objects? Because he couldn't just eat them whole, and the taste wouldn't be very good. Su Yan began to fantasize about how best to prepare blood and flesh and also Samael's broken heart. But this did not last long, and after some time, Su Yang decided to throw away his thoughts and simply absorb Samael's flesh. The taste, of course, was not the most pleasant, but nevertheless, it was necessary to become stronger. Moreover, the young man's body changed slightly again and became even more muscular. It was pure madness, because now, with such a level of health and strength of almost 30,000, he could stand without wincing under blows, or destroy everything with one flick of his finger. Meanwhile, the young man decided to visit Lilith to find out how she was, and if everything was okay with her. Having knocked on the door, the young man did not hear an answer and decided to enter the room, where he accidentally saw Lilith, who had just come out of the shower. This made Su Yang quite embarrassed, but he still said that he only wanted to see how she was doing and then left. His behavior made Lilith laugh, and she was even glad that Su Yang was not at all like the people of the royal court. Meanwhile, Lin was angry because someone dared to occupy the dungeon she was about to go to. One of the servants of the Heavenly Pavilion, named Tang Si, told Ling that the dungeon was booked by a VIP client from the temple, which made her wonder if Su Yang was trying to stop her again. Meanwhile, Tang Si suggested that the lady wait in the secret kingdom of the Silver Dragon, and when that same VIP client arrives, discuss everything with him, and offer something in return. However, Ling was so angry that she told Tang Sung to leave. Ling thought, if it was really Su Yang who had just tamed the Black Dragon, then she would not be able to compete with him, and decided to ask the teacher for help. She explained the whole situation to the teacher and asked him to persuade Su Yang to hand over the secret realm of the Silver Dragon to her. The teacher promised to ask him, and while waiting for the answer, Lin couldn't find a place to stay. However, despite her hopes, the teacher reported that the young man had refused him, despite his status as the leader, and noted that he was now at the peak of his popularity. Even the god of war rated him highly. This truly surprised and upset Lin She couldn't believe that the young man had become so strong in such a short time, and that the god of war Tong Zan was supporting him. Meanwhile, Su Yang went to the secret realm of the Silver Dragon. Although the boss of the realm was a 106 star-level Silver Dragon, in the eyes of the young man, he looked like a goblin. The youth's strength was so incredible that the dragon's attacks did not even touch him, and he could stop them with his bare hands. In the blink of an eye, the dragon was finished, as if it wasn't a boss at all. By activating the Devourer effect, the sword absorbed 10% of the Silver Dragon's stats, making the young man even stronger. After this, Su Yang thought about the kings of original sins. Beelzebub and Samael possess the gift of royal tribute, which allows them to take away characteristics and health, giving them to the ruler. but they rarely participate in battles and cannot often present tribute. This led the young man to the idea that if they could leave the abyss and appear in the real world, they would be able to actively take away characteristics and pay tribute to the ruler. However, he quickly came to his senses, realizing that such a plan was too dangerous and crazy. Therefore, instead of thinking wildly, Su Yang decided to head to the next secret dragon realm. Meanwhile, the system notified him that the secret realm of the Red Dragon in Longsha had been conquered by Zhen Shi. Now, 3 hunters have tamed their dragons, and Zhen Shi has become one of them, ahead of Ling Er. At the same time, Zhen Shi was upset because she hadn't been able to talk to Su Yang, but she believed that the opportunity would come again. Meanwhile, Ling Er was crying bitter tears, not believing that someone had beaten her to it again. And this time, it was Zhen Shi. Zhen Shi's success also came as a surprise to Su Yan, who became his rival, so he needed to prepare thoroughly before opening the next secret kingdom. Furthermore, the news of the formation of a punitive coalition to combat the Abyss was officially announced, and the murder of Samael forced them to increase their vigilance and begin to act soon. The young man understood that Beelzebub's power would not be enough to repel the coalition's attacks, so he decided to sacrifice him himself so that he would not fall into the hands of others. Meanwhile, Beelzebub was dying of boredom in the abyss because no one came to fight him. However, he was glad, because if Corellin had come to him again, he would certainly have died. At that moment, the ruler called him, which delighted and frightened Beelzebub. Was it really his turn to meet death, like Samael? And everything happened exactly as he thought. The ruler decided to kill him. By killing Beelzebub, Su Yang obtained the essence of flesh, which, when consumed, permanently increases HP by 5 million and base stats by 2,000. In addition, a living body fell from the body, allowing it to bind targets weaker than the scorching sun level, shackling them with captivity. Also dropped was Demonic Source, which protects against demonic power within a 100-level radius. The demonic horn of Beelzebub is also a powerful forging material that can be used by legendary blacksmiths to create artifacts. The icing on the cake was the artifact of resistance to the sin of gluttony, which increases health, resistance, and stamina. The artifact had a special feature. When equipped, 2% of the attributes of a killed object are absorbed and returned to the owner. The only downside is that the artifact can only be used at the demigod level, meaning the young man doesn't have the opportunity to equip it yet. Meanwhile, Euphemy was glad that no serious clashes had occurred between countries and organizations, although the identity of the killer and the thief of the first weapon of sin had still not been revealed. Now, the entrances to the abyss in every country were guarded, and entry was prohibited to all but members of the punitive coalition. Meanwhile, Euphemy approached the Great One to check the temple's statistics, and was surprised to see that the Red Moon's damage rate had reached 14%. Furthermore, no one has yet been able to complete a 5-star quest after the 8th transformation, and if the defeat rate reaches 50% and no VIP reaches the Ascension of the Gods level, the inevitable awaits. After the release of another expansion, the main mood will remain despair. At that moment, Euphemy was shocked again. The system announced that the second weapon of the Sin Confrontation series had been acquired. Euphemy didn't understand how this could happen, since they had posted guards and banned entry to anyone who wasn't part of the coalition. The priestess became worried and wondered if this incident was connected with the man she had seen in the abyss. Everyone was alarmed by the situation, so Euphemy decided not to delay and announced an attack on the abyss with several squads at once. At this time, Su Yang was thinking about how soon the coalition members would attack the abyss, and in the worst case, the attack could happen as early as tomorrow. The abyss consists of 700 levels, with every 100th level containing a king of one of the 7 original sins, with gluttony and wrath already under the influence of the ruler. Lust and greed have not yet been resurrected, so the coalition can penetrate up to level 500. Su Yang thought about placing the strongest sin, Lucifer's pride, into the realm of gluttony, so that no one would advance past level 100. Meanwhile, the coalition had already set out into the abyss to clear as many levels as possible. The coalition was joined by a temple knight, Manga, a blazing sun level, 8th transformation, level 301 from the knightly order. The boys confidently rushed into the abyss, thinking that they would easily reach the king. However, on their way, they encountered someone much stronger than Gluttony. While the others were in a stupor, Mike rushed at Lucifer without thinking that he could easily defeat her. But before Mike could get close, Lucifer pierced his head with magic. This surprised everyone. Right before their eyes, the boss killed the Knight of the 8th transformation with one blow. Orgus used the skill and obtained detailed information about Lucifer. She has a divine level of 400. Additionally, being the sin of pride, Lucifer despises all weak creatures and takes no damage from weak attacks. Upon learning this, the young man was surprised. There was no one now who could resist such a monster, and if Lucifer killed Orgus and Tangzan, Su Yang would be able to control them without restrictions. Therefore, Su Yang ordered Lucifer to replace Beelzebub at the 100th level of the Abyss, so that anyone who dared to invade would deeply regret it. However, none of the guys gave up, despite the fact that Lucifer instantly killed a level 300 hunter. The strongest hunters tried to attack the boss at the same time, hoping to defeat her. However, they failed to even scratch Lucifer, and their attacks only made her even more angry. The guys didn't understand how this was possible, and why the boss on the 100th level of the Abyss was so strong. Lucifer didn't care what they talked about. She only wanted bloodshed and death. After the second attack, the hunters were exhausted and lost all hope of victory. Tangzan wanted to suggest a way to defeat the boss, but he didn't take into account that Lucifer was already preparing to deliver the finishing blow. In the end, the strongest hunters were defeated, which meant one thing. The Abyss became an incomprehensible place for them. Boki noted that as soon as Lucifer swung her sword, he knew that with their strength, they didn't have the slightest chance. Carolina and the others agreed. But in that case, they would not receive the weapon Sin Resistance and would not be able to kill the Lord. So Tangzan added that in this case, they would not be able to complete the final stage of the Ascent to Deity of the 10th transformation. Orgus was of the same opinion and said that after the High Priestess, Lucifer was absolutely invincible. The boys thought that dark times had come, but this time, Su Yang will be the catalyst for ascent to godhood. Moreover, thanks to Lucifer's royal tribute, the young man received incredible power, and the marks on the souls of the dead allow him not only to subjugate them, but also to track their location. Meanwhile, he was slightly surprised that among all the negative emotions, there was one who thought positively, Atar Kazan, a level 320 and 9th transformation holder with the profession of miraculous priest. He came from the land of Shiva, which made a strange impression not only because of its exotic coloring, but also because, in the era of the advent of the hunters, it still adhered to the traditional caste system. The young man was interested in what the guy had in mind, and thanks to Lucifer and her mark, he had such an opportunity. Su Yang looked into Adder's thoughts and realized that the Shiva wanted to become a world superpower, which required them to suppress the other most powerful hunters and, most importantly, to obtain the legacy of the Ancient Devourer. Ancient Devourer, that was one of the names of that very sword of Su Yang, knocked out from the black dragon Athos, a descendant of the Ancient Devourer. According to the description, Athos was a descendant of that very Ancient Devourer, but the young man thought it was just a legend. Moreover, even elves and dragons trembled before the shadow of this creature, and the last two phrases of the description revealed the main meaning. Those who entered the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit would receive the legacy of the nameless hero and the ancient devourer. Besides Atar, his brother Amino Kazan also wanted to do this, having learned about the ancient devourer near the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit. However, now only one person from Lunsha can enter the dragon spirit realm. Previously, Atar would never have competed with Lunsha, the Eagle Federation, or the Flower Kingdom. But he was sure that after the Secret Kingdom, everything would change. To do this, Atar wanted to kill all the hunters, because even though they are in another dimension, they cannot return after death. And to do this, it is enough to kill the target several times. Su Yan didn't like Atar's plan, and decided to teach him a lesson. The young man had been eavesdropping on the other hunters' conversations for so long that he forgot about the need to free Lucifer. Looking at her, he was surprised. After a long time, she continued to stand in the same pose, paying respect. Lucifer, however, thought differently, because due to her tendency towards masochism, she considered the ruler a sadist who was trying to ignore her and mocking her. However, Su Yan told Lucifer to come back, and said that she had done a great job of dealing with the insolent people. To keep the spark of battle alive in her, he thanked her for her efforts. The young man didn't quite understand what was happening and why he was forced to play a role-playing game with a demonic boss. But he had no other choice. Meanwhile, something happened that the young man least expected. Suddenly, out of the blue, the high priestess Euphemie herself appeared before him. All because the priestess, having learned about the complete liquidation of the coalition, decided not to stand aside and went into the abyss. Using the statue's blessings, Euphemie upgraded her Eye of Insight skill to Eye of Truth, expanding her horizons even further. Having descended into the abyss to the ruler, she ordered him to tell who he was. However, her confidence immediately disappeared when the Lord called her name and reminded her of the fate of the coalition, which was trying to descend to the bottom of the abyss. Euphemie noted that the last time she used the Eye of Insight, the ruler was in a slumber. But now he gave off a completely different feeling. Realizing she was in a losing situation, she decided to retreat and reconsider her strategy with the coalition. However, Su Yang was unwilling to let her go, saying that she couldn't just come and go as she pleased. The young man was also curious about what items he could obtain by killing the high priestess. But be that as it may, he was unable to kill Euphemie, since the moment his vigilance was relaxed, the priestess immediately slipped away. Returning to the temple, Euphemie felt relieved, as she had previously experienced monstrous pressure from the ruler. At that moment, the priestess of paradise ran up to her, concerned by her appearance, asking if everything was okay. Euphemie decided not to talk about what had happened and asked about the situation of the invasion force heading towards the holy city. After that, she said that she would go and rest and tidy herself up, asking Raya to let her know if anyone came. Meanwhile, Su Yang, in the body of the Overlord, was observing the temple, thanks to the energy of Euphemie, which somehow miraculously created a portal between dimensions. Su Yang realized that Euphemie actually didn't want to leave the holy city, but simply couldn't. Otherwise, with her strength, she might be able to compete with Lucifer. However, what interested the young man most was whether, while in the body of dark energy, he would be able to subjugate the statue and replace the data. But no matter how hard he tried, protecting the statue was on a completely different level and was beyond his power. However, Su Yang did not give up and decided that if he couldn't subjugate the statue, he would certainly be able to subjugate some priestess. And it worked. Having entered Raya's body, dark energy began to consume her, absorbing her mind. As a result, Raya fell victim to the Dark Fall, and after transforming, she became a level 130 succubus, becoming a demon priestess. Su Yang didn't fully understand what had happened and who Raya really was now. But at that moment, something more happened. The divine statue reacted to his actions, after which the statues all over the world activated, and the system made a worldwide announcement. The original Sin Lord enslaved the temple priestess with the power of his essence, thus creating the first demon priestess, and the demon faction was opened. In addition, hunters who fall into the abyss and are enslaved by the devil's power will no longer lose their minds but instead become members of the demon faction. A feud was also started. Now, murders between different factions do not entail judicial intervention. In addition, the demon abyss, the city of demons, and a new demonic statue were opened. This caused a real shock to everyone. No one understood what was happening and why such changes had suddenly occurred. The situation in the world was completely out of control, and all that was left for the hunters was to remain calm and prepare for the coming battle. Su Yang was so shocked at this time that he didn't know that his fleeting experiment would trigger such a large-scale event. Moreover, the beginning of a world quest was announced, the goal of which is to kill the Lord of Original Sin. But considering that the hunters were unable to resist Lucifer, things are worse for them. Moreover, under such circumstances, many may feel that this quest is no longer feasible, and then joining the ranks of demons may become a very attractive option. Through the soul mark, Su Yang felt that at least 6 or 7 top hunters were already thinking about this. Meanwhile, the young man could now use the demonic statue, thereby speeding up the leveling process several times. The young man wanted to kill the ruler and resurrect him so that he would retain his power. But this was not the case, because after the ruler was killed, the one who wielded his power automatically became the ruler. Meanwhile, the defenders of the temple noticed the demon and immediately tried to destroy it. They attacked the succubus at once, hoping to destroy her completely. But in an instant, she disappeared. Euphemy was at a loss, not knowing what to do next or how the Lord had managed to break into the temple. Su Yang, meanwhile, transferred himself and the succubus back to the abyss, but a surprise awaited him there. Having moved into the abyss, he saw a strange cloud in the sky, and at that very moment, he realized that he was in the very city of demons. Among the revived demons, there were those who rejoiced at the resurrection, and those who were not. So Su Yang ordered Raya, as the first demon priestess, to deal with them. However, he understood that it would be difficult for one demon priestess to control them, and only strength mattered. Just like the invincible Euphemia in the human world, Su Yang realized that it was time to resurrect another powerful priest, and resurrected another original sin. This time, it was the Queen of Envy, Livia, who felt envy and hatred towards Lucifer and wanted to take a place next to the ruler. Now, Livia is not just the queen of the original sin of envy, but a powerful demonic priestess. Meanwhile, the system informed Livia that she would soon be given knowledge of the Red Moon as a great priestess of demons, and together with the Lord, they must resist this invasion. This greatly surprised Livia, as she had never seen anything like it before, and she decided to ask a passing demon about it. He told her that he had heard about the Red Moon and that there were rumors that even hunters with a 5-star transformation could encounter it. Livia was perplexed and wondered if all this was coming from the demonic statue, wanting to ask the Lord about it in more detail. However, the ruler did not answer her call, and Livia thought that he had, again, fallen into hibernation, a state from which it was impossible to awaken him, no matter how hard you tried. At the same time, she was curious about when the original Sin Lord would once again reach the peak of his power and lead them into an attack on the human world. Meanwhile, the strongest hunters have once again gathered in the Holy City. Euphemia thanked everyone for taking the time to come to the meeting, as they have been meeting frequently lately due to special circumstances, for which she apologized. Orgus noted that there was no need to apologize, since everyone understood the situation perfectly well, and asked to move on to the topic of the day. After which, Euphemy decided not to drag out the meeting and announced that 2 important issues would be discussed today: changes in the demon faction, and the opening of a portal to the Elven Kingdom. First of all, the priestess said that she really hoped that, no matter what, none of the hunters would decide to join the demon faction, as this would undoubtedly be an act of betrayal. The hunters then began to discuss the previous battle against Lucifer, and the fact that they could not win this battle since they could not even defeat her, let alone the ruler. However, Carolina asked the guys not to be so pessimistic, because, be that as it may, there is still a path to alliance. Meanwhile, Euphemy continued, saying that the entrance to the Elven Kingdom had always been one way, and humans couldn't enter without permission. But if they managed to complete the alliance quest and open the entrance, it would bring great benefits. Tangzan noted that to complete the quest, they first needed to defeat Lucifer, but they were unable to deal with divine-level enemies, and suggested turning to the elves for help. Tangzan was filled with anger that he couldn't resist Lucifer, but once they defeated her, the other sins would no longer be a problem for them. The others supported his words, and Bouquet added that they had better establish contact with the Elven Kingdom as soon as possible, since they had catastrophically little time. To which Euphemy said that she had foreseen this and had made arrangements with the elves in advance. After her words, she transferred a level 160 elf, a court mage of the 6th transformation, Alan Lawrence, to their world. Alan greeted everyone and expressed his respect, saying that he was the eldest son of the respected Lawrence family. Euphemia thanked him for agreeing to help, and asked Her Majesty the Queen's opinion regarding their request. However, Alan was in no hurry to answer, because, like everyone from the Lawrence family, he was saying hello. Alan set his sights on Euphemia, saying that she was truly beautiful, which drew the ire of Orgus. Nevertheless, Alan read out the Queen's decree, noting that the elves were happy to help humans in the fight against the Lord of Original Sin, but under their own conditions. The first condition was that no humans other than elves would be allowed to visit the secret kingdom of the Dragon Spirit, and the second was to send humans to search for the elven princess Lilith and return her to the kingdom of the elves. The third and final condition was that the Temple of Job Change would donate 60% of the collected Red Moon crystal cores to the Elven Temple. This caused discontent among the others. No one wanted to agree to such conditions because it was literally robbery. A commotion broke out in the hall, but Euphemy immediately intervened and ordered everyone to be quiet. After which, the priestess said that the temple had no objections to the second and third points, but the first point affected the interests of guilds from different countries, so she asked them to think it over again. Alan pointed out that in order to enter the secret realm of the dragon spirit, one must tame a dragon, to which Euphemy replied that Lun Sha, the Eagle Federation, the Flower Kingdom, and the Shiva country already had dragon tamers. Smiling slyly, Alan went to meet them, but again put forward the condition that everyone would be able to enter the kingdom except the one who had subjugated the black dragon, and he must be delivered to the kingdom of the elves. This time, Tangzan no longer ignored Alan's brazen statements and asked if this demand was directed against Longxia. Alan replied that this was not the case, since elves would not harm people, and stated that he was not obliged to explain the reasons for such demands. Tokugawa approached Tangzan, saying that although he also did not understand why the elves were doing this, they certainly had their reasons. And besides, it was a worthy price to pay for an ally like the elf. Attar also tried to convince Tangzan, saying that sometimes you have to make concessions and lose something in order to gain something more. However, Tangzan was filled with anger and wanted to take it out on someone, choosing Tokugawa as his target. Tangzan struck Tokugawa, causing surprise and bewilderment among the others. Attar wanted to stand up for Tokugawa and attack Tangzan, but he instantly knocked him to the ground, after which Tangzan declared that no one had the right to teach them, the people of Longxia, how to act and what to do. He also noted that, although he did not fully understand the intentions of the Elven Kingdom, this concerned all of humanity, and the Longxia were ready to take responsibility and make concessions. In conclusion, Tangzan said that their conqueror would not go to the secret realm of the dragon spirit, but at the same time, they would never hand it over to the Elven Kingdom. Su Yang was watching everything that was happening, and upon hearing that Attar wanted to challenge Tangzan, and then their Black Dragon conqueror, he became very angry. The young man considered such behavior unacceptable, declaring that anyone who dared to challenge the monarch's authority should be severely punished and deserved a much more powerful blow than the one dealt by Tangzan. However, he began to think that something was wrong here. He could still understand the position of Shiva and the Kingdom of Flowers, but he was haunted by why the Kingdom of the Elves had suddenly turned so sharply against them. That's why Su Yang decided to find out about this from Lilith. But the elf said that the other elves didn't care about Alkarai's death, because his death would even benefit them. Lilith explained that even among the elves there is no unity for power, and although everyone is nice and polite on the surface, behind their backs they only plot and think about how to screw each other over. The young man realized that since Alkarai's death had nothing to do with it, it was the Black Dragon itself that was the problem. Or rather, the elves feared the one who had once brought boundless horror, the Ancient Devourer. Because of their fear of the Ancient Devourer, they are hostile and wary of all black dragons, and their high demands are understandable. The secret realm of the dragon spirit contains the legacy of the Ancient Devourer and the Nameless Hero, and to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, the elves wanted to restrict access to outsiders. However, Su Yang had a completely different opinion and did not want to allow the elves to carry out their plans. Meanwhile, he said that one of the elves' demands was to find and return Lilith, but the elf said that she would never return to the kingdom of the elves. Su Yang understood everything without her, because given that she was burdened with the curse of the royal family, the court was clearly not looking for her with good intentions. The only problem is that Lilith has already shown herself to everyone when he subdued the Black Dragon. And if the Elven Kingdom shows her portrait, then sooner or later, everyone will find out the truth. Meanwhile, he received a message from Tangzan, who came to talk about something important. Tangzan asked the young man to remain calm and said that he might not be able to enter the dragon spirit's secret realm this time. Su Yang was perplexed and did not understand why, after all, he had subjugated the Black Dragon, but still they did not let him into the kingdom. Tangzan noted that he refused the elves' conditions because, despite slowing down the advancement into the abyss and for the common good, neither he nor the state of Longxia would agree to hand the young man over to the elves. He also asked Su Yan not to worry, saying that the Longxia would definitely compensate him for the damage. In conclusion, he thanked Su Yang for his understanding and asked him not to make any rash decisions. The young man wondered if the two ninth transformation hunters from the Flower Kingdom and the land of Shiva were ready to accept the surprise he had prepared in the secret kingdom. Meanwhile, Jin Shi was upset that Su Yang couldn't go to the secret realm because she wanted to take the opportunity to communicate with him. The Red Dragon thought differently. He was glad that the young man would not come, because he did not want to fight with such a wild guy. In the land of Shiva, they were plotting something terrible and wanted to take the chance to get rid of the rest of the dragon slayers. The next day, another elf headed to the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit, Eric, the third prince of the Elven Kingdom, a level 220 elf dragon knight with the 7th transformation. However, no matter how noble the elves may seem, it is still better for girls to stay away from them, for their own good. At the same time, all the dragon conquerors gathered, and the entrance to the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit began to open, a truly significant moment. However, everything was not as simple as it seemed, because Su Yang's surprise was waiting for its moment. Suddenly, Atar noticed Orgus in the sky, who was about to use magic against him. He didn't understand what was happening and why Orgus decided to suddenly attack him. Orgus also probably didn't understand the reasons, because at that moment he was under Su Yan's control. Meanwhile, the young man ordered the black dragon to follow its nature, to devour everything in its path. Tokugawa declared that Orgus had gone mad and that they must be stopped immediately. However, in addition to Orgus, Su Yang also controlled the mind of Atar, who attacked Tokugawa. Su Yang activated Force Suggestion, which only lasted for 1 minute but was enough to cause chaos. And indeed, a battle ensued between the two hunters, during which they destroyed a considerable part of the surrounding area. As soon as Orgus got out of Su Yang's control, he was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. No one understood what had happened and why they suddenly started attacking each other, wondering who had the power to control them. Atar noted that his instincts, as a priest of the divine sign, were not wrong, and someone was secretly controlling them. However, in an instant, this ceased to be important for the boys, because they had just seen a black dragon fly into the secret kingdom. Tokugawa suggested that it was Su Yang who controlled them and forced them to fight each other. But Atar called his assumption crazy and more like a joke, because the young man was only a low-level hunter of the 4th transformation and would hardly be able to control their minds. Orgus noted that ever since they began their campaign against the Abyss, strange events had been occurring one after another, like a curse. Meanwhile, he stated that they had more important matters to attend to. Because of this control, they killed the Elven royal guards, and now they must be reborn in the Temple of the Elven Kingdom. And once the royal court learned of this, relations between humans and elves would, at best, simply worsen. So he suggested contacting them first. Meanwhile, the Dragon Slayers were busy exploring a secret kingdom that was significantly different from the others. Meanwhile, the elves had something insidious in mind and wanted to get rid of the rest of the boys by taking the dragons away from them. However, they were not the only ones who thought so. A tamer from the land of Shiva also wanted to use the stone tablet against them to take control of their dragons. But everything changed when that same black dragon appeared in the sky above everyone. The black dragon's roar terrified the other dragons, and Su Yang's presence caused everyone to be surprised. The elves were unhappy with his presence because they were promised that the black dragon would not be allowed into the secret kingdom. The dragons were in panic, so Eric ordered the elves to attack the black dragon tamer. However, they were unable to resist Su Yang. The young man instantly killed several level 150 elves at once, which caused even greater surprise. The elves were surprised that the young man, possessing the 4th transformation, had such power. So they decided to also use their trump card. However, Su Yang had far greater trump cards than they thought, which took them even more by surprise. One of the elves tried to escape, but Su Yang was able to stop him using Beelzebub's power. Moreover, the young man openly expressed his disrespect by stepping with his boot right on his face. Meanwhile, Su Yang declared that if anyone dared to offend him, he would take revenge 100-fold, no matter who was in front of him. Meanwhile, the rest of the elves rushed to help their comrade, promising to kill the young man. The elves were confident that they were many times stronger than Su Yang, and even though he was the owner of a black dragon, they would be able to defeat him. But in reality, Su Yang possessed much greater power than they thought, which caused even more surprise. Alan didn't understand how it happened that he died again and lost to the young man. After 2 deaths, the elves had lost too many levels, so Alan decided to retreat using the Scroll of Return. However, Su Yang instantly cut the scroll into pieces, saying that no one would leave the secret kingdom without his consent. Alan realized that he was in a hopeless situation, so he wanted to somehow negotiate with Su Yang, saying that he would fulfill any of his conditions. Su Yang asked him why he looked so scared, since he was the one who openly declared that he would kill him. Alan apologized, saying that they simply didn't know him, and now they truly realized their mistake and were asking to be let go. But Su Yan said that thanks to Alkarai, he already understood what kind of hypocrites the elves were, and he would kill them again and again until their levels dropped to 0 and they could be resurrected. After which, the young man staged a real genocide of the elves, killing them one after another, time after time. The elves tried to stop him, saying that this way, humans would not be able to fight side by side with the elves, but Su Yang stated that he didn't care at all. As a result, only Eric remained, with whom Su Yang wanted to fight with swords, without any tricks. Eric used the Storm Elemental enchantment on his weapon and directed a powerful stream of energy at the young man. The elf used a series of his skills and was confident that this series of attacks would be able to kill Su Yan. But be that as it may, all his attacks were like a mosquito bite, and in the end, he took away only 10% of the boy's health. After that, it was Su Yan's turn to attack, and in just a few blows, he completely finished off Eric and killed him. Vishnu, from the country of Shiva, wanted to return home and tell his superior everything, but Su Yang killed him too. Meanwhile, Jinshi and Velia ran up to him, asking why he killed Vishnu. The youth explained that Shiva had secretly planned to kill them all here, so he simply got ahead of Vishnu and did it first. Finally, Su Yang said that the secret realm of the dragon spirit was not a paradise for leveling up. It lurked dangers they could hardly even imagine, so he advised the girls not to stay there for long. After killing 6 elves, Vishnu, and dragons, the young man received over 30 million experience points, but compared to his current accumulated experience, it was like a drop in the ocean. In addition, the items received were also useless for the young man. Meanwhile, the young man had reached the first stage of the sword's absorption limit, and now he needed to kill a scorching sun-level dragon to increase the sword's stat limit to 20,000. Su Yang wondered if the nameless hero buried where he was the original owner of his dragon heart, and it seemed that the young man had guessed everything correctly. Moving in the direction indicated by the light, he came across the location of the Ancient Devourer, the path to which lay through thick fog. Su Yang was greatly surprised to see the remains of the body of the Ancient Devourer, which was several times larger than his giant black dragon. The young man decided that this was an excellent opportunity to examine the monster's body more closely, but at the same time, he was slightly frightened by the thick fog that began to appear around him again. Through the fog, he barely noticed the hand of the Ancient Devourer and decided to try to climb it. As soon as the young man touched his hand, the monster immediately seemed to activate, and dragons, which apparently had been previously absorbed by the Ancient Devourer, resurrected around him. It was no problem for the young man to deal with them, and meanwhile, he began to think that perhaps this was a test from the Ancient Devourer himself and the nameless hero. However, as soon as Su Yang killed one of the dragons, it immediately resurrected, which was not surprising. The young man didn't care how many times he had to kill the bone dragon, because he was ready to kill as many times as it took. As a result, after some time, the bone dragons turned into a pile of bones. Su Yang didn't understand why this test was necessary, but it nevertheless took a lot of his strength. But the surprises didn't end there, and when the young man tried to climb to the top, someone stopped him again. Moreover, this someone managed to freeze the black dragon, which greatly surprised Su Yang. After which, the stranger attacked the young man, but Su Yang was not at all frightened, and even being in a disadvantageous position, he did not worry. Moreover, such an opponent was only to Su Yan's advantage, since it was a good chance to show off his strength. Moreover, Su Yang was furious because it took him a long time to tame the black dragon, but someone managed to freeze it in an instant. He was already about to take revenge on his offender, when suddenly he announced that the young man had passed the test, after which Athos's body gradually recovered, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Su Yang asked the stranger what his name was, and whether he was really that nameless hero. However, he did not answer, and in return asked him who he was. But after Su Yang introduced himself, he asked again who he was. Su Yang was confused and didn't understand what these two consecutive "who are you" meant. Did the stranger really understand that the young man was the original Sin Lord? But what surprised Su Yang most was that the stranger disappeared again in an instant. It was as if he had been transported back in time and pierced the young man's body with his sword. However, the oddities didn't end there. Despite the stranger piercing him with a sword, Su Yang didn't feel any pain, and even his health points didn't decrease. The stranger was also surprised, talking about some fix that didn't work. Meanwhile, Su Yang wanted to take revenge on the stranger and attacked him, but he managed to dodge his attack, after which a small fight broke out between them, and neither Su Yang nor the stranger were inferior to each other in skill. Moreover, the young man completely forgot what fear was, and even stopped the stranger's sword with his teeth. Su Yang was able to take possession of the stranger's sword, and now he was unarmed, which made the young man's position more advantageous. However, everything was not as it seemed at first glance, and sitting down on the ground, the stranger seemed to plunge into another world. The stranger severed his connection with his sword, and his body began to dissolve. In the end, he only told Su Yan to kill Chloris. However, the young man heard this name for the first time and did not understand what it meant. Meanwhile, the system notified the young man about a new superior item, the Crimson Blade, which had been acquired, information about which was unavailable, and some kind of error had been detected. Su Yang didn't understand what all this meant, but a system window still appeared in front of him describing the skill Rectification that absorbed red moon crystals to carry out a rectification attack. The young man decided to find out more about this fix, and taking the red moon crystal out of his inventory, used it. And it worked. The blade absorbed the crystal, thereby increasing the charge from 152 to 153. At the same time, Su Yang heard the roar of a dragon, which belonged to a single black dragon, Athos. Athos also changed slightly due to the fact that he was able to absorb the dark flame, thereby preventing the immortality of those bone dragons. Moreover, these very same bone dragons have now been resurrected and have become Athos's minions. The young man realized that if he allowed Athos to absorb various elite monsters and bosses, he would have a powerful army of undead, and Athos would become not just a dragon necromancer, but a true Lich King. But what also surprised him was that some numbers began to appear above the creatures, and Su Yang assumed that this was related to his new blade. Since he had no other option but to try using correction, he decided to use it on one of the bone dragons, after which the dragon completely disappeared, and the system notified Su Yang that the correction resulted in the crimson charge level increasing by 0%. And the sword charge was 111. Su Yang couldn't believe it, because he had completely destroyed the creature at the level of direct rules, and even the undead that could resurrect were instantly killed. This reminded the boy that the previously unnamed hero had also tried to use the fix on him, but it hadn't worked, and he wondered why. He asked the system for a hint, but received nothing in response. Nevertheless, he wanted to sort this out later, because now, what was more important was that Athos received the inheritance, and the young man received a godlike artifact. However, red moon crystals are now too rare, and the only way to obtain them is through a random red moon invasion. So the young man wanted to find another way to obtain them. Meanwhile, the entrance to the secret kingdom of the Dragon Spirit opened again. Junshi suggested that Valya go first, and Valya assumed that the girl wanted to wait for Su Yang. Suddenly, their dragons began to tremble with fear, which meant only one thing. There was a black dragon somewhere nearby. The young man came down to them and remarked that they had both worked hard, and also expressed the hope that they would not tell anyone about what had happened. Jinshi expressed her respect to the young man and assured him that they would not tell anyone about the incident, as she could see from his eyes that he was a good person. The girl would have liked to talk more with Su Yan, but unfortunately, she was unable to do so again. Su Yang was surprised that in Jinshi's eyes, he turned out to be a good person, noting that the girl was indeed quite strange. The young man also wanted to leave the secret kingdom, but after what happened, the situation outside became a little more complicated, and he would not be able to simply leave. Based on his assumptions, since faction quests appeared in the world and humans became demons, it would be logical to assume that demons should also be able to somehow join the human faction. He didn't fully understand how everything worked, and decided to check if it was true by launching an immediate parallel incarnation. Returning to the body of the ruler, the system immediately notified him that the properties of the one-way entrance to the abyss had been cancelled, and the demons located in the abyss could now freely leave it and move to the outside world. If ordinary demons leave the abyss, they will most likely only become sources of experience for people. But what will happen if the king of original sin leaves the abyss? So he decided to call upon Lucifer and ordered her to pass through the gates of the abyss. At the same time, one of the gates of the abyss was located on the northern Siberian plain. The temperature there was below -30 degrees, so the guards were sure that even if the demons came near them, they would immediately turn into ice cubes. However, Lucifer was able to get into the ordinary world and instantly killed 2 guards. After this, Lucifer returned to the ruler and told him that she had managed to pass through the gates of the abyss, but her powers had dropped to the level of a demigod. However, even at this level, Lucifer was many times superior to the strongest hunters, so he ordered her to go to the human world and punish all the disobedient ones in his name. In addition, he told her to bring a person who would be his guide while he slept, which Lucifer was quite surprised about. Not long before Su Yang left the secret realm, Orgus confronted Tang Zhan and demanded an explanation from him. Tang Zheng was also perplexed, so he said that he had nothing to explain. The elves, in turn, demanded that the young man who tamed the black dragon be brought to the elven royal court for interrogation. Tang Zhan was also asked for an explanation, but he refused, saying that he did not have the strength to convince him. Just as the situation was escalating, Zhenxi and Velia emerged from the secret realm, not understanding what was happening. They were immediately asked where Su Yang was now, but the girls replied that they did not know because they had gotten lost and their paths had diverged. Zhenxi noted that in the end, not only did they not find any treasure, but they also almost died. And after some flash of light, the entrance opened again. This led the elves to the idea that, most likely, someone had managed to obtain the inheritance of the secret kingdom. The elf captured Zhenxi and Vela, declaring that they would both go with him to the Elven Kingdom for questioning. However, after this, Orgus and Tokugawa intervened, saying that no one would go anywhere with them. After which, the elves declared that in such a case, people could forget about the alliance with them, and if something happened to the third prince and the eldest son of the Lawrence family, they would be in great trouble. At this point, Atar intervened, telling Orgus and Tokugawa to imagine what would happen if they lost their elven allies, just as they would then confront the Overlord. In fact, Atar said this only to show herself in a good light in front of the elves, and so that they would form an alliance with Shiva. Meanwhile, something strange suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a monstrous aura. This aura belonged to none other than Lucifer, who had come to kill everyone. Orgus noticed that something was wrong here, and her aura was different from the one in the abyss. The guys decided to put aside all their differences and unite to destroy a common enemy, the Queen of Pride, Lucifer. After this, they rushed to attack Lucifer, and their attack was led by Tang Zhan, who had earned the nickname God of War. Tokugawa and Atar did not stand aside either, but were ready to flee if something went wrong. Together, they combined attacks and struck at Lucifer, confident that Pride would surely perish. However, their combined attack only slightly hit Lucifer, further angering her. Lucifer used her unique skill, Dark Mastery, which trapped all enemies within a 500-meter radius in a barrier, reducing all stats by 50%. Despite the fact that they were the most powerful hunters of their time, they were unable to resist Lucifer's power. But it didn't end with Lucifer, because Su Yang could still control those who died in the abyss after the failed campaign. This time, he decided to use his power for a good cause and ordered Tang Zhan to take Zhenxi and Welia as far away from the battlefield as possible. The young man himself, meanwhile, came to the battlefield to see Lucifer, introducing himself as the guide of the Lord of Original Sin. The Queen of Pride's first impression of him was not very good. She was surprised that the ruler had chosen someone whom even calling a bug would be an exaggeration. Coming closer, Su Yang told her to put away her arrogance and help him take away one person. This surprised Lucifer. For a moment, she felt the aura of the ruler, even though in front of her was the young man whom she had just called worse than a bug. However, she couldn't disobey Su Yang's order, so she went with him to his house. Using her power, Lucifer grabbed Lilith and dragged her into the abyss. This was Su Yang's plan to prevent the elf from being found and returned to the kingdom. Lilith herself was frightened and did not understand what was happening, because the young man decided not to tell her about it. Meanwhile, the hunters were once again lamenting their failure and could not believe that such a great difference in strength existed in the world. Meanwhile, Orgus asked the boys if anyone had seen Tang Zhan, but everyone answered no. However, Attar noted that before he was sucked into the dark space, he saw Tang Zhan, and Lucifer's skill seemed to have no effect on him, as if she hadn't considered him an enemy in the first place. Orgus did not understand Attar's arguments and asked again what he meant. Attar stated that he had a terrible idea. Perhaps Tang Zhan and Longsha had betrayed humanity and allied themselves with the demons. Orgus denied his words, saying that Tang Zhan was not like that. But Attar insisted on his own. Other hunters supported Attar, saying that it was indeed suspicious. He also reminded them of the portal entrance incident where they suddenly attacked each other, causing Su Yang, who was originally forbidden from entering the realm, to successfully enter, and Longsha to benefit from it. After which, Orgus also began to doubt Tang Zhang, because the power that could control him was only within the power of demons. However, Tokugawa noted that not only Tang Zhan, but also Zhenshi and Vela had disappeared, and asked Attar if he suspected that they too were in cahoots with the demons. Attar was agitated because he had forgotten about those two, and said that Tang Zhan probably wanted to take possession of the secret of the Dragon Spirit's secret realm for himself, so he kidnapped them. Attar himself didn't know what exactly Tang Zhan had done and what he had planned. But having one death less, he wanted to find a way to annoy him. Suddenly, Attar felt someone's presence behind him, but he didn't notice when Tang Zhan appeared. With a powerful blunder, Tang Zhan knocked Attar out and said that next time he would arrange for him to be quickly resurrected if he decided to slander him again. Orgus demanded an explanation from Tang Zhan, which was not surprising, since many strange things had happened in the last minutes. Tang Zhan replied that he had nothing to explain, and if they doubted him, they should go to the Holy City, where the High Priestess would judge everything. Valya defended Tang Zhan, saying that he had carried her and Zhenshi to the border of Longsha and then immediately turned back. Meanwhile, Orgus and Tokugawa began to suspect Su Yang of having ties to demons, but they immediately dismissed the thought as he was a newcomer who had just reached the fourth transformation. After this, Orgus suggested going to the Holy City and asking the High Priestess to judge them, and at the same time sort out the affairs of the Kingdom of the Elves. Everyone supported the idea, including Attar, who intended to take revenge on Tang Zhan for hitting him. But in the end, Tang Zhan's words were confirmed. He did not lie and had no connection with the Abyss. However, this was not what everyone wanted to know, because there was something much more interesting. Euphemia asked Velia and Genji, who were in the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, whether everything they said about the secret realm was the pure truth. After this, the light above them began to fade, and the girls began to get a little nervous, realizing that they found themselves in a hopeless situation where they couldn't lie. Orgus and Tokugawa were furious and demanded an explanation as to why the girls had deceived them. Tang Zhan wondered if all these events were related to Su Yang. He carefully studied the boy's past and questioned everyone, from classmates and guilds to temple priests, and everyone spoke of him the same way: talented, strong, not like a scoundrel. Even if we assume the worst and admit that Su Yang is connected to the Abyss, he still did not implicate Tang Zhan, Zhenshi, and Welia, and Tang Zhan was at a loss as to how to treat the young man if he was truly connected to demons. Euphemia said that since the girls' lies had been exposed, there was no point in concealing them anymore, and trying to hide the truth could backfire. The High Priestess suggested discussing everything in person in the confessional, if that would be more convenient, and the girls agreed. 10 minutes later, Euphemia came out of the confessional with a very angry look. Pointing her staff at Attar, she asked if it was true that he had planned and ordered Vishnu to kill all the participants of the secret kingdom. Attar was perplexed and didn't know how to answer, not understanding how Genshi and Velia found out about this, because they certainly couldn't capture Vishnu. Euphemia stated that, according to the testimony of the girls in the secret realm Dragon Spirit, Su Yang uncovered Vishnu's plan and killed him. They themselves were not involved, and now he wants to find out the real culprit. Bouquet intervened in the conversation, asking how Su Yan managed to kill Vishnu with the sixth transformation, but Carolina interrupted him, saying that the main thing now was Attar. Attar was cornered, didn't know what to answer, and the light above him had already gone out. Then Euphemia sentenced Attar, 3 death sentences, place of imprisonment in the Holy City, term to be determined later. Tongjian asked Atar if nothing had happened to Jinshi and Velia since he wanted to put all the blame on Su Yang. Atar declared that this was slander, and although there had been such a plan, he had not made a pact with the Abyss. In addition, he accused the young man of killing the elves and named Lunsha as the culprits. Tongjian could not stand the loud accusations and decided to teach Atar a lesson, with a powerful blow that almost sent him to the world of resurrection, after which he dealt another blow and sent Atar to prison to await the final verdict. Atar himself did not want to stop and promised to take revenge on Tongjian. Meanwhile, he sent his brother a final message before his imprisonment, asking him to tell the Elven Kingdom about Su Yang's murder of the Elven Prince, and to organize an alliance between Shiva and the Abyss to take revenge on everyone. Watching from the sidelines, Su Yang was surprised by Atar's decisions, as joining the demons was the same as committing suicide. Atar didn't suspect that Su Yang was actually the Lord of Original Sin, and if Shiva joined the demons, Su Yang would be able to command them at his own discretion. As for the Elven Kingdom, except for Lilith, all the elves the young man met were imbued with arrogance to the marrow of their bones, so he was deeply indifferent to them. Moreover, due to the events in the secret realm of the dragon spirit and the fear of attracting the attention of the holy city, the young man did not level up for a long time. But now everything has changed. No one knew who Su Yang was yet, and they treated him carelessly, calling him a weakling. Nevertheless, they wanted to establish a relationship with the young man, since it was him that the ruler had chosen as his guide. As Livia was the high demon priestess, she was in charge of the demonic statue's transformation process. The young man wanted to complete another 5-star quest, the 5th transformation. He also wondered if he could create a VIP room in the demon temple for the strongest demons to complete 5-star transformation quests. If all goes well, they will encounter the Red Moon invasion and be able to obtain crystals by killing Scarlet Wither monsters. Then, as the original Sin Lord, Su Yang will force them to give the crystals to him. So he wanted to get rich from the Red Moon crystals and make full use of the new Crimson Blade. Meanwhile, he received a 5-star quest for the 5th transformation, Double Harvest, where he had to kill 10 demons and 10 5th transformation hunters. As a reward, he will receive the secret weapon Demon Soul Reaper, an upgrade to the legendary level, a 50% increase to basic stats, a skill upgrade, and 1,000 free stat points. For Su Yan, killing a 5th transformation hunter was a piece of cake, so he decided to walk through the abyss to complete the first task. Meanwhile, Shiva was waiting for news outside, not yet knowing that Vishnu had been defeated. The news of Vishnu's death shocked his father. He could not believe that his brilliant son had died. Vishnu hoped to be promoted to the 9th transformation, but he died at the hands of a youth with the 4th transformation. This prompted the father to think about joining the demons, despite the betrayal of humanity, because, in his opinion, there was nothing left to lose. Meanwhile, Euphemy announced that Atar had been arrested and taken into custody, and now the matter concerning Su Yan needed to be discussed. Orgus noted that he could believe in the murder of Vishnu with the 6th transformation by a youth with the 4th, but he considered the murder of an elven prince with the 7th transformation to be absurd. Valia admitted that the young man seemed to have used an object that completely paralyzed Eric. He could neither move, nor use objects, nor perform skills, and she had never seen anything like this. Boki noted that it sounds like a capture state, but for a low-level hunter against a high-level hunter, the damage and CC time should be significantly reduced. Orgus added that this rule doesn't apply to Su Yan right now, and either he's hiding his true level or the item is extremely powerful, so much so that it ignores the level suppression effects. Tongjian said that, no matter the method, at least Su Yang did not cause harm without reason, and he considered him innocent. Tokugawa noted that for them, the youth might be innocent, but for the Elven Kingdom, he was definitely guilty. Suddenly, a temple attendant burst into the temple and told Euphemy about the emergency, after which Euphemia announced that the meeting was temporarily suspended as Atar, through Amino, had persuaded Shiva to go over to the demon side. Amino decided to join the demons, believing that if becoming the strongest through inheritance is not possible, he needs to contact the Abyss and take revenge on those who have offended him. Meanwhile, 20,000 people, legendary level hunters, have already been transported into the Abyss, of which more than 1,000 have completed demonization. The Temple of Rebirth did not turn a blind eye to these actions and sent hunters to prevent Shiva from becoming demons. Amino ordered that the Brahmins be converted into demons first, and that the Kshatriyas and commoners loyal to the temple be detained as hunters. Amino didn't want the plans to fail, so he himself went into the abyss. During this time, the hunters were getting used to the changes in strength and were looking forward to what lay ahead. However, their joy did not last long. Suddenly, a young man came to them, whom everyone saw for the first time. They tried to attack him but were unsuccessful. And Su Yang said that he was a guide from the demon city who had come to direct the newly arrived hunters. He noted that he was one of the first hunters to be transformed into demons, and the high priest had tasked him with escorting the new recruits. After some time, Su Yang took them to the city and explained what was going on. One of the now demons became curious to know where he came from. Su Yang replied that he was from Longsha, which surprised the others, but they were glad to meet him. They also asked if there were any rules in the demon city, such as not attacking each other. Su Yang explained that there is such a ban, and the demon priest punishes those who violate it. However, outside the city, in the abyss, there are no restrictions. The law of the jungle reigns there. Might makes right. After this, Su Yang took out his blade and cut off the head of one of the newly transformed demons. The rest were outraged and wanted revenge. But the same fate befell them. There is indeed a ban on attacks in the demon city, but not for Su Yan. He is the rule there. After being reborn, the boys wanted to tell Amino everything, but Su Yang killed them before they could leave the city. Thanks to this, he completed part of the first task of the 5-star quest, and if he continues at this pace, he will complete the quest today. Meanwhile, Livia became interested in Su Yang. At first glance, he seemed weak, but he killed with the 6th transformation, being the 4th. Su Yang had already completed the first task of the quest. Next, he needed to kill 10 hunters outside the demon camp. In the shallow layers of the abyss, there were probably still many unconverted Brahmin aristocrats, killing whom would be enough. But there was one catch. After death, they were reborn in the temple of Shiva's reincarnation. And if rumors about it spread, problems would arise. So someone was needed to guard the entrance. Meanwhile, he noticed the presence of Livia, who was secretly following him. Livia was surprised that Su Yang noticed her and asked what he wanted from her. Su Yan, as the guide, ordered the publication of a quest. The demon hunters from the city must eliminate 10 unconverted 5th transformation Brahmin aristocrats. Livia was surprised and angry, considering the young man a weak guide, but he already dared to order her around. However, since the Lord had chosen the guide, she could not object and published the task. The demons immediately set out to carry it out and began hunting the aristocrats. Even after death, they did not want to retreat, taking with them several Shudras as human shields. And before they could even understand what was happening, someone cut off their heads. It was Su Yang, who at first felt sorry for killing them. But then, after learning who they really were, decided that they did not deserve to live. An hour later, Su Yang completed the 2nd task of the 5-star quest, killing 10 hunters. After this, a hidden quest was revealed. Go to the 60th level of the Abyss, kill the primordial demon boss, Abyssal Roar of the Abyss, and obtain the crystal core from it. The young man decided not to delay, took Athos with him, and set off to explore the Abyss. After descending to level 60, he encountered the 150-star-level primordial demon boss, Abyssal Rage Roar. The boss was surprised and angry that the young man came alone and declared that he would kill him. 5 minutes later, the boss lay defeated on the ground. It seemed that the young man had come to the boss, but in fact, the main boss was himself. The boss dropped a crystal core, which the young man had to bring to the statue. However, plans changed, and instead of completing the quest, he decided to go to the very bottom of the abyss. To obtain the dark power of the original Sin Lord, Su Yang must descend to the very bottom of the abyss. He can't do that now, so all he can do is grant the power to the original Sin Kings and then ask them to pass it on to him. Besides, the connection time hadn't been updated yet, so he'd have to wait until tomorrow. But for now, the young man went to his now mansion. Lilith was waiting for him at the mansion, not understanding what was happening and demanding an explanation. Su Yang explained that she was now in the demon city. He transferred her here because the Elven Kingdom was looking for her again, and asked her not to worry because she was safe with him, and the servants would help if anything happened. Lilith didn't fully understand what was happening and how Su Yang ended up connected with demons, but she believed him. However, Su Yang continued to assure her that she would always be safe with him. Meanwhile, in the Elven Kingdom, news of Prince Eric's death was received, and the news shocked everyone. The head of Tassi admitted that he did not know the details of the incident, since at that time he was negotiating with people outside the secret kingdom. The queen was furious and ordered that the situation be dealt with immediately, and that those responsible be punished in the most severe manner. At this time, Euphemie was thinking about Shiva's Pandora's box, and what might happen if Shiva took advantage of it and joined the ranks of the demons, and other countries followed her. If this happens, the world will be plunged into chaos, and there will be no one to resist the invasion of the Red Moon. But the troubles were not over. At that moment, the elves, led by Carl Lawrence, entered the temple to find out the truth. Carl demanded that the killer of Eric and Alan be handed over immediately. Otherwise, their assistants would be replaced by slavery. Euphemie asked Carl to watch his words and said that, as far as she knew, although the elf temple allowed one to reach the divine level, the last transformation was 200 years ago. She hinted that the divine level might have fallen over the past 200 years, and asked if he was being overconfident in calling them a godless race. Carl himself, a level 453 Great Archmage of the 9th Transformation, replied that perhaps so, but they still had a level 500 demigod warrior and 2 strong warriors above level 450. This news shocked the rest of the hunters, because in front of them was one of these powerful warriors. Tongzhan stated that this was only suppression by level, and even if it was not divine, there was always hope of winning. But it wasn't just about level suppression. The elves had 2 artifacts that could be equipped during combat. Carl noted that, according to Tassi, the country of Shiva inspires the most trust among the elves, and asked who its representative is. Euphemie explained that Shiva no longer belonged to the human world, as she had chosen to join the abyss. This surprised Carl, and he asked who among those present was sincerely inclined towards an alliance and ready to hand over the killer. Then Tokugawa, without hesitation, named the killer, Su Yang of Longsha. Tongzhan was furious at Tokugawa's actions, but it was no use, because Tokugawa had already told everything. Carl demanded that Tongzhan tell him where Su Yang was now, but he refused. Carl was not satisfied with this answer and wanted to teach Tongzhan a lesson. But one look from Euphemia was enough for him to change his mind and stop the attack. Meanwhile, Tokugawa pointed to Zenshi and Wheelia, saying that they were survivors of the secret kingdom and could tell about Su Yang's crimes. As a result, Carl took the girls away for interrogation, which Euphemia could not resist. Meanwhile, Libya entered the world and headed to the Holy City. Livia was unhappy with Su Yang giving her orders one after another, but she couldn't disobey because he had a master behind him. This time, the young man told her to teach Carl a lesson, bring back Zhenshi and Velia, and was looking forward to seeing her strength. Despite the kindness and mercy of the elves, they were cruel and ready to kill anyone who disobeyed. Meanwhile, Libya found them to teach the impudent ones a lesson. Carl tried to attack, but it was useless, because due to envy, Livia could seize the enemy's abilities and use them. So she took possession of Carl's abilities, albeit only for 10 minutes. After that, she refined the spell into the secret art Forbidden Spell, Great Meteor Extermination. Carl wanted to use a shield to save himself from the attack, but it didn't work, and the elf was incinerated alive. Tokugawa tried to escape, but Livia caught up with him and used the Forbidden Spell, Wind God Choke. This frightened Zenshi and Velia. They did not understand what was happening and what would happen next, whether the same fate would befall them as the others. However, everything was different, and opening a portal, Livia told them to follow her. At this time, Euphemia felt an incredibly strong energy suddenly flare up, and the auras of Carl and Tokugawa instantly disappeared. After which, Tokugawa found himself in the temple and told the high priestess about everything that had happened. Euphemia was surprised that she hadn't seen Zenshi and Velia anywhere, and everything was the same as last time. The girls survived their encounter with Lucifer outside the secret realm. Previously, they blamed Atar, thinking that he wanted to frame Loonsha for conspiring with the Abyss. But now he is in prison, and the girls again remained alive after an encounter with Sin. Having eliminated all the options, Euphemia noted that only one remained, Su Yang. Meanwhile, Livia tried to understand what Su Yang had in mind and why he needed so many women. Neither Zenshi nor Velia understood what was going on here, But suddenly Su Yang came out of the mansion and greeted the girls. The girls were surprised to see the young man and asked what it all meant. But Su Yang replied that he couldn't tell them anything yet. This led Jin Shi to the conclusion that Su Yang had decided to betray the people and join the demons. She couldn't find any other explanation. Meanwhile, Su Yang asked her if she still considered him a good person, as she said when he saved her from the elf. Junshi replied that she still believed him, or rather, wanted to believe him, because she was sure that he had reasons for acting this way. After this, the misunderstandings between them died down, and despite the oddities, they trusted Su Yang. Yet, it frightened Velu that Genshi was so confident that Su Yang was truly a good person. Lilith didn't like that the young man was bringing other girls to the mansion again, and thus not paying attention to her. Su Yang didn't know what to answer, so he just said that it was necessary and he would pay more attention to Lilith in the future. After which, the young man went to the throne, thinking about how to obtain the dark power of original sin in order to complete the 5th transformation. Everything in the Abyss is going according to plan now, but the Elven world is a threat. So Su Yang decided to wait for the boss's abilities to recharge and resurrect Samael to scout out the situation. If the elves' fighting strength turned out to be lower than he expected, the original Sen Kings would be able to take over the Elven Kingdom. And by killing the ruler, Su Yang would become the ruler of 3 factions at once. This was the young man's plan, to create a world where people and demons could live in harmony, and where elves were doomed to be slaves. Su Yang did not forget about the state of Shiva, whom he also wanted to repay for their deeds. Meanwhile, Euphemia was wondering if it was true that Su Yang had joined the demons and submitted to the Overlord, since all the evidence pointed to him. Therefore, the priestess decided to approach the statue and request records of Su Yan's change of profession. Of course, all these 5-star transformations may be difficult for ordinary hunters, but if the young man is the incarnation of the original Sin Lord, it is a piece of cake for him. Euphemia wanted to discuss this topic with Bai Ling and ask her a few questions regarding Su Yang. In the name of the sacred statue, Euphemia told Bai Ling to tell her everything she knew about Su Yang. Bai Ling was surprised that even Euphemia knew about Su Yang, but she still didn't understand how she thought about him. When Bai Ling said that she would tell the priestess in detail about all his heroic deeds, she was stunned. After that, Bai Ling told her everything she knew about the young man, every single transformation quest he had undertaken, and his battle with the Red Moon. Bai Ling did not hide anything and proudly spoke about all the so-called exploits of the young man. However, from her words, Euphemia understood one thing. Bai Ling was head over heels in love with Su Yang, so asking her about anything was useless. However, Euphemia asked if there was anything else between her and Su Yan that she hadn't told him about. The only thing Bai Ling didn't mention was how she had removed Su Yang's curse of scarlet withering, because talking about it made her feel embarrassed. The High Priestess decided not to ask any further questions, and only asked that Su Yang be told that she really wanted to talk to him. Despite all the evidence against Su Yan, Euphemia hoped until the very end that she was just overthinking things and that everything was wrong. Meanwhile, Amino, along with the rest of the members of Shiva's state, were wandering around the abyss, already being demons. But suddenly, Amino was grabbed by one of the demons and declared that, in the name of the High Priest of Demons, he was accused of disrespect to the ruler and sentenced to death. Amino denied his words, saying that everything was not so, and he was faithful to the ruler until the end of his days. However, if Amino wanted to dispute anything, he had only one option: to go to the Great Monarch and tell him everything. After some time, the demons delivered Amino to Libya, where he also denied his guilt, claiming that he had done nothing that could offend the monarch. Livia was furious when Amino spoke to her, considering him a worthless weakling who shouldn't be allowed to do such a thing, and then kicked him with all her might. At the same time, Su Yang appeared and asked Amino if he didn't understand why he was sentenced to death for insulting the monarch. Amino looked up and was shocked, not understanding what Su Yang was doing here. The young man told him again who he was, and added that he could now be considered the crown prince of the abyss. Su Yang recalled that he and his brother had once planned to kill everyone in the Dragon Spirit secret realm, including him. However, their even greater mistake was that after the failure, they betrayed the people and joined the demons, where Su Yang was already waiting for them. Amino was angry at Su Yan and wanted to take revenge on him for everything. the death of his brother, the inhabitants of Shiva, and the harm caused to him. Suyan didn't even have to answer, because Livia stood up for him and took Amino's skill for herself. Moreover, Livia noted that the assassination attempt on the Lord's guide aggravates Amino's guilt, and his skill is ideal for torture. As a result, Amino was tortured to death by his own snakes. What goes around comes around. Meanwhile, Su Yang told Livia to regard the new demon hunters from Shiva as an inferior race and only use them as servants. Having rested with Shiva, the young man decided not to stop and move on to the kingdom of the elves, as well as to another traitor, Tokugawa. Meanwhile, Carl returned to the palace to tell about what had happened and the small problems. Carl himself did not understand who the woman who attacked them was and where she got so much strength that she killed everyone in an instant. Carl was sure that she was from the abyss, but he didn't know how to tell the queen everything. The queen greeted Carl and immediately asked where Eric's killer was. Falling to his knees, Carl reported that Prince Eric's killer was a young man from the human world named Su Yang, from the Longxia clan, who had subdued the Black Dragon. The queen became angry and asked again where Su Yang was now. In a trembling voice, Carl said that initially there were 2 survivors in the secret kingdom, who perhaps knew the whole truth. But on the way back, they were attacked by a demon, and they all died. Carl added that the demon was incredibly powerful, and apparently, one of the kings of original sin. This caused a violent reaction among the elves. No one could believe that the demon was so strong that he killed Lord Carl. Given the situation, the elves suggested that the queen, in parallel with the search for the murderer, expedite the conclusion of an alliance with the people in order to first deal with the abyss. The queen noted that since all her subjects agreed, in the name of the holy goddess of nature, she was ready to temporarily forget personal quarrels and form an alliance with people against the abyss. However, the investigation into Eric's death will continue, stating that the killer's blood will become payment for the blood of the royal family. In the Elven Kingdom, black dragons have long been extinct. The elves have destroyed 95 black dragons, but no one has inherited the blood of the ancient devourer. Therefore, the queen was sure that the young man was unlikely to be lucky enough to possess the blood of the ancient devourer, and that killing him would be easy. Meanwhile, the cooldown for connecting to the boss was refreshed, and Su Yang became the overlord again. At the same time, he wanted to understand the limitations of the new semi-artifact Wrath King's armor, which required killing 100,000 star-level demons, 1,000 starlight demons, 100 shining moon demons, and 10 scorching sun demons. At first glance, it seemed difficult, but not for Su Yan, who possessed the power of a sovereign, for whom it only took an instant. In an instant, he killed all the demons needed to remove the restrictions from the half-artifact. Immediately after this, he summoned Lucifer and ordered him to hand over the half-artifact to his guide, himself. Meanwhile, he asked her what she thought about his guide, to which Lucifer replied that the guide was the choice of the ruler, and she had no right to question his choice. At the same time, Livia approached him, saying that there was a matter that required his attention, and asked for an audience. Livia came to him to tell him about the resistance to the Red Moon invasion, because she knew nothing about it, was confused, and wanted to hear an explanation from the Lord. Su Yang was surprised that the Abyss had never encountered the Red Moon before. But since the Job Transfer Temple already had a well-established system related to the Red Moon, he decided to simply borrow it. And before the young man could begin his speech, something strange suddenly happened. Out of the blue, for unknown reasons, the Red Moon invasion began. Moreover, the Crimson Gates were activated in the Abyss, where nothing was previously known about the Red Moon. From the Crimson Gates, monsters of the Crimson Withering began to emerge, the first of which was a level 100 Whispering Chaos. Lucifer immediately tried to destroy it, but her attacks did not affect the monster in any way. This truly surprised Lucifer and angered Livia, who asked her if she couldn't deal with such trash. After which, Livia attacked the monster, piercing its body with a blow, but even she could not kill it. Su Yang was surprised that even the attacks of divine-level kings were useless, and in that case, the legend that only a chosen hero could overcome the Scarlet Withering was true. However, no matter what the legends, for the Lord of Original Sin to wipe the monster from the face of the earth was a piece of cake. However, it didn't end there, and suddenly a giant eye appeared from the Crimson Gate, looking straight at the ruler. Su Yang understood what this meant and felt a monstrous pressure. But he did not think of retreating, and advanced straight to the gate. But no matter how powerful the original Sin Lord was, even he couldn't resist the pressure of the crimson withering. It suppressed him without a chance to escape. But what kind of ruler is he then if he cannot resist anything? As a result, Su Yang was unable to explore the world beyond the Crimson Gate, as he was barely able to escape due to the incredible pressure. Lucifer and Livia noted that the Lord's soul seemed to have changed slightly. Strangely, it seemed like he had been subjected to the scarlet desecration. Su Yang stated that it didn't matter and suggested that they first continue the previous conversation by telling them what the red moon was. After this, the Lord ordered Livia to spread the news of the red moon, and if the Crimson Gates appeared, to immediately kill the heretics coming out of them and bring him the red moon crystals. Moreover, he promised to grant a thread of primordial power to anyone who brought 1,000 red moon crystals. At the same time, Euphemy was perplexed. Not even half a month had passed since the last red moon, and another one had appeared, in addition to the abyss, world bosses, and a bunch of problems with the Elven Kingdom. Euphemy did not understand what was happening to the world, and prayed to the Lord to send a true savior to the faithful servants who would lead them out of this hopeless future. Su Yang decided to visit Lilith, and as soon as he opened the door, the elf immediately threw herself into his arms, because she had a nightmare that the red moon had swallowed him, which frightened her. However, their conversation was interrupted by Lucifer, who came to give him a small gift from the ruler. Lucifer didn't have the best opinion of the conductor, and handed over the half-artifact without even looking at the young man. Meanwhile, the demons hunted the crimson withering monsters, and tried to obtain as many red moon crystals as possible. Lucifer also wanted the crystals, so she killed anyone who dared to steal them in front of her. She also wondered why the Lord chose Su Yan as his guide, since he was as weak as an ant and possessed by lust, which dishonored the king's dignity. However, Lucifer wanted to be the first to obtain 1,000 red moon crystals in order to receive the thread of the original power as a reward. At the same time, new crimson gates opened near Lucifer, from which new monsters emerged. This time, it was the god-level scarlet withering monster, Chanter of Old Times. Lucifer wanted to deal with him immediately by piercing his body with a demonic spear. But the attack did not work. Furthermore, the monster responded with the attack Blood Tide of Destruction, declaring that the red moon would destroy everyone in its path. In response, Lucifer activated a barrier, which instantly suppressed the monster's attack. His arrogance angered Lucifer, so she decided to immediately finish him off with a more powerful attack. However, Lucifer still received some damage, because, as the Overlord predicted, the level of the enemies in the Crimson Gates was synchronized with the level of the target. Meanwhile, she wondered who the target of the level 100 monster that attacked them was, and whether it had accidentally entered the throne room. For killing a god-level monster, Lucifer received a whopping 8,000 red moon crystals, enough to make 8 strands of primordial power, and was eagerly awaiting the time to hand them over to the Overlord. Meanwhile, Su Yang completed the 5th transformation quest, and his skills and stats increased several times again. Thanks to the fact that the youth had countless experience reserves, he immediately raised his level to the permissible maximum. Despite this, he still had a lot of experience in reserve, and his profession was changed to Soul Reaper. Moreover, he completed the hidden task, after which the merger began to confirm the completion. After the merger, there was a sudden surge of corruption belonging to Su Yan. Then an aura similar to the appearance of a lord appeared, which made all the demons and original Sin Kings tense up. Jinshi and Vela also felt this aura, and initially thought that a gate had appeared nearby. The pressure of such a monstrous aura made Vela's legs feel like they were giving out, and she asked Jinji to use Farsight magic as soon as possible. Using magic, Jinshi was surprised by what she saw, and realized that all the monstrous aura was coming from Su Yang. The thing is that by completing the secret quest Song of Darkness, the young man unlocked the fallen form of the Soul Reaper, which allows him to unleash darkness for 5 minutes. And now he can empower or disempower the 7 original sins. This was a real revelation for Su Yan, because the ability that was supposed to be unlocked only after killing the Overlord was revealed to him much earlier, albeit only for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Lucifer and Livia approached him, and the former demanded an explanation of how he dared to accept the power of the ruler, forcing the children of the Abyss to kneel, being only a guide. Su Yang didn't like this attitude, so he wanted to teach them a lesson so that they would understand that he was not just a guide. After this, he used his power against Lucifer and Livia, angering them even more. But what was even more surprising was that after his attack, their abilities suddenly disappeared. In the end, Lucifer acknowledged Su Yang's strength, but warned him to remember his place, stating that usurping the sovereign's power was unacceptable. After this, envy and pride left, only telling the young man at parting that they would keep a close eye on him. Meanwhile, Su Yang went to the demonic statue to complete another 5-star quest, but for the 6th transformation. This time, he had to single-handedly kill the Shining Moon level boss, Demon Lord Lovick, to prove his strength. While this might have been an incomprehensible task for others, for Su Yan, it was as easy as pie. Meanwhile, he became curious about what would happen if he absorbed the boss with the power of gluttony, and how much his stats would increase in that case. Deciding not to think for long, Su Yang went to the 90th level of the Abyss, where Lovick himself lived. Having met with Lovick, he told the young man that, according to the latest laws of the Abyss, promulgated by Livia, for every 100 levels of the Abyss, 10 levels are given to the demonic nobility for development. So he asked Su Yan whose command he was serving under if he allowed himself to break the rules without fear of punishment from Livia. However, Lovick stated that it did not matter whose subordinate the young man was, for the fundamental law of the Abyss was that the strongest survive. Su Yan also had something to say to Lovick, and using the skill of pride, he knocked the boss to his knees. And since he was recognized as weak, he could no longer cause any harm to the youth. Lovick began to apologize to Su Yang, saying that he did not immediately recognize the guide and asked for forgiveness, granting him the mercy of sparing his life. However, Su Yang said that he was going to test his new powers on him right now, so he had better not resist and do everything he told him to. Having tested the abilities of pride, Su Yang decided to immediately try the skills of greed, sacrificing one of his items in order to take possession of an item of the same level from an enemy. After which, he asked Lovick if he had any star-level equipment, and he replied that he did and was ready to give everything. Moreover, he also had a lot of Shining Moon-level equipment. Su Yang said that there was no need for that, as he only wanted to replace his Star Dagger, which was a bit outdated, and then used the Greed skill against Lovick. The young man mastered Lovick's Star-level shield, Demon's Roar, which possesses the Unstoppable effect, granting immunity to all types of control and reducing damage taken by 50%. Having experienced pride and greed, the young man decided to use laziness as a last resort. This is a major sin that creates an area around the user in which all items, equipment, and skills become invalid. Su Yang cast a forbidden spell on Lovick and ordered him to use it against him, but the monster failed, making a bit of noise before simply disappearing. The young man was incredibly happy that he had acquired such powerful skills, but the mana consumption was also monstrous, and he almost ran out of it in just a second. There was another great sin that Su Yang wanted to experience, lust, but he decided to put it off for another time. As a result, having finished the test of sins, Su Yang cut off Lovick's head and thus completed the quest. At the same time, the royal court was concerned about the disappearance of Lilith, and the issue of an alliance with humans was being decided. Meanwhile, the queen was informed that her daughter was in Su Yang's hands, and there were people who personally saw her entering and leaving his house. This truly angered the queen, because a certain Su Yang not only arbitrarily tamed a black dragon, which is considered a harbinger of disaster, brutally killed her son Eric, but also kidnapped her beloved daughter. For these 3 sins, in the name of the holy goddess of nature and the royal family of the elves, the queen gave the order to kill Su Yan, as well as eliminate all witnesses, leaving no one alive. She also ordered Carl to go back to the human world to discuss the alliance and choose a day to begin the expedition to the Abyss, and temporarily handed him the royal artifact, branch of the sacred tree blessed by the goddess. The queen said to use the artifact to frighten ignorant people so that they would understand that the power of the elves goes far beyond their imagination. In addition, this artifact can be used if any of the Sin Kings attacks again to destroy them immediately. Immediately after this, the queen declared the meeting over and spilled her royal blood on the branch. She considered this a necessary measure to ensure the death of the young man, And the royal blood itself significantly strengthens the branch and reveals its full power. Moreover, she also endowed Carl with the blood of the original source, so that he would find her as soon as possible. And the blood itself was supposed to help him in this. After Carl left, the queen asked Marita what she had learned that she was so obsessed with the return of her cursed daughter, and was even willing to sacrifice priceless primordial blood. Marita, the high priestess of the elves, said that this was an order from God, and that she would soon understand everything herself, and that the survival of the royal court depended on it. Meanwhile, Su Yang was watching Carl and learned that he and the other elves were currently heading to the human world to kill him. Meanwhile, the young man was worried about how the other boys would react if the elves revealed his location, and he hoped that he would not be considered a traitor. At the same time, he didn't care what others thought of him, because history is remembered only by the victors, and as soon as Su Yang defeated the original Sin Lord, all suspicions would instantly dissipate. After that, the young man went to the demonic statue to complete the 5-star quest for the 6th transformation. After switching to a new transformation, Su Yang immediately raised his level to 173, using up all his experience reserves. In addition to raising his maximum level to 200, the young man also received 2,000 free stat points, increased the effect of his passive skills, and mastered the 2nd-level Forbidden Fire Elemental spell, Azure Flame Hell. However, he suddenly felt someone's presence nearby, and it was Livia again, secretly watching him. When he asked her why she was following him and if anything had happened, Livia replied that everything was fine. The girl herself did not understand how he had managed to open her up again, and how his strength could have grown so quickly, since now you couldn't even tell that he was a simple bug. However, Su Yang had more important things to do than interrogate Livia about why she was watching him. Having reconnected with the boss, the young man resurrected another sin, Belphegor's laziness, whose characteristics were monstrously powerful. He wanted to do the same with Belphegor as he did with the other sins, accept their lives as tribute and grant them death until they were called upon again. Belphegor replied that laziness contained stability, and death was the highest form of peace, so she was ready to give her life. By killing Belphegor, Su Yang gained a whopping 18 billion experience points, enough to level up to 198. He also acquired her source of power, which grants immunity to the effects of the abyss up to level 600, and her essence, which increases health by 50 million, and physical and magical defense by 50,000. In addition, he acquired a very powerful material, Belphegor's silver body, and the forbidden semi-divine magic Wall of Eternity, which grants complete invulnerability to physical damage for 1 minute, but prevents him from using skills. In addition, he received an artifact from the Confrontation of Sins series, Weapon of Justice, linked to the soul of Belphegor and possessing the ability to steal characteristics against a combat target, 30% resistance and 20% health, and also creating the same field of laziness. All 7 great artifacts had similar abilities, their purpose being to create the core of a clearing squad endowed with equal powers. And if the young man manages to collect all 7 artifacts, it will mean that he himself will become an entire army. Meanwhile, he called Lucifer and Livia to report to him on the progress of the Red Moon Crystals collection. The Demon Temple collected a total of 2,310 crystals, and all the demon people were sincerely happy to present them to the Lord. Livia thought she had beaten Lucifer, but when she presented 8,000 crystals, the question of who would win their competition was closed. After which, as the Lord had previously promised, for their efforts in obtaining the Red Moon Crystals, he rewarded the best with the thread of original sin and kept his word. However, what was more important to Su Yang were the crystals, thanks to which he could now use his Crimson Blade. Moreover, with the help of the same Crimson Blade, the young man could erase the original sins from this world, but killing them required a lot of crystals. Before letting Livia go, he instructed her to give the gift to the guide, since Lucifer had done it last time. After Livia left, he asked Lucifer to stay, saying he wanted to look at the wound she had sustained after fighting the Crimson Wither. Touching it, Su Yang confirmed his suspicions. The Scarlet Withering was growing stronger, and the Scarlet Filth was becoming an increasingly greater threat after fighting it. Even Lucifer, despite her strength, could not completely avoid the infection, but only managed to suppress its spread. However, with the help of the Lord's power, He was able to heal Lucifer and transform the Scarlet Wither into crystals. Meanwhile, he also told Lucifer that if she suddenly became infected, she should not endure it, but should immediately contact him. In the end, thanks to the demons, and especially Lucifer, Su Yang collected a total of about 13,000 red moon crystals. So he decided that there was no longer any reason to delay, and the time had come to seriously test himself in action. Meanwhile, a delegation from the Elven Kingdom arrived in the Holy City, and with them was the kingdom's second prince, Andal Savalaya, a level 250 blessed knight of the 7th transformation. Of course, the first person to meet them was Tokugawa from the Flower Kingdom, for it was he who, more than anyone else, desired an alliance with the elves for selfish purposes. Moreover, Tokugawa wanted Carl to help him level up as quickly as possible, and then he would finally be able to take revenge on Tangzan and the others. However, he was afraid of Tangzan like fire, and even Carl noticed this, so he considered Tokugawa a non-entity, and yet, having an internal agent was very useful for him. Meanwhile, Andal turned to Tangzan and ordered him and the rest of the Longsha members to leave the Alliance meeting. At this point, Lin Sanchong, the deputy head of the Immortal Combat Alliance and a level 354, 9th Transformation Zodiac Warrior, intervened in the conversation and demanded an explanation from the elf. Carl took this as disrespect to the second prince and immediately took out a branch to teach Lin Sanchong a lesson. Without the slightest hesitation, he attacked it with the destructive power of the branch, strengthened by the blood of the queen. When Tangzhan asked what was going on in the kingdom, Carl replied that they had deliberately included the prince in the second delegation to demonstrate their loyalty. He also noted that since Eric and Lilith's killers were from Longxia, for Andal's peace of mind, they were forced to ask the Longxia delegates to leave the alliance meeting. Andal also added that if they were ready to hand over his brother's killer, then he could show mercy and not exclude Lun Sha from the further alliance. Moreover, Carl stated that the elven delegation would go to the Holy Temple to participate in the meeting only after all the representatives of Longsha were expelled from the Holy City. However, such impudent behavior and open disrespect for people did not please Euphemia. Moreover, it made her angry. First, she healed Lin Sanchong and then aimed the shot at Carl. Using the same branch, Carl easily managed to repel Euphemia's attack with his own counterattack. Meanwhile, Euphemia asked Carl to watch his behavior and words, because politeness requires politeness in return. Carl thanked her for the instruction and was surprised at the same time, because it seemed Euphemia had an artifact that could counter the branch of the sacred tree blessed by the goddess. He also urged Euphemia to sort out the problems that had arisen. Otherwise, the upset second prince would probably not be able to sign the alliance treaty. Afterwards, Euphemia personally spoke with Tangzhan to find out his opinion on the elves' demands. In Tangzhan's own opinion, the problem lay with Su Yang. The elves thought too highly of him, to the point of being confusing. He noted that the death of the elven prince alone would not have been a reason for such a violent reaction, and there must have been some other, more compelling reason. Euphemia replied that she agreed with Tangzhan, and that she also had some guesses about the young man. However, before the priestess could finish speaking, a global announcement from the system appeared, stating that the third artifact from the Confrontation of Sins series had been received. This caused a real shock, and Tangzhan asked Euphemia who could possibly do such a thing, and whether she had known about it from the very beginning. Euphemia decided not to hide her answer, and stated that the person who had mastered the 3 artifacts could very well be Su Yang, which surprised Tangzhan even more. The priestess noted that if they looked back and remembered what they knew, starting with the mysterious mind control, the sudden appearance of Lucifer, and the rescue of Zhenzi and Valia, from the very beginning, they suspected Atar of everything. But after he was sealed, events continued to spiral out of control. Moreover, after the incident in the secret realm of the dragon spirit, the young man disappeared without a trace. And now, Zhenzi and Velia were also missing. And this was something that Euphemia found very suspicious. Tangzhan noted that he also had suspicions regarding the youth, but he denied them in every possible way, justifying it by the fact that Su Yang was only at the level of the 4th transformation, after which Euphemia guessed that Su Yang was actually the Lord of the Abyss. However, this turned out to be a joke, and Euphemia explained to Tangzhan that she had initially seriously considered this, but after a thorough investigation, she had almost ruled out such a possibility. However, she was certain that the young man had a deep and intricate connection with the abyss, and perhaps it was he who wielded the power of the Lord of Original Sin. According to the priestess herself, if someone can control the Lord at will, then killing the original sin and obtaining his artifact will not be difficult. But on the other hand, the temple's influence spans the entire world, which means there should be some clues. But after information about the third artifact appeared, the temple did not receive the slightest information. Therefore, Euphemia is certain that right now, the one who received the 3 artifacts of original sins is located directly in the abyss itself. Regarding whether all of this could be Su Yan's doing, Euphemia and the others were only guessing, as there was no confirmation of this. Meanwhile, Tangzhan noted that it all started with the secret realm of the dragon's spirit. Euphemia supported his words, saying that everything really started from there, and she suspected that the young man had inherited something that connected him to the abyss and granted him incredible power. And in that case, everything fits together. Tangzhan pointed out that this made sense, and he himself had survived Lucifer's attack. But if that was the case, then why didn't Su Yang tell them the truth? Euphemia noted that he must surely have his own reasons, and for now, she simply hoped that they would have the opportunity to meet the young man in person. Then she would know the whole truth without guessing. After this, Euphemia changed the topic of conversation and wanted to discuss the idea of an alliance, to which Tangzhan stated that Longxia was leaving it, but this did not mean that they had given up on conquering the abyss. Tangzhan was confident that even without outside help, they would be able to defeat the original Sin Lord and obtain the artifact with their own hands. And yet, they decided to leave the alliance. Soon, Tangzhan left the temple, and a meeting of the alliance began, where the prince was to voice his terms. However, from the very beginning, things did not go as expected. Andel put his feet on the table, thereby showing disrespect, and told Euphemia to shut up and listen to his conditions. His behavior surprised everyone, but no one could object, for Andel was the second prince of the kingdom. Andel stated that since it was the humans who first turned to the elves for help, then when dividing the spoils, they should receive 60% and the humans 40%. In addition, he demanded that the remaining 4 artifacts from the Confrontation of Sin series be handed over to the elves as well. Such statements by Boca and Karelin could not be left unanswered, and they called this demand outrageous. However, Andel stated that he didn't care, because 3 artifacts had already been found, and apparently someone from the people had taken possession of them, so they should look for the rat among their own. As a result, after heated discussions and debates, the people ultimately agreed to the demands of the Elven Kingdom, and thus an alliance between people and elves was officially concluded, and the first attack on the abyss was planned for a month later. After this, Andel and the others went to the capital of Longxia, the Dragon City. The little girl, seeing the elf for the first time, was incredibly surprised and wanted to go up to him to greet him. However, one of the elves struck the ground powerfully, and the shockwave threw the girl several meters away. From the very beginning, the elves despised people and did not even hide it. They did not care who was in front of them. They were ready to raise their hand against anyone. Watching this, Su Yang realized that it was time to act, and for the elves to pay for their disrespect and arrogance. Taking Lucifer with him, he set out for the city of the dragon to show the elves what the real difference in power was. Meanwhile, other hunters tried to stop the elves, but no one succeeded. And of course, Tangzhan couldn't ignore such antics of the elves, so as soon as he learned about it, he immediately went to them. Tangzhan asked Lin Sanchang to erect a shield so that no civilians would be harmed. And in the meantime, he asked the elves if they had really done all this. Anger got the better of him, and without thinking twice, he clenched his fist and directed it straight at the offending elf. His blow was so powerful that it penetrated several meters of the ground, and it seemed that it left nothing of the elf except memories. Tangzhan noted that they only respected those who respected them, so he asked the elves if their actions showed any respect for the people of Longxia. To which Andel replied that etiquette was the business of the nobility, while the inhabitants of Lunsha were simple peasants. Tangzhan did not like this manner of speaking, and in the meantime he said that in Longxia all people are equal, and there is no concept of peasant or nobleman, and asked Andel what the purpose of his visit was. After which Carl intervened in their conversation, saying that they came here to find Su Yin, who was accused of 3 crimes: taming a black dragon, killing Eric and other elves, and kidnapping Lilith. Carl noted that they didn't care whether the young man tamed the dragon on his own or not. He needed approval from the royal court, as their family classifies the black dragon as a seed of disaster that must be destroyed where it appears. However, Tangzan warned Carl that if they came here to find the young man, they would most likely leave disappointed because no one knew where he was. To which Carl said that they only needed free reign over the entire territory of Longxia, and that they would somehow manage the search for Su Yang themselves. Lin Sanchong was furious and called the elves' demands a blatant insult to their nation. Without thinking twice, Carl took out a branch, saying that they could try to stop them, but the consequences would be dire. Tangzan couldn't ignore such disrespect, and using his skill that temporarily increased his strength tenfold, he said that it was time to settle everything in battle. However, no matter how strong Tangzan's attack was, it was not difficult for Carl to stop it with the branch, and immediately after that, he attacked Tangzan, piercing his body with dozens of branches. After this, Tangzan fell to the ground and did not move as he had received critical damage. Just at this time, Su Yang and Lucifer appeared, whose appearance caused a huge shock to the others. Andel immediately ordered Carl to protect him, to which he confidently stated that it would not be a problem because they had the Queen's artifact. Tangzan was also surprised by Lucifer's appearance and didn't understand why she was here. But what interested him most was who was next to her. Could it be Su Yang? Su Yang, meanwhile, ordered Lucifer to draw all the elven forces into his domain and leave the second prince to him. The young man then rushed at Andel when he tried to defend himself, using a shield that completely blocked any attack from a creature below rank 8. However, despite Andel using his shield, Su Yang was able to destroy it without any difficulty and smash the elf's face with a powerful punch. Immediately after that, he dealt him another series of blows, one after another. Andel declared that even if he died right now, he would still be resurrected in the Elven Temple. And then the Elven legions would crush the abyss. He also said that he would report to the Queen about Lun Sha and give the order for their nation to be wiped off the face of the earth. But Su Yan had completely different plans for this matter, and taking out his crimson blade, he declared that the elf would not have such a chance. After this, he cut his body into pieces, and from then on, Andel was erased from existence and banished into eternal oblivion. This caused incredible shock among the other guys. No one could understand why the elf's aura disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Lucifer's barrier slowly began to disintegrate, as her power in the human world was different from the one she possessed in the abyss. But suddenly Carl noticed that he couldn't feel Andel's aura anywhere, as if it had completely disappeared from the world. Su Yang looked at him and smiled, saying that there was no need to worry just because a dog like that died, and named him next. After which, Carl used the branch and took the lives of several elves in order to thereby strengthen its power. Then, real chaos began. The elf seemed to completely lose control of himself and began to destroy everything around him. Lucifer said that their fight was not over yet, but before she could blink, Carl immediately attacked her. It was an incredibly monstrous force that even the strongest of the 7 original sins could not withstand. The young man, meanwhile, tried to attack Carl while he was focused on Lucifer, but he saw him in time and managed to use the power of the branch against him. However, Su Yang continued to dodge his attacks and eventually managed to get as close to him as possible. Carl tried to pierce his body with the power of the branch, but since the youth was under the effect of the Demon's Roar shield, he did not receive significant damage. But be that as it may, the difference in strength between Carl and Su Yan was like a chasm, largely due to the difference in the power of the items. After Carl's death, Su Yan took the branch for himself, after which Lucifer was freed from the clutches of the weapon. Lucifer asked him what he had just done, but the young man did not answer, only saying that there were some things they did not need to know. Tangzan, barely speaking, thanked the stranger for his help and asked him who he really was, suspecting that it was that same Su Yang. At the same time, Queen Savaraya also suddenly stopped feeling the aura of Andel and Carl, as if they both disappeared without being reborn in the temple. The Queen ordered an immediate investigation into what happened to Andel and Carl, why they were not resurrected in the temple, and where the rest of the delegation were. Savaraya even thought that Su Yang had somehow wiped them off the face of the earth without leaving a trace. But she had given Carl a divine artifact that was supposed to protect him from something like that. After some time, the surviving members of the delegation ran to the queen and told her everything that had happened. Upon hearing their story, the queen became furious and ordered everyone to leave her hall immediately. Severa noted that anyone who might appear next to Lucifer could not be weak, meaning the stranger most likely possessed monstrous power. So she ordered Merida to prepare an appeal for a divine prophecy to the sacred tree. To address the sacred tree, one must shed elven royal blood as an offering and tribute to the tree. As soon as the queen shed blood, the tree trembled, as if it had seen something truly terrible. At that moment, the tree opened its eyes and showed what had happened to Carl and his bloody, fleeting death. Savaraya couldn't believe what she saw, how someone could wipe out the strongest elf from the face of the earth. She had never seen such power before. After this, the divine oracle of the sacred tree left a message to the elves, ordering them to kill the mysterious man at any cost. And although the oracle did not reveal his face, it united his aura and soul into a spiritual sign, and whoever wears it will instantly reveal himself, for it is impossible to hide from the insight of the deity. The queen ordered to put aside all disputes with people and concentrate efforts on conquering the abyss, as well as to find this mysterious man and kill him at any cost. Meanwhile, Su Yang had acquired a powerful artifact, the branch of the sacred tree blessed by the goddess, which granted a number of attributes, protection, and incredible power. As the young man expected, the artifact turned out to be monstrously powerful, and now it became clear why even Lucifer was unable to inflict critical damage on Carl. However, the young man could not use the artifact as it was only available to those who belonged to the royal court. However, Su Yang was sure that there was a loophole to use the artifact, so he decided to ask Lilith about it. But contrary to all the young man's hopes, Lilith saw this artifact for the first time and did not even know that it belonged to her family. Lilith was also pleasantly surprised that the young man was able to kill Carl and saw a real hero in him. Regarding the artifact, Lilith told Su Yang that she had read in ancient texts that royal blood was needed to awaken its full power. The elf decided to test this in practice and lightly pricked her finger with the sharp tip of a branch, after which Su Yang felt the artifact's aura begin to change, most likely due to the effect of the ancestral curse. In addition, the branch attributes were reduced by 10%. Lilith apologized, saying she didn't know about it, but Su Yang reassured her, saying it was okay. The young man himself wanted to wait until he met the queen herself and force her to tell him everything in person. Immediately after this, Su Yang went into the abyss again to kill a group of monsters and increase his level to 200. He cut down monsters one after another, and if experience was also awarded for kills with the Crimson Blade, he would have long ago reached the maximum level allowed. Meanwhile, he watched what was happening in the temple and was wary of the Elf Queen, being sure that she was trying to find him. At the same time, a demon attacked him from behind, deciding that the young man had let his guard down and would become easy prey. But everything turned out the other way around, and this demon became the last one. Su Yang finally raised his level to 200. However, after killing him, Su Yang felt as if something had gone wrong, and an unknown change had occurred in the world. And this premonition turned out to be correct. After the young man reached the level, the system made a global announcement that there were only 4 conditions left until the restoration of the original Sin Lord.